What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but actually somewhat gloomy Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live and alive coming to you from a gloomy, mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles on stolen Tonga territory. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. It is 11:09 a.m. August 13th, 2026. We're live and alive, folks, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic day, fantastic pre-noon, afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world. And, you know, we got a lot going on. It's spin day? What you mean it's spin day? It is Thirsty Thursday. That's right. The People's Princess is monitoring the situation. Yes. Are you talking about Kaya? Yeah. "30 minutes intro and couldn't even do his hair. Unk fell off." What do you mean? I didn't do my hair. Yeah. This is just what it looks like. What is the tie? It looks cool. Thank you. It's another one of my granddad's ties that I am wearing today. This entire week, I've worn all of his ties. But yeah, we're alive. But that's it. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Granddad has drip. He just doesn't wear these ties anymore, but he still has drip. In any case, folks. In any case, we're live. We're alive. And yeah, it's going to be a great day today regardless. I'm a little bit tired as always. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I did an interview with a Turkish outlet where I tried to speak Turkish and realized very quickly that I cannot do political commentary in Turkish. I've lost the sauce. I've lost it. I've lost my native tongue. It would obviously take some time for me to get it back. I'd have to speak Turkish extensively. But it is kind of crazy. I tried to do it, and I was like, I can't do it. I'm humiliated. This is embarrassing. I have to speak in English. And then I continued the conversation with the news outlet in English. It was T24. For those of you who want to know what outlet it is, it's situation monitoring time for the lady, it seems. Situation monitoring time for her. Deja vu, you've done this before? Probably. Just start reading in Turkish. I know. Anyway, I ended the broadcast last night. It was another long day. I don't know why. I've been doing so many long days, but ended the broadcast last night and then ended up going to bed. Well, I did a little hot tub, a little tub time. And that's it. Went to bed, woke up early, played some basketball, back to tub maxing. And that's it. We're going to be talking about like all of the additional details of the plot, the assassination plot against Donald Trump and so much more. We have a lot to cover today. Okay. We have a lot to cover today, a lot to go through. There's an article that this guy, Alex Bronzini Vendor, wrote about third worldism that I think is interesting. I want to read. I read it earlier, but false assassination plot. False assassination plot on Trump. Uncovered. Caroline leaves it. USS Lincoln, mutiny, ? Dems in array, not disarray. Fuck flock. Strait still closed. Beer attendant collabs with Loomer. And more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. We have a blast off meme. Do not worry. Me as a pirate, me and Kaya as a pirate on a pirate ship. Arg. Not sure why, but I like it anyway. Here we go. Let's blast it off. Let's get it twisted. Are we going to be hearing a retraction from Scott Jennings? Inshallah. God willing. Inshallah, you will see. Anti-Parker posting wild this morning. For what reason? I didn't even show Pitt. What's happening? Now that you've lost your native tongue, maybe they'll start saying you're American now. I don't think it's going to happen. There's a legit Indian beer brand named Bira, Well, beta also means beer in Turkish. Ironically enough. So yeah, beta tendon. Are you sure it means that in Turkish? Real funny, dude. Think you'll cover the new ice shock gloves? I did yesterday. Yeah. Twitch responding to the new feature. What is this? Twitch isn't making Gen AI training opt-in because no one would voluntarily choose to opt in. Instead, they're offering an opt-out option. Yeah, I already opted out of this, the Twitch generative AI thing. A personal opinion, says Zach Boosie. I feel like Twitch used every bit of leverage they have to get an opt-out. Amazon made the full call, as Minty says. The TOS already permits full AI training, and Minty knows it was being used that way. See attached screenshot from 404 Media's report yesterday. The headline is no one would opt in, which is very true and telling. So Twitch doesn't get credit for the extra step of adding an opt-out because a creator platform should do right by its creators. But I think it's worth noting. Similar thing happened a couple of years ago with Prime subs, where it sounded like Amazon wanted to hard nerf the free Twitch Prime sub, but Twitch fought to keep it with only a slight nerf in payouts instead. Again, they don't get credit for it, but to me back then it was also worth noting. Twitch executives have been talking about using streamers' content to train AI for years. In 2024, Twitch Chief Monetization Officer Mike Minton said Twitch has a role to play in training Amazon's generative AI models, adding that Twitch content was already being used in a prototyping, not in any kind of production scale capacity. So yeah, it is frustrating. It's a frustrating process, a frustrating reality, but it is the reality that we live in. I'm not entirely certain as to what this AI training will do. I've thought about like the possible positives of such a thing, you know, like because you got the ADL training AI nonstop for pro-Israel purposes. Is it good for us to train the AI with our commentary? I don't know. Because you have initiatives like the ones that the Israeli government actually has deployed by way of Brad Parscale, former Trump administration staffer Brad Parscale, that has gotten, $50 million specifically to train AI to put out pro-Israel content and commentary. So is that, are we also, is it better for us to be prominent in the large language model training? But I just don't know. Bad take, bad. Guys, I'm asking a fucking question. I'm already opting out. I already opted out of it. We can't be like this, okay? We just can't. I'm just simply, I'm saying, I'm walking through my thought process as to how I decided to opt out. But some of you AI Luddites, myself included, but some of you AI Luddites get really fucking, Salem witch trials over this shit, okay? You can't be like that. They are desperate for data to smash into LLMs. All those books they're chopping up, not surprising they want to use Twitch data. If given the opportunity for AI to be trained on, anti-colonial speech, right? I think that is an opportunity we should explore. I just don't think that this is going to do that. Does that make sense? Like, I also think that Twitch is just trying to play ball with Amazon, because Amazon is like, what the fuck is this? You know, this platform is so costly. It's so expensive. It's giving us a lot of headaches. Twitch as a whole doesn't sound like you, though, my guy. Yeah, we opt out. Everyone else stays opted in. And then it's like right-wing reactionary overload. That's the point, right? Do we fight fire with fire? That was the question that I think is worth exploring. But I don't think this is the point anyway. I think this tool is ultimately Twitch trying to make itself a little bit more useful by giving something to Amazon. When Amazon comes back and says, why am I wasting so much money on this goddamn platform? I think that's what it is. There are different competing forces here. Twitch as a media platform, as a live streaming platform is very costly to Amazon, and Amazon wants more in return in exchange for operating at a loss. Or at least it claims it's operating at a loss, because obviously they're looking at the AWS facilities that Twitch leans into as a loss if they look at it at cost, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some internal massaging of the numbers for tax liability purposes, tax burden purposes. But at the end of the day, it's clear that the larger company here sees the smaller company as somewhat of a burden. And Twitch has to do everything it can to ensure that it's not a burden. U.S. investigated left-leaning groups during the Minnesota immigration crackdown. Yeah, COINTELPRO is back, I know. In a big way. What is this? God damn it. They won't let me go through the whole article. So goddamn annoying, even if it's a gifted sub. U.S. investigated left-leaning groups during Minnesota immigration crackdown. The government conducted expansive surveillance, infiltrated group chats, and obtained financial records of organizations never accused of crimes. Yeah. Yeah, we are in the throes. We are in the throes of folks, like... It's midterm season, and I would go so far as to say we're in the throes of, like, the CIA's heyday in many respects. Assassinations in Latin America with, constant surveillance of like, this is Cold War era CIA operations. It's 100% happening. And it's kind of funny because it's happening in the hands of a much less competent administrative state. One that is increasingly giving up responsibility to the private sector. And the private sector is, in some instances, more dangerous, more violent, less accountable, and also sloppier, if that makes sense. It's more sloppy. I mean, we're seeing this. We're seeing this in Latin America with the assassinations, the boat strikes. We saw a version of this also with the assassination of the main prosecutor. A lot's happening in Latin America that most Americans are just not paying attention to. So, yeah. It's kind of terrifying. We'll get to that in a little bit. But, of course, as technology has improved, I think the mass surveillance capabilities and subversive capabilities have improved as well. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to watch unfold. It's also kind of sad that most people are oblivious to it. And because I think about this all the time where I'm like, with Cuba, right? If more Americans were privy to what we have done in Cuba, would they be on board with it? And I think the answer is no, because there's no immediate or tangible benefit to this. There's not even a lot of like electoral benefit to this, including in Florida. So it's one of those things that just happens. It's one of those cruelties that just goes on. It goes on every single day. Millions of people suffer as a consequence of it. And there's no real, tangible, positive outcome. It's just pure violence for the sake of violence, right? CIA agents in 1964, Castro's in for the surprise of his life when he tries to sign something with my poison pen. CIA agents in 2024, Lib Crusher, the phrase working class is ableist and promotes eugenics because it positions disabled people and workers as enemies. Yeah, that right there is record behavior. That is woke 1.0. When people talk about what that means, like when there's like endless conversations, endless back and forths on what woke 1.0 is versus woke 2.0, this is what I'm talking about specifically. Shit like that. Not like abandoning the main policies and the advocacy for social justice or for these causes. It's not like saying, cops are good and we should hug and kiss the cops, we should give them more money necessarily, but more so just like behavior that comes across like wrecker behavior that is actually actively infiltrating these movements and trying to become hurdles or become impediments to progress. Why only Cuba? Haiti is in much worse shape. No, you're absolutely right about Haiti as well. I just was thinking about Cuba because it has the workings still of a competent administrative state, whereas Haiti is the final formation of that kind of destabilization. And also, I obviously have been to Cuba personally, which is why I was talking about that. But yeah, you're totally right. Haiti is another great example of this. I mean, what's going on in a lot of these. There has been a very successful anti-pink tide wave that took shape in Latin America since Donald Trump came into office, and we're just not even thinking about it. And it's absolutely a part of the Don Road doctrine of basically gaining as much control over Latin America as possible. So yeah. Well, it is also frustrating that AOC is so oblivious. What do you mean?
Data centers are.
Why did you link me a data center? Water is a distraction video. How do you reckon politicians like AOC who are younger will learn how to think scientifically and ethically, not data center took our farms? Oh, it is the data center. It was a data center related thing. I moved down here from LA to Brazil 2 years ago, and it's crazy how much hog propaganda they're throwing at this upcoming election. Yeah. The New York Times story is actually fucking insane and beyond the pale. It needs to be a major story. I mean, I think there's another major story. Friend of the show, a journalist who has also interviewed me for the Rolling Stone in the past, actually did a piece on one of the anti-ICE protesters that's now basically locked in prison for life for being a part of a group that participated in the Prairie Land Detention Center protest that turned violent. The person wasn't even there, and she's now in prison for 30 years. And her crime was simply holding up magazines, like a box of magazines at one point. That's it. And now she went to prison for 30 fucking years. It's insane. a lot is happening behind closed doors, behind the scenes. This government is taking the initiative to punish subversives, to punish dissidents, and it is not talked about at all. Yeah, very little coverage comes from mainstream outlets on this stuff, because I think for the most part, the administration has this all firing off on all cylinders, outrage fatigue strategy, right? Like the amount of time that has been spent talking about me
We are learning new details
in outlets like MS Now, CNN, as opposed to what this admin is doing against political dissidents. It's shocking. Don't you fucking deflect right now. What? You overgrown baby. Says John Haddad. Yes. Okay. Take a day off. Not sure what you mean by that. Anyway. But yeah, today's first story and where we are going to start. Before we get back to the Donroe Doctrine, before we get back to, Cold War era CIA tactics, COINTELPRO, and other stories such as that, we're going to start with new details emerging from a Washington Post report about the attempted assassination plot that was uncovered by Israeli intelligence when Donald Trump was in Ankara for the summit. Donald Trump was in Ankara for a NATO summit, and there was a little switcheroo that took place. Change of flight plans. There was a security concern. Now, of course, during this summit, there was also conversations taking shape with Iran. And what's interesting, of course, is those conversations went nowhere. Part of the speculation right now is that Israel is manipulating Donald Trump by way of consistently weaponizing, at best, faulty intelligence that signals to Trump that his life is in imminent danger in the hands of the Iranian assassins. This is actually something that we should be paying a little bit more attention to, I think, because a lot of talk, a lot of conversations have been had about Lindsey Graham, about Benjamin Netanyahu's personal influence over Donald Trump. But some of those conversations have not really reckoned with how much this personal animus comes from the fact that Donald Trump has consistently assumed that Iran wants to assassinate him. That's what's really interesting about this. I think that has to be a personal motivation of Donald Trump a little bit. Aside from the victory lap that he thought he would take in the aftermath of the successful and expedient Venezuela operation, and how he would carry over that swift victory into Iran, I think there's also another factor to consider, which is the idea that since the Qasem Soleimani assassination and Trump won, Donald Trump has always been fearful of an Iranian assassination attempt. And I suspect that Israel is weaponizing that fear, which is not invalid, right? It's not entirely invalid. It's not entirely an unfounded fear. But I do think that Israeli intelligence is weaponizing that fear in an effort to drive a wedge between Trump and any possible successful negotiation. This is yet another instance Let's take a
We are
look.
learning new details of that possible threat that forced President Trump to suddenly change planes in Turkey last month. All this amid questions about why Air Force One was allowed to take off with so many people on board, not knowing they were in danger. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the latest on this. Nancy, it's a question I keep asking myself every day. The Secret Service really living up to the name secret. What are people saying now?
What we're learning now, Gail, is that the thing that they were initially worried about, this Iranian plot, may not have been as much as it seemed. U.S. officials tell us now that they first learned about the possibility of an Iranian plot just about a day before they executed this complex ruse to quietly move President Trump from Air Force One to the other plane in a catering truck. And U.S. officials say they received intelligence about an Iranian team in Turkey tasked with firing a surface-to-air missile at Air Force One with President Trump on board. That sounds incredibly alarming. The intel came from multiple sources, including the NSA, the CIA, and Turkish intelligence. But U.S. officials say they investigated quickly and ultimately did not detect any such Iranian team on the ground. By that point, however, both Air Force One and the military jet carrying the president had already left Turkey.
I need you guys to understand
We've also
something.
confirmed.
Why would Iran do this? I mean, look, does Iran want revenge? Do they say death to America all the time? Absolutely. Do they actually have placards up with crosshairs? With crosshairs on Donald Trump's face? Certainly. But what do we know about Iran, the Iranian leadership, including the hardliners? What do we know about how they operate? We know that they are very strategic, right? They've, I think, more than proven that they are capable of behaving in a way that is unbelievably restrained, regardless of how much vengeance drives them, how much vengeance motivates them. Because it's clear, like our actions in Iran through perfidy twice, not once, but twice, especially the second time with the assassination, the decapitation of the entire leadership, both in the IRGC and the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. This was a real blow. This was a real moral wound, especially the Manab school. The Manab school strikes really changed the dynamic of this conflict, I believe. So yes, they are absolutely invested in revenge. Make no mistake. I will, however, say this. I think they're very strategic, and they have shown time and time again that they are very restrained. So it makes zero sense for the Iranians right now, when they have maximum leverage, over not only the Strait of Hormuz, but maximum leverage over the Bab el-Mandeb Strait by way of the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen, when they have maximum leverage over dictating the pacing of the conflict, unlike ever before, as they can open up new lines of attack towards American installations in Jordan, or they could technically start lobbing missiles at Israel once again if they chose to do so, at a time when the American stockpiles have diminished. Iran has maximum leverage that they're not even deploying right now. They're just maintaining it. There is no reason for them to try and assassinate Donald Trump. There's no reason for them to actually even successfully assassinate Donald Trump, because the reality of the matter is this would probably cause Iran to get nuked. And they don't want to get nuked, right? This has never happened before. Never happened before. There's never been a moment where, well, I guess you could say JFK, but we don't know who did it, right? But there's never been an instance where like a foreign government openly assassinates the American president. Openly being the key word, right? Openly. So for that reason, we don't know what the American contingency plans look like. And I don't think Iran would risk that, especially because I don't think Iran would risk that right now, especially considering that they have established primacy over the Strait of Hormuz. They've crippled the entire global energy supply. They hold all the cards right now. America knows it. Americans know it. And increasingly, as days go by, more and more people are coming to terms with that reality. So there is not really, any investment into this wild card initiative of trying to assassinate Donald Trump. Always reading AI generated slop? What do you mean? Question mark? Who are you talking about? The Trump administration, or are you talking about me? I guess technically, if you mean like I'm reading AI generated slop because I'm reading bots like yourself in the chat. But the point I'm trying to make is this. There's nothing to gain strategically from even attempting to assassinate Donald Trump, or even assassinating successfully Donald Trump, and so much to lose in the process, right? These are the reasons why I don't believe that this assassination attempt was a real valid concern, and more so one that was elevated by the Israeli intelligence, as they've also openly admitted, right? To possibly manipulate Donald Trump into viewing the Iranian side with even more scrutiny and more hatred.
That President Trump was not the only person who was secretly transferred off of Air Force One and onto that airport catering truck to get to the military plane. Sources say he was accompanied by his deputy chief of staff, Dan Scavino, his assistant, Natalie Harp, and the director.
Bro, where did this lady come from? Does anyone know Natalie Harp's background? Because, like, I see her in every photo now, and I have no idea where she came from. She was not, I don't think she was around during Trump 1, and she is always around her. She is always behind her, always, and has this, like, weird aura of evil. She was literally just an obsessed fan. Yeah, I don't know. She scours the internet for truth posts. That Natalie chick, I wonder how much she's getting for getting with Trump. Yeah, I think she's like, she's the new bag man, right? And I love that they don't know what her birthday is. Like Wikipedia says born 1990 or 1991. Which is very strange to me as well. It's like, that's weird. How is this person, how is the executive assistant to the president such a non-entity that we don't know anything about? I doubt her real name is Natalie Harp. What is going on here? She garnered attention after praising President Donald Trump for signing into law a federal right to try law that she said saved her life. Trump invited Harp to serve as a member of the advisory board in his 2020 presidential campaign and to speak at the 2020 Republican National Convention. Harp worked for the television channel One America News Network from 2020 to 2022. She later became an aide for Trump, exerting influence over his communications. Another one of these Liberty University goons, Liberty University MBA, who went on Fox in 2019 saying Trump's right to try law cured her bone cancer. Experts told the Washington Post the story didn't add up. She got an RNC slot out of it, and then a show on One American News Network, and now she's his executive assistant, aka the human printer, who trails him with a portable printer, feeding him nice articles about himself. Her dad committed suicide the year that she started working for Trump. That's also very weird. Yeah, this is the human printer, as they call her. The voted aide who keeps good news flowing will follow Trump to the White House. Natalie Harp, a 33-year-old former anchor on a right-wing cable show, is poised to become the gatekeeper for information to and from the president. We've seen her.
Okay,
in
so like
some,
we know the Natalie Harp girl,
we've
right?
seen
The
her
girl
in some documentaries as well. I think her background requires a little bit more of a deep dive. So I like that they say born in 1990 or 1991. Here it says Natalie Hart was born in 1991 to a devoutly Christian family. Her father was an estate agent who founded a consultancy for travel companies. He died by suicide in July 2020. Harp graduated from Point Loma Nazarene University in 2012 and from Liberty University in 2015 with a master's in with an MBA. And I guess she is 1990 instead of 1991, if that's the case, because she graduated, her undergrad graduation is 1 year prior to mine, and I'm a 91 baby, so. Yeah, Liberty University. Apparently, she would write letters to Trump saying things like, "You are all that matters to me." The woman with the laptop in this photo is Trump's executive assistant, Natalie Hart. Perhaps you remember her as the woman Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan heavily implied as Trump's current mistress in a pair of 2024 New York Times stories. Harp's brother, for whom she is estranged, has called her relationship with the president unhealthy and referred to her as Trump's fan club, according to an independent article. I just think there's something weird going on there, man.
who everyone calls like the human printer, Donald Trump's hospice nurse, his professional diaper changer, all of these things, right? Yes, that's not good enough for me. I need to know more. Natalie Harp, I did a little digging. So first of all, her job history is like kind of funny with the whole narrative that she is like the president's hospice nurse. So before Natalie became Donald Trump's sidekick, she worked at St. Agnes Medical Center as a medical scribe. She worked as a youth counselor at STARS Behavioral Health Group. She's worked as an air quality inspector at an air pollution control district. And she has worked as an emergency medical technician at American Ambulance. But like, that's not all. And this is where it gets kind of weird. So in 2013, around that era, Natalie Harp began working at a company that was founded by her father in 2000 called the Global Hotel Network. And like their website's just like generally a little bit bizarre. The company markets itself as like a networking platform for hotel executives, developers, investors, and major hospitality brands. And it's a place where industry leaders can publish articles, interviews, and promotional content. Like it's not a hotel chain itself, it's like a networking hub for people who are in this industry. And like I said, it was founded by...
I think so much of the United States of America's economy revolves around these like fake industries. Like just a networking hub. You're like, who is this for? How does this make money? And it's just a sequence of different grifts and cons. I mean, think about Patrick Bet-David, right? Like before he launched his media empire and phenomenal fashion line, iconic fashion line, really, alongside his media empire, before he became Mr. Valuetainment himself, like what was he doing? He was doing a multi-level marketing scheme that required him to do business seminars. And he, I think, still continues to do those business seminars as well, regardless of his newfound fame as being a lion and possibly the new Ayatollah, the new supreme leader of the Islamic Republic. So much of the American economy is geared towards just a bunch of fucking con men trying to continue new low-level grifts, mid-level grifts, and sometimes even high-level grifts. It's very strange.
Natalie Harp's father, Robert Harp, in 2000. And she worked for that company for a little bit in 2013. What's very interesting and caught my attention is a member on the advisory board of Natalie Harp's father's company, the Global Hotel Network, is a man named Eric Danziger. Eric Danziger is the former CEO of Trump Hotels. And Donald Trump and his hotels are heavily promoted through the Global Hotel Network. Here is a full list of the advisory board members of the Global Hotel Network company. And as you can see, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, that is 90% of South Florida's economy. That and cryptocurrency, NFTs, and whatever new grift will take root. Very strange stuff. Did you see that you and Luigi both have sexy pics on Drudge Report today? No, I didn't see that.
Danziger is on there, amongst many other very wealthy and powerful CEOs and hotel chain owners. So there's a connection between Natalie Harp's father and Donald Trump's business interests that go back many, many, many years. Now, Natalie Harp's father, Robert Harp, passed away at the age of 61 in July of 2020. And all that we know is he passed away unexpectedly in his home. The month after Natalie Harp's father passed away, Donald Trump invited Natalie to speak at the RNC. Later that month, Donald Trump invited her to be a part of his advisory board for his 2020 presidential campaign, and she accepted. The rest is history. They've basically been inseparable since then. So I don't really know what to do with any of that information, but I feel like it helps me understand Natalie Harp a little bit more, outside from simply knowing that she came from a devout Christian family, went to Liberty University, and is known as Donald Trump's hospice nurse.
Natalie Harp is looking for a replacement father figure, which is why she turned to Trump, her brother reveals. Jesus Christ, dude. What a strange situation this is. I mean, I guess this is always like this kind of stuff has always existed in American politics. I mean, Bill Clinton, obviously JFK. This kind of stuff has always been a prominent fixture of American politics. It's just that I think that they like these kinds of strange relationships never were as prominent, and they didn't come like they weren't as impactful, right? If that makes sense. Like it's not as though Bill Clinton's nefarious sex scandals in the White House before they were revealed were impactful on like actual policy or the output. Same with JFK, right? As far as I understand, I don't think they dictated American domestic policy or American foreign policy. And perhaps Natalie Harp also doesn't have that same level of influence. Now, having said that, let's get back to the top story that I was covering, the assassination attempt on Trump's secret flight. So here's what happened. Donald Trump gets on. Initially, Donald Trump's supposed to fly back from Ankara, Turkey's capital, to the United States of America on his new Air Force One jet that he got from Qatar. But this new Air Force One jet from Qatar, of course, was it had to be retrofitted. It had to get all of the bells and whistles that are necessary for Air Force One. But that development process requires a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of time, right? And of course, Donald Trump wanted the Qatari jet immediately. It's a massive jet. It's much larger than the regular Air Force One, right? And of course, Boeing did not have enough time to equip the Qatari Air Force One with all of the bells and whistles, the anti-air defense systems, things of that nature. So it was not sufficiently like it basically is the Air Force that he wants to use, but unfortunately it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, all the tools that would make it up to standard, that would fit the standard of Air Force One. So it's a less secure civilian aircraft, right? So Donald Trump decides he's not going to use the Qatari jet. This is what we know initially. What we know is Trump decides to send the Qatari Air Force One to the British Royal Air Force Base, and he is planning on flying back from Ankara to the British Royal Air Force Base in the old Air Force One. Yeah, Air Force One is a purpose-built airframe. It takes years to reinforce and modify. Yeah, and there's also a lot of tools that it comes with. So initially, reporters actually find that odd, right? Reporters are like, New York Times reporters actually cover the story. They talk about how Trump is actually swapping out the Qatari Air Force One for the older version that's more secure. And Trump actually sends subpoenas to those New York Times reporters. There's obviously a code of conduct with the White House press pool. For those of you who don't know, the White House press pool follows Trump everywhere. They are the civilian observers, the civilian witnesses of everything that the president is doing. So there have been plenty of instances where the White House press pool that accompanies the president everywhere will sign, an ode to secrecy, or there will be an embargo on certain kinds of information around Trump's travel or the president's travel. And then they'll reveal it afterwards once the travel is over, because obviously there's a national security concern. This has happened with Joe Biden when he went to Ukraine and they were on that train going into Kyiv. And obviously the White House press pool accompanied him on that journey, and they didn't reveal some of the details of that journey in an effort to maintain a level of security. Right? There's a security protocol around it. So in the past, like, the White House press pool is, of course, always abided by this standard of security. And what's interesting here is there is something that is unprecedented with what Donald Trump did. So we're going to get into that now. So basically what happens is Trump gets on the plane with the White House press pool, with all of his aides and with, all these other people. He gets on the older Air Force One jet. And for all intents and purposes, people on the flight, including the White House press pool, think that Donald Trump is on that plane, right? Donald Trump then, of course, as we knew it at the time, flies on that plane, and the White House lands in the Royal Air Force Base in England, and then gets out of that plane alongside after the White House press pool leaves the plane. He gets off the plane. He publicly gets on the Qatari Air Force One and then flies back to the United States of America. So that's what we knew. Now, the one element that was strange in that process, there he is. Here's the video of him literally boarding the plane. They make a big show of it, right? But the one thing that was strange about this process was that the White House demanded that everyone on board this flight lower their window shades. Okay? The only other time, according to Maggie Haberman, the only other time that they've made this demand is when they were flying into Iraq, right? And it's understandable to do that in for operational security. I assume that these when you're going into conflict zones, Air Force One is probably trying to land in the dark, so they have to close their shades. It's for OPSEC, right? It makes sense. You don't want any lights from inside of the plane to be caught on optics. It makes sense. So that was interesting that they demand to lower the window shades. It's in broad daylight. It's not dark, right? So they follow along. Later, we find out that Donald Trump wasn't on this plane at all. He got on the plane publicly, right, at the Esenboğa Airport in Ankara, in Turkey, right? And the plane is on the tarmac. Door closes. There's an airport catering truck on the side of the plane. The media boards the plane as the airport catering truck pulls away. Okay? Here's the staircase to the C-32A that's on the other side of the tarmac. And as the media is boarding this plane, thinking that Donald Trump is on the plane, it turns out Donald Trump was actually inside of this airport catering truck. So what ended up happening is Donald Trump secretly got on the plane and then through the delivery mechanism got into the airport catering truck. Now, we found out about all of this recently. The airport catering truck pulls in to the rear of the C-32A, which is the other plane. And Donald Trump gets on the other plane, leaving the White House press pool and numerous staffers on board Air Force One as bait. Straight up, like with the assumption that this is a valid assassination attempt, Donald Trump basically sent the entire White House press pool, if this was a real assassination attempt on the president's life, Donald Trump basically said, fuck you. He said, sayonara, see you later. And got on a separate plane. This is objectively hilarious. I cannot deny it. I think it's also extra funny because he delivered this interview on the plane that day where he was talking about assassination attempts against him, right? This is when he was coming into Ankara.
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific
so perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
Yeah. He says, if I go, you go. So perhaps you maybe one day want to change professions. That is hilarious. For your information, Walt Nauta was the security IT guy who helped Trump shuffle the classified docs between his properties and hide them. Yeah. It's his cadre of loyalists, his peak loyalists that he brought on to the second flight. Do you remember this lady who was on the plane? Is it Laura Loomer?
Good evening. I'm Natalie Harp, a formerly forgotten American from California.
Jesus Christ. New York Times has delivered like 10 email headlines about this to my inbox as though it's the biggest story right now and I can't get over how much they're freaking out about it. Am I crazy or this is just a weird thing, but otherwise not that big of a deal since nothing actually happened? Yeah, no, it's not that big of a deal, but I think it gives you insight into Trump's fascinating mind, and that's exactly the kind of story that New York Times loves, especially considering that their journalists were directly put in danger through this process, and that's also the other reason why they're going to talk about it nonstop. Trump to Marco Rubio before getting on a food cart to head to a separate plane in Turkey.
Oh, they expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
Yep. Trump left Marco Rubio and top aides on Air Force One as he secretly fled the Iranian threat. It's also exactly the type of story that is, that's perfect to needle Trump with over and over again, because you can like present this as Trump being a pussy, right? Like, I think the Trump loyalists will look at this and go, nope, that's my president. Who cares? Who cares if his top aides die? We have to protect the president. Look how cool this story is. It's espionage. But I think New York Times and like these liberal institutions can keep needling him over and over again by calling him a pussy. And this is exactly the type of thing that Trump hates. So I think that's the other reason why they're doing this. They're really hammering on this message. I'm more so fascinated with this story because I think that there's a second layer to it that the Washington Post reporters obviously revealed by way of the intelligence community that turned around and leaked details to Washington Post about the veracity of the assassination attempt claims and where those claims came from initially. They said it was the Israeli intelligence that delivered this information to the American intelligence community, and American intelligence found these claims to be not so credible. That's the problem here.
We're the deplorable choir.
Okay, stop. We're not doing that right now. Anyway, let's continue.
Oval Office Operations Walt Nauta. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth met them on the military plane and flew with the president from Turkey to England. Among those who stayed behind on the original Air Force One, some names you'll recognize: Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Some of the people on Air Force One knew that the president had switched planes, and some didn't.
Right, Nancy, thank you so much.
Israel had passed along some intelligence which suggested a specific threat from Iran targeting Air Force One, a threat involving a shoulder-fired missile.
Optics like this is catnip for the wine moms and hashtag resist libs, while the CIA intel infighting is for the real heads. Exactly. Our interest in this story revolves around the fact that, one, Israel is constantly sending intelligence, whether it's faulty, whether it's real or not, it doesn't matter. But Israel is constantly sending intelligence to the Trump administration directly. And this intelligence is probably playing a role in the way that Trump sees the world. It's probably playing a role in the way that Trump sees the possible deal making with Iran, right? And I also find it fascinating that different factions within the intelligence community have had enough of Israeli interference and are straight up leaking information to the media. That, I think, is also an important factor at play here. Clearly, as I've talked about before, the CIA has different factions inside of it. This is a bureaucracy. The State Department has different factions inside of it. Obviously, every single person working in the American State Department is working in unison when it comes to maintaining American supremacy, right? American hegemony. However, some in the State Department and some in different factions inside of the intelligence community, whether it be in the NSA, whether it be the CIA, whether it be different departments, have recognized that Israel is now an impediment to American supremacy. Israel is becoming an increasingly larger force that is at odds with the American strategy in the Middle East. And that's what's going on. And it does seem like the side that has seen Israel as a liability, some of which have left the State Department famously under the Biden administration even, and certainly under Trump as well. But the side that is the factions that see Israel as a liability in the CIA, in the State Department, are getting increasingly more agitated as time goes on. And this, of course, creates a unique media environment for the real heads, for those who are actually wondering where this will go, because they're just going to yap more and more to the media. This is something that happened in Trump 1 a lot more frequently than it has happened in Trump 2. If you remember, leakers were a huge issue for the Trump administration in Trump 1. Part of the reason for that was because Trump was unbelievably incompetent, and Trump 1 actually had a lot more competent servants, like competent public servants, that would look to the crazy things that he was doing and go, this is unacceptable. We have to put an end to this. And then they all became, MSNBC contributors and former Trump administration officials that became never Trump Republicans or never Trump liberals, or former Republican liberals. But there have been a lot less leakers in the second Trump administration. And part of that is because Trump decided we're doing away with competence. We just want loyalists, right? And I would go so far as to say that the new strategy of only hiring loyalists who also happen to be unbelievably incompetent has yielded some interesting results. Because when you have a guy like Kash Patel run the FBI, sure, on the one hand, you definitely maintain control over the FBI. There's no leakers or whatever. But then the FBI's function as a federal law enforcement arm has diminished its credibility, because the guy who's running the department, and this is a very important department, it's a part of the federal law enforcement apparatus, is now constantly getting himself into trouble. He's constantly using private jets to fly around with his girlfriend, with his country music star girlfriend. He's a bit of a showboat. He's a drunkard, and people internally in the FBI are very frustrated that this organization is now run by an incompetent moron. There's other issues, and then you see things like the Charlie Kirk assassination attempt, or the Charlie Kirk assassination story. Sorry, not attempt. The attempt at putting forward a competent investigation and how it fell apart. The Nancy Guthrie story, the kidnapping. Like, there has been a sequence of high profile fuck ups. This leads to the public broadly losing confidence in federal law enforcement, and you can't have that. That will have very negative downstream consequences, because at the end of the day, you have to trust these institutions, right? You have to trust these institutions. The public has to trust these institutions. And if they can't trust these institutions any longer, well, you're going to see a lot of issues. There's going to be chaos, a lot of instability. In any case, let's get back to the factional infighting within the intelligence community and the possible veracity of the assassination intelligence that Donald Trump received from Israel.
Now, some officials were reportedly skeptical of that Israeli intelligence, which was viewed as part of Israel's effort to influence President Trump's decision-making on Iran. Joining us now, John Hudson, national security reporter for The Washington Post, who, of course, has been digging up so many of these important new details on the president's cloak and dagger flight. And you have a new byline out this morning, along with your colleagues, that the CIA specifically had low confidence, right? We talked about questions at the time in this intel coming from Israel, whether it was perhaps being used to try to influence President Trump's thinking. What did you learn about the CIA's take?
Yeah, there was a significant degree of skepticism by the CIA in the veracity. There was low confidence in the information that the Israelis passed along about the degree of the threat facing the president. There was concern that the information may have been more intended to manipulate the U.S. policy making rather than inform U.S. policy making. Obviously, it's a bit extraordinary to see the contrast with the level of confidence that U.S. intelligence officials had about this threat. And
I think a real question that people should ask themselves is, why does Israel get to manipulate American foreign policy in this insidious way for self-serving interests? You have to ask this question. I mean, the fact that the CNN is covering it like this is important. Why does Israel get to freak Trump out with not so credible information when Donald Trump is trying to deal with Iran, when Trump's negotiators are trying to deal with Iran, and Israel gets to go directly to Donald Trump and say, hey, these guys that you're trying to cut a deal with currently, that we want to destroy, this country that we want to destroy is Israel, because we find them to be our number one threat to Israeli primacy in the region, number one threat to the greater Israel project in the region, because it can create an active military deterrent. Those guys actually want to kill you. You shouldn't deal with them. You should go and blow them up instead. even if you don't have the military capabilities of fighting against this country now, fighting against this force, and even if you don't have the military capabilities of defending against their attacks on U.S. bases, U.S. allies, U.S. assets in the region, you should still go to war with them instead. You should burn through, you should empty out your magazine. You should empty it out on Iran. Fuck it, who cares?
Degree of caution exercised by the Secret Service in response to this threat. In some ways, that this just shows that the Secret Service does have a different risk calculus that it has to deal with. There's no room for error. There were 3 very high-profile near-miss assassination attempts against the president, and they didn't want to leave anything up for chance here. Now, at the same time, you have to look at what was the incoming threat that was being reported by a top U.S. ally in the Middle East. And that's where the U.S. intelligence officials brought a degree of skepticism. They have a long history of processing and analyzing information that comes in from Israel. They don't accept everything at face value. So they provided some context to U.S. officials about this during this Ankara summit that was happening.
As you're, and your excellent reporting on this story, as you're digging in on this, there were some comments from the president, I believe it was on Tuesday, that certainly raised some eyebrows. He talked about and I'm paraphrasing him here, but the flight that he ultimately ended up on, that was actually at greater risk because he was on the flight. Have you found any evidence that?
That's incredible. What a Trumpian way to restore his bravado, his masculinity. It's like, oh, I was just saving their lives. That's why I secretly got on the other plane. Yeah, no, I'm the hero here. I'm not the panicked little scaredy cat who ran away and used the entire White House press pool and also some of my top advisors as bait for possible Iranian man pads that were snuck in to the through the Iranian Turkish border. They're not I didn't just escape in a decoy plane in secrecy. I actually was taking a bullet again.
The Iranians knew that someone else who may have wanted to harm the president knew that he was on that flight at the time?
No, we haven't. No, and
no.
And in fact, I mean, this was
no. He's like, no. Nope, nobody knew.
Extraordinary level of secrecy. Even there were a number of White House officials that had no idea, that they assumed that they were on the plane that the president was. And as we know, he was actually secretly smuggled to a third plane on a Turkish catering truck. So the idea that the Iranians knew that, I haven't seen anything that led to this. This is one of the most successfully kept secrets until the Washington Post ripped the lid off the story this week.
Yeah, absolutely. John, I really appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you.
So, Colonel Layton, I want to play what President Trump recently said about this.
Why was it too dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for the plane?
Actually the plane that I flew on was at greater risk. I think it was at greater risk because that would be the plane I think that they would be more likely to go for.
What's your assessment of the president's statement there?
Well, first of all, Pam, the aircraft that is protected, at least in terms of its own resources, is the Air Force One aircraft, the original Air Force One aircraft. The Qatari Air Force One aircraft has some capabilities that to protect it as well. And in terms of those capabilities, the 757 equivalent that he got on does not have the same types of safety measures that the Air Force One has, and that are originally built into the Air Force One airframe. But on the one hand, so from that standpoint, he's correct that the aircraft is not as safe as the other one. But the issue here is that was an aircraft that was not really targeted. According to these reports, the Air Force One aircraft is the one that was targeted, and probably both Air Force Ones, and this one would be a safer aircraft to be on.
By the way, this is twofold. Not only does this get to play a role, I forgot to even mention this part. Not only does this get to play a role in like Trump's attitude towards Iran, his willingness to possibly deal with them, but it also causes Donald Trump to reconsider how secure Turkey is. It causes Donald Trump to reconsider how much he can trust Turkey. So that's the other side of the story as well, because Israel is not only obviously interested in waging war with Iran, destroying the MOU, destroying any attempts at a ceasefire negotiation, but Israel also wants Donald Trump to hate Turkey. Israel wants Donald Trump to not give Turkey the F-35 fighter jets. Israel obviously sees Turkey as a significant threat, also vying for American attention, also vying for more power in the region. And Turkey has obviously delivered a massive W to American ambitions in the region with its actions in Syria, right? Israel sees this as a major threat to their ambitions in the region. And of course, that's why they've been pretty open about how Turkey is the next Iran, how once we're done with Iran, we're going to move to Turkey. We're going to destroy Turkey. So that's also something to consider. It's definitely something to consider here. I forgot to mention that element as well, especially because Erdogan likes Donald Trump, and Donald Trump likes Erdogan and sees him as a valuable asset for American ambitions in the region.
Given the circumstances of of the intelligence that we're hearing about now.
So to be clear, if there was a credible threat, why was a decoy aircraft carrying reporters, staff, and senior officials, including members of the cabinet and the presidential line of succession, allowed to fly?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to make things seem as normal as possible on the tarmac in Ankara, so they would not have a major gaggle of people, let's say, leaving one aircraft and going to another aircraft, making potentially that other aircraft more vulnerable at that point. So when you look at the way in which they did this, what they're trying to do is make operations seem as normal as possible on the tarmac at the airport there. But they were trying to protect the president and move him into another place. Now, of course, that puts reporters at risk and it puts senior staff at risk, and that at least potentially, and that, of course, is a real issue in this particular case. In essence, they didn't have really good alternatives to come up with in this very short period of time, given the fact that they assessed this information at least to be actionable, if not necessarily credible.
So, Brian, I understand that members of the White House press corps who travel with the president are voicing their concerns to the administration about this. What more can you tell us about that?
Right. They're asking for a protocol for any future events like this, any extraordinary security measures that are taken. It's important to have a protocol in place so the journalists do know what actually happened and where the president actually was at all times. So there was a meeting between the head of the White House Correspondents Association and Trump aides earlier this week. These concerns were outlined, and there's been no response from the White House yet. This is ultimately about credibility, both the White House's credibility and the press corps' credibility. This all started with a lie. It was the president's lie where he said, I'm going to send the new Qatari gifted Air Force One over to the UK because all the service members want to see it. He's the one who alerted the world that something unusual was going on with his travel plans. And then hours later, we believed he was taking off on that other or older Air Force One. So Trump started with a lie, then people inside the government leaked the truth about the security concerns, right? We found out part of the story in July. Then the
intelligence community knew there wasn't a threat that was credible, but still thought it'd be funny to put Trump in a food trunk. That's my headcanon as well. They were like, we're going to put him in with the Turkish kebabs through the pipe. Mr. President, you have to go through the machine. You have to go through the contraption with the kebabs, with the doner kebabs.
Leaks continued. Someone tipped off the Washington Post. Now maybe we've learned the full truth about just how serious this was. But Trump is still repeating the lie that this was all about troops wanting to see his new Air Force One from Qatar. The lie's been exposed. The truth has been revealed. So oddly, Pam, it's an example of the system working, right? Sources inside the government thought the public was being deceived by the president. They thought the truth should come out about the deception, and now we know the truth. But it reminds me of an even greater deception that we've all been seeing in recent months. Trump has claimed that Iran has been completely defeated. He said on Fox News on July 13th, 5 days after he had to switch planes, he said on Fox News, quote, "They got nothing. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. It's all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone." That was the president's narrative about Iran only 5 days after this security concern. So I think the true meaning of this story 1 month later, Pam, is that it contradicts the president's narrative about the war with Iran.
And that's why we always have to be asking questions as reporters. Kevin, I know you've been asking a lot of these questions. Do we have a clear understanding of which administration officials were and were not aware of the president's plane switch and the security threat here?
Well, it was a small group. The two cabinet secretaries who stayed behind on that old Air Force One, Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State, and Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, they were aware that President Trump was not on that plane. They had been involved in the planning in the hours beforehand of this deception ruse to get the president off. So they knew that he wasn't on the plane. In terms of some of the other staff members on the plane, and you know, on Air Force One, it's a pretty wide swath of people who travel. It's the most senior aides, but you also have military officials, the stewards who work on the plane itself, members of the press, Secret Service agents. So there's a wide variety of people who ride on that plane, and certainly not all of them were aware that this was happening. And you see in the video staff and press coming up the back stairs of the plane after the president has gotten on, and we know from the video that as they are boarding, the president is on the other side of the plane, heading out that exit door and into the catering container to go across the tarmac. He was joined in there by those two close personal aides of.
I'm not trying to be crass or dismissive when I ask this, but why is this a relevant story? Do people actually care about this stuff, or is it just an easy way to sow a bit of additional distrust in the admin to liberals? Yes. Also, I need to do more coverage on like lib slop, as I like to call it, as well, because my commentary has revolved, I think, too much around just the attacks that I've been receiving for the past week. And this is lib slop to a certain degree, and it's important for us to cover a little bit of lib slop. You know, we got to do some Midas touch headlines. We got to do a little bit of David Pakman, like, did the president shit in his diapers? Is the president having sex with his, diaper carrier? That sort of stuff is very important for us to bring liberals back to the fold. You know, there's been too much Hasan heavy coverage, and there's also been too much coverage around democratic socialism, things like that, and liberals. You know, they like it. They're fascinated by that, but the broad liberal movement demands more Trump slop.
His Natalie Harp and Walt.
Also, it just makes Trump look like a pussy, which is awesome. You know what I mean? It's just like this is the type of commentary that Trump hates the most. You call him a violent monster every day, he doesn't care, because that makes him seem like he's he's this strong guy, big tough strong guy. This, on the other hand, makes him look like a weak little baby, like a coward. Like the type of coward that the type of coward that would put men and women in the White House press corps in harm's way as he just gets on a separate flight. It could have been a disaster, right? At least from his calculation, from his perspective, he thought it was serious enough of a threat to escape through the food hatch with my little donor kebab.
I've been talking to White House officials. They don't necessarily think that that's a huge surprise. Those two accompany him virtually everywhere he goes. And so they were obviously in on the plot as well.
When the president was in Turkey and there were threats from Iran, instead of Air Force One, he was switched to another plane. And you've been talking about this online. And, you know, everyone's being really glib. They're just sort of like, he's in the truck, that's so funny. But it seems to me like, are there other options? Could they have grounded the plane without everybody knowing what was going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how do you balance the security and the like reality of all the people that were still on that flight?
Look, my viewpoint is you can at least read in the press and your staff, right? You could let them know what's going on. So I've heard some that defend this, and I understand you've got to save the president's life, but some are saying, well, Bill Clinton in Pakistan, 1991, a similar thing happened, but actually the press and his staff was read in on it. They knew it, right?
If I read in, you just mean, hey guys, you're pulling the shades down because there's a threat.
That's what's happening.
Not because it's kind of hot in here. Don't worry about it.
Right, exactly. And so I think that's where the press has a right to be upset. If they were on that plane, they were basically made to be, in essence, bait.
This is also like a very self-interested press story. The press loves talking about instances where their lives are, you know, in imminent danger. This is like a cool story for them too. I think the American public broadly doesn't care. And that's the other reason why this is like really, I mean, they're really motivated to cover it.
I wonder if the staff was upset and that's why it got to the press. You know what I mean? Like, there were some people who were like, wait, what? Like, we were all left behind as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's a trust that has to be brokered. And whenever the press is traveling with the president, they want to know that the government is doing their best to protect them.
No, I mean White House staff.
Same thing with the White House staff.
Just,
it's the same thing. If you're going to be traveling with the White House, you want to know that the bosses are there to protect you. And if that trust is broken...
Ooh, shaking their head.
If that trust is broken, why are you going to agree to conflict?
That's not what you sign up for.
Your job is, I mean, I was told straight up, and I hate to be so crass, you're to die in place. If there is a threat against the president, they save him and you're behind.
Right,
I went on every single trip. I went on every single
No.
trip with the president, foreign and domestic, when I worked in the White House. I do think that they needed to tell the press to read the press, and I went to war zones with him. We did read one person in, et cetera. Like, there's a way to do it to make sure that the press is covered, to make sure we're having a conversation with government.
Every time you got into a motorcade, you were under threat.
Yeah,
every movement of the president,
single
you
time.
are under threat, and you know that taking the job.
Here's the worst part, though, is everything leading up to this moment was a lie. Every explanation.
That's a different story.
Everything.
That's a different story than reading it.
I mean, glib about this. Taylor Swift is still lying about getting
not the president of the United States.
in a popcorn cart going into Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, well, if we make her president, that'll be
I think
a
just
thing.
the fact that this administration was subpoenaing reporters about trying to do coverage of this, they were trying actively, as it appeared, to subdue reports about this and make it seem like it wasn't that bad. So then when people find out a couple weeks later that it was that bad, that's where there's the real trust.
But that's a different conversation than reading staff and press. And they definitely absolutely should have read the Correspondents Association. And I worked in that job. I was the one who had to read them. And I totally understand that and appreciate that. But there's a difference when you take these White House jobs at what's at risk here and what you're like. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in, and the president of the United States, regardless of party, is always a target, and you are a target in the motorcade as well.
Look at this bipartisanship.
I know. Y'all are right or...
A shocking new report.
She said, suck it up. I told you saw Taylor do it and thought it was cool. I mean, CNN at this point is just like all conservatives. Like, every panelist is a conservative, including the ones who claim to be Democratic Party loyalists, Democratic Party consultants. Like, virtually every single person on every single panel is just like, yeah, I think Trump is pretty cool for doing this, actually. I think journalists should probably die on that flight, and it would be a real valid sacrifice, a sacrifice that Trump was willing to make, a sacrifice that I'm willing to make on this CNN panel. And it's fucking nuts. Yeah, she literally did the line like, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice Trump's willing to make, and I'm willing to abide by. Cool stuff. Anyway, this is the other story that I covered yesterday, but CNN is now entertaining it as well. The war against Iran has become a war against our big, beautiful troops, our troops in the Navy. USS Abraham Lincoln, ladies and gentlemen. USS Abraham Lincoln was supposed to be relieved months ago at this point. They are overspent, and on the verge, from what I understand, on the verge of mutiny. Okay? That's right. U.S. sailors are trying to jump ship after 250 days at sea.
That multiple sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have tried to jump overboard amid poor conditions and mental stress on the ship. This is according to new reporting from the Military Times, which spoke to the wife of one of those sailors, who says she's spoken to her husband only a handful of times since he tried to jump. He is now on a medical hold. The Military Times is also reporting severe food shortages on board and that sailors are running out of just basic needs: toothpaste, deodorant, soap. This crew has been at sea for 9 months amid Trump's war in Iran. That includes 250 consecutive days without setting foot on land. 250 consecutive days. That is a record. Out front now, Natalie Olivero. She is the Military Times journalist who broke the story, and she is also a Navy veteran. Natalie, I appreciate your time. I mean, the details you have in this story are really stunning. I mean, my jaw drops. You know, we're talking about the USS Abraham Lincoln, and you're talking about things that I think people struggle to understand are happening in the U.S. military. You've spoken directly with some of these families, and you're reporting on incidents involving sailors apparently trying to jump overboard. You spoke to the wife of one of them, I know, and her husband served in the Navy for more than a dozen years, 13 years. So what have you learned?
Thanks for having me, Erin, and for covering this story. Speaking with Ms. Saloma, she is extremely worried and concerned about how her husband is actually doing. And until she can be in front of him and see him with her own eyes, she's not really going to be able to answer that question. And facing the stresses that every military spouse faces when theirs is deployed, as being a solo parent at home with 3 little kids. So not being able to have answers or direction is really challenging right now for her especially.
So, you know, look, these incidents are very disturbing. I mean, what would drive someone to be at a point where they would be willing to do that, obviously, is distressing to consider. But the families of sailors aboard the Lincoln are telling you about incidents like this. They're also telling you about some of these other truly stunning details, that the sailors are often hungry because there isn't enough food, that basic supplies, toothpaste, deodorant, aren't easy to get. Now, back in April, you know, and this has been going on a long time, we talk about this ship 250 days in a row without setting foot on land, a record. So this has been going on a long time. In April, Secretary Hegseth, dismissed reports about inadequate food. He said it was fake news. So what's the reaction to from the families that you're speaking to? They don't get to talk to their loved ones on board that ship that often. You know, what's their reaction when the defense secretary calls this all fake news?
Confusion, hurt, lack of understanding. They're constantly seeking some kind of reassurance or information. There's a lot of conflicting reports, a lot of different information, especially on social media within different groups and small.
I mean, wars are won and lost on supply chains. That's it. The American military's primacy or supremacy does not come from the fact that it has the coolest gear. It comes from the fact that it is supposed to be able to be everywhere in approximately 24 to 48 hours and can deliver necessary supplies all around the world, right? We have the best logistics in the game. Or at least we thought we did. Logistics is the most important part of this process. Not anymore, it seems. The enshittification has taken root in the American military as well. The attitude of the troops is a part of why the Vietnam War and numerous other expeditions that went on for far too long had to come to an end. We haven't seen the worst of it yet. In Vietnam, by the end of that 20-year occupation, troops would just straight up use grenades on their officers. Like they would just straight up kill their officers, right? It became a massive problem. So buddy fucking, fragging their officers. This was a huge ordeal. So, obviously troop morale, that's pretty huge. That was a draft, of course. This here is a little bit different. These are professionals, if you want to consider it that. These are people who joined the military, joined the Navy with a certain set of expectations. I think one of those expectations is a level of comfort that they thought they would have. So I don't know if that actually plays into their anger and discontent more or less.
Welcome back.
Right.
Sir Crook joins us today, a former British...
Yeah, Alistair Crook talks about Iran and Russia giving up on diplomacy and going on the offensive on Glenn Deason, my favorite podcast, the Greater Eurasia podcast. I listen to it frequently. They have all my goats on. People that refuse to come on this broadcast, like Jonathan Goetsheimer. It's fine, though. One day.
Community pages. Those are the pages where organic conversations and relationships exist. Those aren't deep fakes or AI dupes being created. These are where families go to communicate. This is a lifeline for families who really never receive an instruction manual on how to handle your time when your loved one's deployed. So families are feeling left in the dark, and all families are agreeing that it is absolutely unacceptable and unthinkable to imagine.
Well, it's unthinkable, I think, for any American to hear this reporting, frankly, and deeply disturbing to imagine that sailors who are serving this country, going 250 days without setting foot on land, 9-month deployment, would have food shortages or any. It's upsetting. So we reached out to the Navy, Natalie, about your report, and they responded in a statement, and they said, quote, "We have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations or attempts aboard the ship. We are not experiencing an uptick in mental health issues aboard Abraham Lincoln." I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
My first question to that is an increase from what baseline? An increase, no increase from when? What does that measurement window look like? We did request deck logs and multiple FOIAs from the Navy, so hopefully we'll get those back and can review them independently. But until we do...
So this is one element that is creating a little bit of a stir-up, right? On the other side, I'm confident that the generals are probably not happy. You have to remember, the American military is, in some respects, the last competent organization in this country. Okay? And it has increasingly become incompetent and has an over-reliance on private profiteers, private defense contractors. This has created a tremendous issue with procurement. This is causing additional problems. No general who's spent their entire lives, working up the ranks of the military, and remember, these generals are highly competent and highly educated individuals, right, for the most part. These generals are not going to want to associate their name with such spectacular failure, okay? Getting rid of the woke generals that didn't want to play ball with the Trump administration's madness doesn't necessarily eliminate the problem, because even someone like Dan Kane, who's regarded as like Trump's most loyal general, right, is probably not going to be, he's probably not going to want his legacy associated, this entire institution associated with Trump's madness. Trump getting into further and further military quagmires, destroying American military supremacy, destroying American hegemony, destroying America's force projection capabilities. So there is also on the one hand, you have, the rank and filers, the lowest of the low within the American military saying enough is enough. And on the other hand, you have the generals also probably frustrated by both the troop morale diminishing and also having to sit there and bear the responsibility of decisions that they knew they did not want to take on, decisions that they did not want to follow through on. And as time continues, I suspect, as this quagmire grows and there's more compounding incidents and more compounding problems, problems in the energy sector, problems in the economy, and problems such as our diminished munitions stockpile that leave us open to attacks from foreign adversaries. Even if it's not realistic, you don't want to have no bullets, have no missiles in the stockpile, right? You have to have your defensive posture all the time. You're going to see more generals start going to the media and leaking information, regardless of how loyal they might have been in the past to Donald Trump.
All we have is our firsthand reporting and accounts from these family members who are experiencing this and living it day after day.
We've been hearing Donald Trump say the Strait of Hormuz is open. Everything is open, okay, which we know is not true to the extent he's implying. The USS Abraham Lincoln.
It's not true to any extent. Like, the implication is that it's open at all. It's not open at all. It's not even close to being open. It's just not true to any extent. You don't have to hand it to him. He has never stopped lying about this.
Been a part of that mission.
Yeah, it's also extra funny because it's so not open that we've decided to close it ourselves as well. So there's that element too.
And we are hearing these reports from on board. A congressman tweeted out a report saying that basically 5,000 sailors are on board. They're on month 9 of what was supposed to be a 7-month deployment. And the conditions are horrendous. Moldy showers, broken toilets, no hot water for weeks, meals that were down to half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas, stores out of deodorant, toothpaste, all this stuff. The Navy is saying, look, we haven't seen anything, literally.
They haven't had any port call in over 200 days. Shit is crazy. We only had one period where we went 60 days without a port call. The reporting about the food conditions that it's coming out also lines up exactly with my experience, where we lost the ability to restock basic supplies just due to where we were at. Friendly Waters with 3 carriers. They stocked the vending machines with mint and fucking sardines, law. Yeah, I just don't understand how the supply lines are just so busted. Is it that far away? I guess. Dog, they ignored multiple signs the dude was unwell. Exclusive, the wife of the USS Lincoln sailor who jumped overboard last week says she wasn't notified about the incident until 4 days after, and said her husband repeatedly expressed concerns over his mental health, but was brushed off. I guess they just didn't put him on a healthy enough diet of TRT. I mean, how are you going to deliver the HRT to these big, beautiful soldiers? I don't even know. If you can't deliver them fruits and vegetables and they're spoiling because you're too far out. Yeah, 5th Fleet headquarters was destroyed. Oh, that's the reason? Is that where the supply chains come from? It's Bahrain. So Iran dunking on the 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain and just, exploding it, eliminated one of the supply lines. Now, this is part of the reason why I keep saying it was hilarious that they were entertaining the notion of a full-blown military invasion of Qeshm Island, Karg Island, the Iranian coastline. This is literally why I kept repeatedly explaining to you that this was not going to happen, because you cannot, even if you defeat the conventional military on the island, okay, without too many casualties, you have no way of holding the islands. You have no way of setting up a forward operating base on these islands. You have no way of just sitting there because you have no supply lines. Because every base in the region, you said Russia wasn't invading Ukraine too? Buddy, I think it's kind of wild to try to hold on to that at this stage when I have shown time and time again in the last 3 years that I was absolutely vindicated on Israel versus the Palestinian population and certainly on the Iran war. It's kind of crazy to just be like, oh, remember, I'm a time traveler from 2022. That's a wild thing to say, especially because all of my opposition this time around for the last 3 years has one time and time again shown that they're wrong. You know, it's tough for you guys, but the best you can do is go back to 2022. You know, you're going to have to come up with something new here. And even on Ukraine, I said this would be a spectacular quagmire for Russia as well as devastating for Ukraine, and I wasn't wrong on that. My fault. My biggest mistake was assuming that a foreign adversary like Vladimir Putin would be operating on a rational basis and not as an irrational madman, some that I willingly recognize. It's changed the way I do commentary now. I no longer, as you guys know, do not view Vladimir Putin as a rational actor. I do not view Donald Trump as a rational actor. And I do not view Benjamin Netanyahu as a rational actor either. So, you know, my mistake. Straight up. That's a course correction from me. The reason why I will readily admit that is because it's clear that the previous international relations framework that we have operated off of, where foreign adversaries and the American government operate on a rational basis, is wrong. Okay? It's no way to conduct adequate analysis. You can't do that. You can't conduct rational analysis if the actors are irrational. But unfortunately, we are led by a bunch of emotional, narcissistic, petty, despotic tyrants who are actively throwing the world in a state of panic and disarray for a set of stranger and more personal ambitions. Okay? That's it. Amerikanyet says stop the hashtag Reaper genocide at UN. That's another point to the irrationality of the Trump administration, as we are simply feeding our MQ-9 Reaper drones, roughly 25% of the fleet, into the Iranian anti-air defense systems. We just keep feeding the beast, and the beast seemingly is hungry for more. 25% of its entire fleet lost at least 45 MQ-9 Reaper drones during the war with Iran. The high-demand drones cost between $30 million and $50 million apiece. That's your healthcare on fire, folks. I just need you to understand that's your healthcare. When people say, Yemen's going to find out why we don't have healthcare, that's what Yemen is finding out. You know what they're finding out? They're going, wait a minute, these guys don't have healthcare and they're sending us these drones that we can destroy? So what is going on with this money? Iran has taken out at least a quarter of the global MQ-9 fleet. Yemen destroyed at least 10%, and Iran has taken out 25%. The potential taxpayer cost of recent losses is over $1.3 billion for that weapons system alone. Hold on, I'm tweeting. USS George Washington dispatched. Yeah, I saw that. USS George Washington is headed to the Middle East to relieve USS Abraham Lincoln, according to some reports. This is just coming in today. The aircraft carrier USS George Washington will be sent to the Arabian Sea to replace USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been deployed for over 250 days, according to multiple reports. The move was first reported Thursday by Wall Street Journal. CNN is also reporting the decision, citing a U.S. official. The Office of the Chief of Naval Operations said it could not discuss plans for either carrier because of operational security concerns. The George Washington, the Navy's only forward deployed aircraft carrier, is based in Japan. The decision to send Washington to the region was a part of a regularly scheduled deployment, according to the Wall Street Journal, which cited U.S. officials. The change comes amid reports of sailors aboard Lincoln struggling with the strain of lengthy deployment, including reports of attempts by some crew members to jump overboard. Is this rage bait for Hasan? What is this? Wonderful. Money well spent, folks. Money well spent. I, for one, think this is the best use of our resources. I, for one, believe that there is no better use for our resources than this. Okay? What are you, some kind of America-hating pussy? You think we should be spending all this money, all of our productive output, all of our resources on ourselves, building our roads, building our infrastructure, building a robust manufacturing base, making sure that the next class of Americans, the next generation of Americans actually have a better education overall. They can be more competitive in the global marketplace, become more innovative, become more competitive. What are you, some kind of libtarded pussy? No thanks. No thank you. What I would like is to continue waging endless fucking wars, okay? That's right. I love bombs. I love bombing the third world. I love wars. I hate taking care of Americans. I hate it. That's real patriotism. That is real patriotism, all at the behest of a handful, just a select few petro-capitalist pedophiles. That is what I love. Yes, clip this, Fox News. Put me on board. Give me a fucking $2 million a year contract right now. Neera Tanden is on the line saying, hey, can we put you on the fucking board of the Center for American Progress? You got a bright future ahead of you, kid. That's what they're saying. That's right. Clip it and ship it, baby. I love war. Endless amounts of it. That's what we should be spending all of our resources on. Now I get why Pete Hegseth was on the decoy plane. Yes, Trump needs a handsome media guy to run the goddamn Department of War. I will be that handsome media guy. I will be your new Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump. I'm going to start drinking right now. You give me the job, I'll be just as drunk. And I can do just as many pull-ups and push-ups and crunches. Suck off our brave troops side by side. You know? Have you been possessed by the ghost of Lindsey Graham? Yep. He took over my body. I couldn't believe this headline, so I tracked down the original report and it left me even more stunned. SM3 block for 64 months, THAAD 53 months, SM6 53 months, and PAC3 42 months all require 3.5 to 5.5 years from contract award to lot completion. Yeah. Replacing an SM-3 interceptor takes up about 64 months. The U.S. just spent half of its stock on Iran. It's kind of funny because it was woke General Mark Milley alongside that dickhead Palmer Luckey that said that this was a real issue with the American procurement strategy years ago on NPR. I remember listening to that terrified. Not terrified because of what it means for American security, but terrified because these guys were signaling that they wanted to make some necessary changes and signal that Silicon Valley was entering the realm of defense. And since that has happened, we haven't really seen a lot of improvements at all, because the American military-industrial complex does not have the ultimate goal of survival. Its ultimate goal is not to develop weapons for survival. Its ultimate goal is profit. And when your ultimate goal is profit, yeah, you're going to get it's a money pit. There's going to be a tremendous defense bloat. The enshittification is destroying the military-industrial complex as well. It's making us less competent. It's destroying American military readiness. It's the last remaining American institution, last remaining competent American organization, and even that is falling apart. This is capitalism in crisis. This is capitalism eating itself, destroying itself, because without the American military, you can no longer have global capitalism either. Because without the American military, you can't have American imperialism. And without American imperialism, you are going to inevitably go back and try to squeeze the stone for as much water as possible from the American domestic labor force. You know, fascism, which is colonialism turned inward. Doors open. That's where we're at, folks. That's where we're at. Fox News can run as many articles as they want from my my Yale Union speech about the age of American empire being over, about America being in a state of permanent decay. They can yell about how scary that is, how scary my words are on that matter. But that doesn't change the reality. The reality that I mentioned on that speech, in that speech, which is the reality that it's over, it's done. We are an empire in decline. So as Americans, it's important for us to control the reins once again, to have a say in this process, to try to manage that decline, to try to manage that retreat, to make sure that it's as safe and secure for Americans as possible, and it's as safe and secure for the periphery. That is the ultimate argument. You can try to make it seem as though my statements are scary. I said the USSR, the implosion of the USSR was bad for the rest of the world. How dare you say that? You're a communist sympathizer. Fuck you. You can try to pull on the heartstrings of the reactionary masses all day, every day. At the end of the day, you are running out of bullets. You are running out of missiles. You cannot even manage a middling regional power like Iran. If you cannot dominate Iran, you definitely cannot dominate China. And the faster we acknowledge that reality, the easier and the more manageable this decline will be. If you cannot dominate far, far poorer enemies that have far less resources, whose economies we are capable of destroying by way of our sanctions regime, and yet when push comes to shove, when they're fighting an existential war and we're fighting a war simply for profit, we lose. You can't keep up the charade. The very fact that we were incapable of bringing the Houthis to heel, Yemen being a country that we have blockaded, that we'd created man-made famine in by way of Saudi Arabia's embargo, by way of Saudi Arabia's blockade, a country like that, the poorest country on the planet, was capable of withstanding our blockade, winning the civil war, and then fighting back against Israeli and American hegemony in the region and succeeding. That should have been the warning sign that we were incapable of fighting back against Iran, which is a far more industrially developed nation, a nation for the past 47 years that had hardened its defenses, hardened its manufacturing capabilities to withstand American bunker buster bombs, whose entire strategy revolves around low-cost drone strikes and relatively affordable missiles, medium-range ballistic munitions that they deployed all around the region, destroyed billions of dollars worth of assets, and embarrassed the United States of America with. But if we didn't learn that lesson from the Houthis and still did this to Iran, I don't know if we will learn that lesson from Iran and then try not to do this to China. China, which is exponentially more powerful than Iran. This is the argument of strategic retreat. This is the argument that I present when talking about the death of American empire. Whether we have a say in it or not, it's still happening. All empires fall at the end of the day, and it's clear that we're living through our empire's decline. So I present an alternative vision that puts the American labor force and the American working class back in the driver's seat. But it feels like Americans are just leaning into a hope and a dream and thinking about the glory days of American empire and refusing to recognize where we truly are at. The Houthis control 28% of Yemen today. If it weren't for Saudi intervention, they control 100% of Yemen. So that's not a good analogy, to be honest. No, that actually further proves my point. You're literally talking about an ascetic brigand, like an ascetic band of Zaidi Shias who are capable of literally dominating and bringing to heel the world's most powerful military. My point on the Houthis is not that they are a group of individuals that have established dominance over the entirety of Yemen. It's actually further proving my point. These guys can't even control the entire territory, their own country, and yet they are able to control what America can and can't do in their own backyard. America, which has the most powerful military on the planet, the most expensive military on the planet, had to wave the white flag after Operation Prosperity Guardian, and they did it twice, once under Biden and once under Donald Trump. That is remarkable. This is a funny tweet from April 16th, 2025, from this guy on Blue Sky, Weedle. He says, people make fun of Sun Tzu for his advice being basic stuff like, remember, your soldiers need food. But considering most military commanders through history were inbred fail sons of nobility, you can see why it was necessary. Pete Hegseth is not going to remember his soldiers' need for food. And that is literally what has happened. So I guess in that regard, we're going back to the old hits. We got inbred fail sons running the fucking military, right? So yeah, it turns out Sun Tzu, still correct after all these years. Apparently, this is the food being supplied right now on USS Lincoln. Disastrous. What is this thing, dude? Someone needs to explain to me what this like shiny piece is. This is so funny. Here's a half a chicken nugget, dude. What the hell is this thing? That's meatloaf, bro. That looks like straight up plastic. Protein bar from Snowpiercer. Yeah. The American military's invented something far greater than
Families of the
microplastics.
5,000
They're calling it macroplastics. That's boy dinner. It's poop from a butt. Anyway, military families confront acting Navy secretary, which also is another hilarious psychopath. His name is Hung Kao. Totally insane guy. Again, at every level, if you're a general, imagine going through the military academy, you're serving in combat, right? You read all the books, you've seen battle, your life has been under threat time and time again. You've served this country for decades. And after decades of service, you got the Navy being run by a guy named Hung Kao, who was a psychopath, like a QAnon guy. And you got the entire Department of Defense, now known as Department of War, being run by a drunk rapist fail son who was the weekend host of Fox News. And the entire reason why these guys are put into positions of power is because they're fucking insane, but they're unbelievably loyal to the incompetent monster that is Donald Trump, who's sending your ass over to increasingly worse conditions, sending your troops over to die potentially in more precarious instances of combat that they're directly getting their nose from Israel on. That's gotta hurt. Okay, that's gotta frustrate you. Lean into that frustrations, King.
Sailors and Marines
Put an end to this nonsense.
facing horrific conditions on an aircraft carrier that's deployed to the war in Iran confronted the acting Secretary of the Navy at a fiery town hall last week. That's according to two sources who attended the meeting who I spoke with. I first reported about the conditions on the USS Lincoln last week after speaking to about a dozen of the family members of the Marines and sailors on board. They told me about things like non-operational toilets, moldy showers, and the ship's store lacking basic hygiene products like toothpaste, soap, and deodorant. The Lincoln's deployment appears to be extended for a second time, and they just hit a modern-day record in the Navy for the most continuous days at sea, topping 200 days. Many of the family members who spoke...
Like, remember, this is the type of shit that the Navy had to do in, like, the Pacific Theater in World War II, you know, like fighting against the Japanese imperial forces, fighting against fascism, right? And now we're doing this because we're basically Israel's private mercenary force in the region. Why do we have to do this? There's no existential threat. As a matter of fact, it's creating an existential threat for the rest of the world, right? Like, we're just straight up doing this as like mercenary brigands, a private military for hire for Israel's belligerence and Israel's needs in the region. It is insane to me. It's also really funny because all these people said over and over again, I'm not dying for Israel. They said, I'm not dying for Israel. Kamala Harris will send us to wage war with Israel. That's why I'm voting for Trump. That's what they said. And now that reality is unfolding, and they don't got a damn thing to say. What happened? What the fuck happened?
up at the meeting were crying about the lack of hygiene products on board. And they say that they're also really worried about the fact that these long hours with very little breaks could lead to exhaustion, which could potentially lead to accidents. At times, the family members were crying in the meeting, saying that they were really worried about the fact that their loved ones were facing food shortages and also shortages in basic supplies. At one point, a woman actually said that she found it difficult to be proud of her husband's service because he had actually been questioning the mission after he had seen several news reports about innocent civilians being killed in Iran.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think the military does? I'm sorry, that's literally the job.
Comment was met with applause from the audience. Now, Navy leaders said that they're planning on sending the USS Theodore Roosevelt, another aircraft carrier, in the...
Like, there are... Okay, I need to explain something to you, right? Like, there are moments throughout history where the rubber meets the road, where the dog catches the car, you know, where people are forced to reckon with the reality that's unfolding in front of their eyes, and the institutions that previously could at least communicate an alternative set of facts, an alternative reality, can no longer lie to people. One example that I use always is your wallet, right? Like, Donald Trump can lean into these primal, these different kinds of like racial animus, transgender athletes. Like, there's a couple different choice culture war issues that Donald Trump can lean into over and over again when things are going moderately well or things are actually deteriorating, but in a slow enough pace that the average person doesn't recognize it. One example I can use, of course, is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, right? There's a level that you can't get to with our Strategic Petroleum Reserve because there is a cataclysmic impact that compounds on top of one another once we reach a certain level. Once the Strategic Petroleum Reserves are depleted past the 150 million barrel line, the salt caverns basically implode, okay? That's just a hard commodity necessary for survival. There's going to be compounding factors. And then once the salt caverns collapse in and of itself because there's not enough pressure, there's nothing you can do. You can't say gas prices are going to remain the same when there's just simply no gas, when there's simply no oil. There is nothing you can do at that point. You can't out-yap what people are experiencing, the crisis that people are experiencing. And then the entire system collapses. That's the point of no return. And given that I said earlier that I no longer treat Trump as a rational actor, I'm not so confident that Trump won't go down that rabbit hole. I'm not so confident that Trump won't keep pushing past that line thinking everything is going to be okay. It's clear that this is one of the driving forces of Trump too. The idea that everything works out in the end. Well, what happens when it doesn't? So far, as we've talked about, markets and munitions and also midterms are the three pressure points for Donald Trump. Markets are doing all right. You know, look at the Dow. Donald Trump has been able to, and also gotten a lot of help from China here as well with their strategic petroleum reserves. Donald Trump has been able to at least out-yap the markets to make sure that there's still confidence. He keeps saying he's waging war with Iran and then saying Iran is begging for a ceasefire. And these assurances have, for some reason, worked. These assurances, spot traders, China's interest in maintaining market stability and dramatically reducing its imports have allowed the world not to get into a full state of panic. But Trump's reassurances are increasingly less reliable. Because every single time he says this, well, people can still track how much how much oil we're using and how little oil we have that remains in the strategic petroleum reserves. And when you actually go to Donald Trump directly, this is from the Clash Report, he says things like this. Trump said, this is from August 9th, Trump said the U.S. is low-keying it with Iran and is only semi-negotiating while watching the country's worsening economic situation. He said Iran is in very bad shape and has little money to pay its troops. It will work out. It always works out. It's like a chess game, Trump said. Nothing bad can happen. Only good can happen. That is our moronic president. Low-key type shit. But let's hear from the masses. Let's hear from the lumpen proles.
Are you worried about
the base of Trump's movement? Here is a lady wearing a black and pink Make America Great Again hat at a Mike Rogers rally in Michigan. Let's hear what the cattle are saying. How are they responding to this situation? How are they reacting to the gas prices?
the high gas prices?
No, no, I'm not.
Why not?
Because I fill my gas tank. I use my rewards that I get at Speedway. I got 61 cents off a gallon not too long ago. That's pretty damn good. So I fill a tank. I drive where I go. I go from A to B. That's it. I'm not going to drive around everywhere.
61 cents.
She said, things are going fine. I've taken up walking. Okay, good start. Let's take a look.
Off a gallon, but the gas prices are higher, $1 higher than they were a year ago.
We've seen worse, haven't we?
Oh, definitely.
So I'm not worried about gas prices right now at all.
Do you blame Trump for the high gas prices?
No, I blame what's happening in Iran. I'm sorry. I blame what's going on in Iran.
And what's happening in Iran?
All the ships being stopped, the oil being stopped. I'm getting confused.
But that's all.
She says she's part indigenous too. Just one extra note here. I know this lady says she's like part indigenous. I know for a fact. I know she thinks she's part indigenous. She says she is part indigenous.
Stop because Trump went to war with Iran.
Stop what they're doing. Do we want a nuclear explosion? Because that's what they're going to do. We all know that. They had the power to do it. We want some isotopes, too. We want to see who did that, which we know is Obama.
Obama did what?
He gave them the...
Do not let this discourage you, okay? A couple AI videos, a couple generative AI videos could literally tweak this person's entire consciousness. That's all I'm going to say. Some of these people are cattle. It's true, okay? They're fucking stupid. They're stupid. But even stupid people are still motivated by things that harm them, okay? Obama did this, a Hadouken, gave Iran the Hadouken technique. Obama did this, is the Rasengan, taught the Iranians how to use that. So the reason why I mentioned that, no, people are pretty damn adaptable. She'll just make up more reasons why it's not Trump's fault. I mean, look, we're talking about like the peak, right? You don't have to win all of these people. You just simply don't have to win everyone. That's just not what democracy is about. You got to win 50% plus, okay? That's it. You got to win the plurality, or, in the grand scheme of things, you got to, in all of these states, make sure that you have enough people on your side. And I think Trump makes it easier every single day. Okay? Trump makes it easier every single day. But yeah, we're going to have to figure out how to deal with some of these people. But considering how easily manipulated they are, you can just dangle some keys in front of them. And they'll probably pay attention to that. Maybe a couple tweaks in the AI, a couple tweaks in their algorithm, and boom, all of a sudden they're diehard communists and woke all of a sudden. I don't know. That person was so stupid, Hasan had to reassure us. I mean, that's far from the average person. Maybe not. I don't know anymore. But my point is, there is a point of no return for these people, right? There is a point of no return for these people. There is a point where even these people will get to a level of anger and will be forced to basically reckon with their living circumstances. Do you understand? There are plenty of people, there are plenty of median voters that voted for Donald Trump that very quickly realized, for example, like the Latino voters that swung to Trump by unbelievable numbers, they very quickly realized that, Trump too was actually serious about these mass deportation initiatives. I mean, I've spoken to so many people, sometimes even on camera, about their confusion. How could Trump do this to my immediate relatives? How could Trump do this to my neighborhood? How could he do this to my community? I thought it was only the bad people that they were going to deport, right? There was a lot of that early on. There are also a lot of people who are like, oh, well, I believe Trump was going to fix the prices. I believe that Trump was going to combat inflation. But at the end of the day, if their wallets are still hurting 2 years in, it doesn't matter how much Trump talks about, transgender athletes or this or that, the imminent threats that America is facing and how we must fight back against them. They're going to say enough. I want someone to fix the prices. I want someone to ensure that I'm no longer in pain. I'm no longer struggling. We represent that change, right? And of course, there are forces within the Democratic Party that are doing everything in their power to ensure that we cannot communicate this change to the masses, that are doing everything they can to fight back against the changes, the necessary changes that are taking place. Third Way, obviously, is one of them. And Dave Weigel had a funny tweet about it. He says, Third Way since the Michigan primary. Third Way is the think tank that hates me, obviously, and hates DSA. The centrist think tank Third Way is hiring a director of anti-extremism to lead a messaging campaign against DSA. And the price point, the salary for this job, this role, is $150,000 a year. Here's Dave Weigel making a joke about it.
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hasan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life.
I personally love this meme now because Third Way, much like this washed up Nazi, this washed up pedophilic Nazi, are basically One, not only joining the ranks of washed up pedophilic Nazis and neo-Nazis, but also they themselves have become washed up in the process. So yeah. That's where we're at. Am I tripping, or did he actually say your name? Yes, that is Sam Hyde. The video is from a couple years ago where Sam Hyde was trying to revitalize his dying career as the resident not funny guy. And he went through the boxing thing, the celebrity boxing thing. And one of the interviews that he did after he won his fight was where he said, Hasan Piker, I'm coming to your house. I'm going to kill you. At the time, I wasn't very familiar with this guy at all. I didn't know anything about him. And let me tell you, everything I learned about him was against my will. And everything I learned about him made me like him a lot less. I never seen that clip. He used an Irish accent. Yes, that was his like quote unquote character. I guess he was an Irish. He was an Irish guy, fake Irish guy. Yeah. Someone else that shall not be named is teaming up with Turdway 2. During a conversation, Omni Liberal suggests he's more concerned with his party being taken over by DSA, who he considers more authoritarian. MAGA is just not on my radar very much now. All Vance has been doing is distancing. So Sex Pestany is also in the Legion. I mean, he's been already offering a lot of aid to the Republicans, so it doesn't. It's not that surprising. It's not that surprising that these guys are joining forces with Neera Tanden and all these other people, Laura Loomer, Fox News, all of these people that said they hate MAGA and that they would do everything to fight back against MAGA have found themselves telling their audience of self-identifying liberals that actually MAGA is not the real threat. Those to their left truly is the real threat. Remember, these people were very frustrated with me saying that I was not playing an active role in shaping American politics at all. And now that I have started taking a more active role, they decided, actually, we don't want you to take an active role. Please stay out of American politics. Democratic Socialists are now winning races. We don't like that. Remember, for years and years, the number one argument was, oh, Hasan is just doing this for money. He's just grifting. All he does is sit at home and react to YouTube videos. He'll never go out. As a matter of fact, I'll go so far as to say there was a time when they would literally say Nick Fuentes was a better force in American politics or a more genuine force in American politics because at least he was, putting his theories to test. That's what they used to say. They would say Hasan Piker is a grifter. Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, is a real one. As liberals, mind you. As liberals. What a strange coalition. For years and years, I said, for liberals, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. This was such a annoying thing for them to hear, right? I said, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds at times. Oops, there was a little baby F. I don't know if it's too cloudy. Maybe that's the reason. Hold on. I don't know what happened there. Well, Hasan, don't act like you did not know liberals are like this. Buddy, not everyone who self-identifies as a liberal is actually a liberal. And even self-identifying liberals can change their minds. Even Republicans and conservatives can change their minds. So in many instances, I think people do not understand, like when I talk about these issues, like my expectations are one thing, My scrutiny is another. But ultimately, I still believe that, good people, moral people can be a little misguided. Maybe they're shown my content in a very different light. Maybe they've only seen it in a negative framing, and therefore they've been deluded into thinking that I'm their enemy. These are moments that are important to show them the reality. Because while Sex Pestany is claimed to oppose MAGA, to oppose authoritarianism, to oppose Elon Musk, it's very clear that he is a mercenary. It's very clear that the only thing that he cares about is destroying people who he feels slighted by. Politics is simply just seasoning on top of that. It's just a game, right? It's just a game. And in this game of politics, for this person, there's a new opportunity, there's a new allegiance that he can cultivate. But I don't think his fan base is as invested in fighting this battle. There are, of course, some in his community that have been deluded into thinking that, yes, I do represent a far graver threat to American democracy, to American liberalism, to the American future. But it's not all of them. Right? So I think when they see stuff like this, there are plenty of people who either never see stuff like this, never see these sorts of communications coming out of this guy and his community. But there are those who, when they see stuff like this, go, okay, this is a bridge too far. There's always this is a bridge too far moment for good people, kind people who maybe are a little misguided.
Okay. But no matter who should be fucking part of that. I'm sorry, but like that is like the lesser of two evils argument. Like there is, I don't think it's ever a reasonable position to say that you're just not going to vote because you don't like both of the candidates. Like there's always a lesser of two evils there, and that you're only just going to get a worse fucking country if you start sitting out of elections and allowing the greater of two evils to win, like fucking 2024.
Yeah, but I'm just not worried. I know people don't like this take. I'm just not. MAGA is just not like on my radar very much now. Like that election came and went. I don't think the Congress really matters that fucking much. I mean, I'm doom repel. I don't think we're gonna get big investigations of the fucking Congress over this shit. So that's what's more concerning to me is watching my party getting taken over by people that I do consider authoritarians, who are, and who've already exercised power to attack me personally, and then who want to exercise more power in the Democratic Party to change it, and they're openly said as much. Like those are what I think are the big threats that I'm worried about.
You're not worried about Vance. He's way scarier and Christian.
Yes, I was about to say, like I'm afraid of what comes next.
He's been having struggle sessions and calling anyone who doesn't hate you and call you an animal abuser, anti-Semitic. I'm not joking, to win. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna win a lot of favors in the liberal crowd, especially because, like I said, many of these other people do recognize the threat of Trumpism. They do recognize the threat of MAGA. They do understand that Trump is literally a fucking fascist, and they're clearly willing. They're clearly willing to overlook some of Destiny's personal failures because they have seen him as a competent figure in the anti-MAGA movement. They see him as a guy who's their warrior, their fighter, a fighter for liberalism. Well, MAGA is a post-liberal, illiberal, fascist movement. And it is the greatest threat to the United States of America. So if you start saying things like, oh, MAGA is not that big of a deal, DSA is actually that big of a deal, well, a lot of people are going to look at you funny. They're going to say, what the fuck are you talking about? These guys are still working within the ranks of the Democratic Party. They're a part of this coalition. It's very clear that they want to punish Donald Trump, hold him accountable for ICE, hold him accountable for the Iran war, hold him accountable for his unbelievable levels of corruption. I'm sorry, many people who hear stuff like this are going to look at you funny. They're going to look at you like you're an insane person, okay? No matter how many negative clips they've seen of me, no matter what kind of attitude they have over someone like myself, there are plenty of people who are a part of this movement that they like. Zohran Mamdani is a great example of this. AOC is another great example. There's plenty of people who love Bernie Sanders. There's plenty of people who love the candidates that we've actually propped up in this community, candidates that we've fought hard for. So even if they don't like me, they can still say, well, honestly, I don't like Hasan that much. I've seen a lot of clips. I've seen too many clips of him in a negative light. I will never reconsider his position. But even I can recognize that he's working to get great people elected. Right? Because whether these guys like it or not, we are more a part of this coalition right now, this anti-Trump coalition, than they are. And especially when they present themselves as not real anti-Trump forces, they're going to lose. I mean, they've already lost sight of the reality. They've already lost sight of who actually represents the greatest danger here. And I don't think their audiences are going to follow them along on this.
I am worried about Vance. And what has Vance been doing for the past fucking year? For anybody that's been watching, all Vance has been doing is distancing himself from
distancing himself from Trump.
Getting
Yes.
greedy.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
he's
his
getting
obsession with
greedy.
attack MAGA. It's not going to help you at all against Trump. It's not going to help you at all against JD Vance. It's not going to do fuck all for Vance. Because all Vance has spent his time doing is distancing himself from the dumb shit that the Trump administration is doing. But nobody's even talking about fighting against Vance. They're just using the MAGA boogeyman to try to provide unconditional support for these fucking lefty blue candidates. Watch the way these guys treat Crowley after this Wisconsin race. They're never fucking talking about this race again. They're completely ready to jump ship and abandon this one. And they waited to the exact fucking same.
Now, their narrative is you aren't helping those candidates but dragging them down. Yeah, of course. But those candidates also don't see it that way. So I don't know why. I guess like cognitive dissonance is a very powerful force here. So I don't know how they square that circle in their minds, but it doesn't matter because plenty of people don't do that, right? There are far more people who see the clip on ABC where AOC goes on ABC and is like, yeah, this is cancel culture. I don't think we should be attacking people for like things that they've said in the past. The Democrats wanted to bring in more of these like disillusioned youth voters back into the fucking fold, and Hasan is capable of doing that. So no, I don't think we should be focusing on that. Like more people see that and agree with that commentary than hear whatever kind of nonsense these people are saying.
In Michigan as well, if El Sayed would have lost to Stevens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is part of that. Like, I think tying him to this and having those like truth and reconciliation moments where you're actually moving towards something. I think that like Vance is obviously tied to the Trump administration and the things that he's done while being part of this administration. It's been in the fucking papers. We know what it was that he did sitting in the fucking war room, planning on how they were going to cover up the fucking Epstein files and shit. Like, I know that that's not a major deal, but these are the types of fucking like sneaky weaselly shit that they do. And those things need to be heard in front of Congress, not just put in the New York Times.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah. It's clear that he's trying to position himself as saying like JD Vance doesn't represent the same nefarious forces of MAGA and that the DSA itself is actually far more consequential and far more damaging to the United States of America. That's what it is. Right? That's what it is. Once again, worse instincts, even for a grifter, even if you're totally an amoral actor, a total mercenary, you once again demonstrate the worst possible instincts in this moment because, like, MAGA is getting increasingly more bold. They're attacking free speech. They're attacking due process. They're obviously invested in jailing dissidents, right? So to join forces with them at the peak of their decline and at the peak of their animus, at the peak of their violence, their illiberal tendencies, you're not going to win anything in the long run. It blows my mind that you think that if MAGA was successful in this moment, that they would simply stop with your personal enemies, people like myself, and they wouldn't go after Jimmy Kimmel, for example. After all, in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, the first target wasn't me. The first target was Jimmy Kimmel. And Jimmy Kimmel is obviously one person, but he's representative of the Trump administration's attitude on this issue. Even someone as vanilla as Jimmy Kimmel is in the crosshairs. That should be a wake-up call for liberals, and I think it was a wake-up call for many liberals, right? But for some, it's very clear that their personal animus, their narcissism gets in the way of them making real commentary in this moment. And they're trying to do their very best. People like Sex Pestany, they're trying to do their very best to just like hold on to their remaining audience that engages in these kinds of smear operations, try to direct those folks to Republicans, to aid the Republicans in their goal of creating a better media environment that they think is going to help overcome the +7 national Democratic environment. If you do that, you're no different than a Republican. You're basically just a Republican. If you're aiding and abetting the Republicans, whether you work for a neoliberal think tank like Third Way, whether you're Neera Tanden at Center for American Progress, if you're aligning with these forces, if you're aligning with the likes of Laura Loomer, these odious forces in American politics, you are illiberal. You are not a Democrat. You are not a liberal at all. Where was this energy for MAGA? So, look, this guy's doing the same thing. Didn't you forget about due process when you said you supported Trump jailing Adam Schiff? Yeah, like one joke about my own fucking congressman that I voted for. Like, it's so clear that your anger and resentment has nothing to do with politics. You saw a clip and you're trying to circulate it over and over again to justify Trump jailing political dissidents. Okay? You're doing it with a sock account, or you're doing this under the guise of anonymity because you are more focused on trying to undermine this broad movement, this broad anti-Trump movement, right? You're wasting time doing this. And I know you think you'll never be in the crosshairs of this administration if you play ball, or perhaps you think that the administration will just go after people like myself, and then they won't go after your enemies. Destiny gave quotes to Fox News about Zoran. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, he's 100%. He at this point, it's like he's like collaborating with the enemy here. But yeah, anyway, everything turns into these factional fights that are increasingly less consequential, increasingly more insignificant. Hold on. Doors open. I urge people to wake up to this reality. If there are liberals here who are like, you know what, I don't fully agree with everything that you advocate for. I've seen too many negative clips of yours on the timeline. Like, Trump has been going at us because of you. You're not on the team yet. You pretend to represent it. Oh my God. You are so dumb. You think Trump went after Jimmy Kimmel because of me? You think Trump went after Jimmy Kimmel because he was really mad about me? You think Republicans think Nancy Pelosi is a communist for years prior to me actually being on the fucking media team? And in any way, shape, or form being a part of the broader coalition of Democrats? You have horse blinders on. You are openly... Listen. You've lost your mind, dude. In a weird way, you end up... This is a which side are you on moment, okay? Are you on the side of American fascists? Are you handing it to the fascists and saying, well, they are kind of correct on this? Or are you an anti-fascist? That's the question, right? And it's clear that you think that there is a nefarious force here. Someone like myself represents a far more nefarious force than Trump. And you haven't actually figured out that this is insane. You cannot recognize your own madness in this moment. You handed it over to the fascists. Okay, am I, as you brought up here, a bad and negative force on a campaign, or am I a positive one? Right? Because you're trying to spell here that I am a negative, depressive force for voter turnout for Francesca Hong. Now you're saying you handed it over to the fascists in 2024, implying that I didn't sufficiently entertain campaigning with Kamala Harris, door knocking for Kamala Harris. This doesn't make sense. Am I a negative force on the campaigns that I associate with, or a positive one? Do you want me to appear alongside your candidates, or do you not want me to appear alongside your candidates? Make up your mind. The only thing consistent here is just your personal hatred for me. Do you now understand that you don't have to selfishly campaign with Kamala? You can just tell your fans to vote for her? Selfishly campaign. So now campaigning for a candidate is now a selfish thing that I'm doing. None of this makes sense. You understand that, right? I voted for Democrats my entire life. I will never vote for a Republican. I oppose Republicans every step of the way. You are seemingly, admittedly, more comfortable with Republicans than you are with people like myself. Do you not realize? Do you not realize that about yourself? You have designed a world for yourself. Yes, you making yourself the face of Abdul's campaign is selfish. My friend, I don't know if you realize this, but Abdul's the one who asked me to campaign with him. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you think this came about. You think I was like, hey, man, Abdul, I would really love to go out and campaign with you. Is that what you think took place? You're doing the thing again, by the way. For the record, the overwhelming majority of my community voted for Kamala Harris. We have the proof. We ran the polls on election night. So again, none of what you're saying makes sense. So at what point will you recognize that this is just pure anger and resentment that someone else has put you up for? I'm not. You're just pretending to not understand the difference. Endorsing does not equal clout sharking off candidates. Okay, answer my question. How do you think I find myself doing candidate interviews and then even going on the campaign trail with them? And it's not clout sharking at all. I don't think you understand. This doesn't benefit me at all. As a matter of fact, associations with candidacies and candidates in general has only brought tremendous amounts of enmity in my direction. But again, it's inconsistent. Is it better for me to sit at home and react to YouTube videos, or is it better for me to go out and actually, lose viewership, lose money, do all that? Is there anything that I can do that you would consider to be positive? I don't think so. I think your animus is driven by something different. It's just you hate me and there's nothing I can do that's correct. And you're trying to find a way to justify it in your mind. And that's why you keep finding these like inconsistent positions and you keep revealing these inconsistent positions because you have decided that I am an ontological evil, right? That's fine. I mean, it's okay. But it's pure hate. It's not a political difference that you have with me. So that's what you need to realize. You can door knock, you can campaign with candidates, making inflammatory remarks because you know it'll get clicks while also making things harder for Abdul is the issue. Brother, you are speaking at the behest of a campaign and a candidate that doesn't feel this way. I don't know how you have developed a parasocial relationship with a person that I know personally. And you were telling me about a relationship that you are not privy to that's based entirely on, once again, resentment that you have developed towards me. This doesn't make sense. And half of those inflammatory comments are not even necessarily inflammatory comments. They're just comments that are clipped out of context. Are you saying Abdul being attached to you, having to defend your statements instead of pushing for his answers, answering endless questions if he disavows, none of that makes it harder for Abdul? I'm saying that Abdul is crafty enough to take that additional media attention into a victory as he did. He won the primaries against all odds, against an 11-1, 12-1 outside expenditure, much of which was coming from AIPAC. And he literally used that moment in the spotlight to his advantage. That is what happened already. We don't have to entertain a different reality. That is exactly what happened. He was in third place. It was a relatively sleepy race for some weird reason. And he was crafty enough and capable enough to be able to take that additional media opportunity and media time and show people where he stood on all issues. He won. Libtards genuinely think that you invite yourself. They genuinely think Hasan invites himself to campaign. So true, King. See you in Wisconsin, right? Yeah, that is the case. I think they literally think that I have some kind of like insane like hypnosis power. Are you also crying? Aren't you also crying about all the attention being on your inflammatory remarks instead of Abdul's policies and goals? No, that's for me. Abdul has done a fantastic job talking about how silly it is to constantly hyper focus on people yelling about a Twitch streamer. Of course, I personally don't like that there are a shit ton of people who are literally lying about what my positions are. Chatter, one of the most egregious things that the RNC is now doing as their media strategy is claiming that I am a person who wants to go back to a time, sincerely go back to a time when like race-based lynchings were taking place. This was a Scott Jennings clip. This is the RNC strategy. It was the initial clip came from the RNC, and now Scott Jennings is highlighting it. This is such an egregious lie. It is such an egregious instance of defamation that numerous people who fucking hate me, like literally hate me, have actually gone out to bat and said, this is the worst instance of defamation that I have seen. I hope you sue him, which I am. I'm in the process of I'm working through litigation right now. So Like, you got people like Joe Walsh, dude. Joe Walsh fucking hates me. He's called me a terrorist. Joe Walsh, who hates me, like personally hates me, who has called me a terrorist, who said I'm like the most toxic individual in American politics. Joe Walsh, who was no fan of mine, who openly, readily admits it. He said, as you know, I'm no fan of Pikers, but Scott Jennings should have his ass sued on this one. He completely and purposely lied about and defamed Piker. Jennings is a fraud. He gets paid big money by CNN to play a role, to lie. And by the way, I turned against Trump 8 years ago. I was a syndicated talker for Salem Media Group. They're an openly Christian company. Christians don't approve of lying, right? Piker should sue the heck out of Salem as well. This is a person who despises me. What is this? Bro didn't even vote for Abdul. Have you seen the disgusting people happy about Biden's cancer? What? How do you find that in his logs? Oh, I can't bring myself to vote for Abdul al-Sayed, but don't worry, I do feel a little shame in not voting blue. Brother, do you have any first principles? Do you have any moral compass? When will you realize that your personal animus towards a fucking Twitch streamer is guiding your whole life? You have become no different than what you oppose. MAGA. But unlike MAGA and their undying loyalty and admiration to the actual president, you have undying loyalty and admiration to a fucking Twitch streamer who operates a goddamn sex cult that, and so much so that you literally watch and follow his orbiters like Hutch, and you hang on every word that he says, and you don't realize that he's lying to you, and he is pushing you down this increasingly strange pipeline where you are inevitably going to find yourself on the opposing side to the anti-MAGA forces. You are there right now. You can snap out of it. Okay? Yeah. The clip compilations and every out of context clip post that comes from Destiny's community, they actively feed it to Republican operatives and then blame you for the clip being spread. It's so disingenuous for them to pretend that you're making the campaign look bad. Yeah, they're actively trying to do a disservice. It's not even successful, by the way. But even when it's not successful, they go, don't you have any shame? It's actually perfectly reasonable not to rely on people that full-throatedly support terrorism. I don't support Israel, man. I don't. I don't support Israel's actions in Palestine. Do you? Because that's terrorism. Now we arrive at least some like reasoning behind it. Maybe it's Islamophobia. You know, that could be at least something I can put my hands on, right? I don't support MAGA. They have some messages hidden in auto mod. Why are you obsessed with Destiny? Any Hutch viewers a Destiny viewer now? Yeah, I would assume so, yeah. I don't think that's that crazy. He knows it too. This is their political output watching your stream. Yeah, no, I know. That's all this motherfucker does every day. And these people unironically think they're playing a role in American politics, and they can't understand why they're like increasingly irrelevant. Because that's all they do. At some point, you got to realize this is not real politics. He's just duping you into believing that he's doing some kind of real politics, but it's just his own personal envy that is the driving force here. His own personal envy, his own personal narcissism. He just tries to mask it as though he's like the defender of liberalism. Meanwhile, all of the people who oppose him, even if they're like active allies, active liberals, trust me, they all become illiberal, right? As soon as they oppose the cult leader, as soon as anybody dares to oppose the cult leader, they all become illiberal monsters. They all become tankies. Don't you find that strange? People that you watch for years, people that you like. Some of them are terrified to oppose him because of the incredibly tight ship that he runs. They'll call all these other liberal guys anti-Semitic and illiberal. Isn't that strange how that happens as soon as there's any disagreement with Destiny?
Keith, I assume you're a liberal. I'm not trying to. And is that correct? Do you identify as a liberal? Are you a socialist? Like, how do you?
Yeah, liberal. Yeah.
I don't even want to fucking dude, please. It's just, what are we doing, man? We're going down the fucking rabbit hole. I don't give a shit. All right. Yeah, honestly, Blue Sky loves the idea. Today, Hasan said he will explore legal action, and he absolutely should. That Jennings said this on Salem Media's airwaves, known to be an Israel propaganda project run by Trump's ex-campaign manager, makes it even more worth doing. Yeah. Here's the thing. This is why I always say, like, there are plenty of people out there who find it completely unconscionable. People who are not my biggest fans, mind you, including people like Joe Walsh, who find it utterly unconscionable that some of the most odious forces in American politics are actively coming after me and lying and using any opportunity to justify unlimited attacks on American democracy. There are plenty of liberals who hate that shit. Their entire Reddit and stream is just calls to action to email any event you take part in, brigade the comments on any collab you participate in, and compile clips for the RNC. We're in the middle of the midterms and they haven't done anything. Exactly. At some point, you have to realize, like, if you're a part of this community, at some point you have to realize, like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I a part of this project? Like, how did I stray so far? Because I know at a certain point you watched a clip. You watched a clip of Destiny or something, like defeating a MAGA Republican, and you were like, wow, this guy's awesome. This guy's really dunking on these fucking losers, right? And you thought, like, oh, I'm a liberal, he's a liberal, and he maybe, like, taught you a couple things as well, and you started developing this, like, parasocial relationship with him. But 5 years later, you're literally just using every fucking opportunity you have to unironically try to harm the Democratic Party's chances in maintaining a Senate majority because of the personal envy and animus that your cult leader has. I'm sorry, you're not doing shit. You're not doing anything productive. You're no longer a liberal. You are not actively serving the interests of the RNC. You're now actively trying, and I think you will fail, by the way, but you are now actively serving the interests of the Republican Party. You're actively serving the interests of MAGA. That's what you're doing when you attack fucking parts of the Democratic coalition. That's it. Yeah. Announced in a New York Times story that has generated significant commentary is what you would write in a memo to donors, which is what Third Way Matt is doing. Clearly, they think using $15 million to fight the left is better for fundraising than $15 million versus Republicans. They might be right. Yeah. In this day and age, right now, if you are literally spending all of your resources attacking the left flank instead of attacking Trump, then you are pro-Trump, because that's precisely what the Republicans are leaning into. Republicans want to cause division in the ranks. Republicans want to make it seem as though the Democrats are not united. Republicans want to do everything in their power to drive a wedge between left forces, the DSA, and centrist Democrats who want to protect their corporate sponsorships and want to protect their comfortable sinecures. That is exactly what's going on. The base will not fall for it. I don't believe that the base will fall for it, right? And here's another great example of this. Like the pro-Israel lobby behaves in this way, and its attack dogs behave in this way. Look, they're immediately attacking Pramila Jayapal. Why are they doing this? Why is GNS writing an attack ad on Pramila Jayapal? It's because Pramila Jayapal came out today and said that the University of Washington engaged in a horrendous mistake and that they should reconsider their decision. Pramila Jayapal says, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, I have been absolutely clear that free speech is a constitutional right that we must all stand up and protect. I have been communicating my concerns about the cancellation of the Hasan Piker event directly to the university, and they have informed me that they are doing an internal review to ensure this never happens again. I encourage student groups who want to hear from Mr. Piker to work with the university to ensure that they can proceed. To which I responded with, we must fight back against the undemocratic and un-American forces of Trumpism, which means protecting free speech and due process, two fundamental rights Trump is actively seeking to destroy at this moment. And of course, immediately after that, JNS writes this article. Immediately after that. Here's the thing. We have to close ranks. We have to unify at all costs. Because the Republican strategy of claiming that the Democrats are a bunch of commies, that strategy isn't to win over independents. That strategy isn't to win over moderates. That strategy is to divide the base. And unfortunately, they know that people like Neera Tanden will lean into it. They know that people like Neera Tanden, first and foremost, want to protect their fucking jobs. They want to protect serving the interests of corporations and be the connective tissue between corporate lobbyists and hand-selected candidates. So that's what they're leaning into. So if you are a liberal, it's time to lock in. Do not feed into that division. You must not. I mean, look. There are insane people out there for sure, especially on Twitter. I think their brains are just fried by the algorithm, right? But like one of the great examples is this. David Crowley came out. And he said, oh, I don't want to have, oh my God, look at these fucking context notes. There's LSF. Hasan has spent over 2 years attacking the Democrats and telling people they're exactly the same as Republicans. Oh my God, dude. Anyway, before we get to that ridiculous brigaded context note on the fucking neo-Nazi website, where the fuck is it? Oh, David Crowley. Last night, David Crowley was asked, like, oh, would you campaign with Hasan or something, right? And I was, and he said, no, of course not. He's too divisive, which is fine. It's his, that's his prerogative. It's fine. I responded with, this is devastating news for me. I, however, wish Crowley the best of luck for the Wisconsin trifecta. I hope he takes some of the great policies that brought out 300,000 Wisconsinites into consideration as the Dems work to defeat Tom Tiffany as a unified front. This guy responded with, move on. That's literally what I'm doing. Which implies that they don't understand what they're reading. It's just pure anger. And then the replies did the same exact thing. Are you going to call for people to unite for Crowley like you did a week ago? Or do you only do that when your candidate wins? It's like, dude, what do you think is going on? And I don't know if this is just a fucking bot farm. This got to be a bot farm, right? It has to be. There is no way that these are real human beings with a fucking functioning frontal lobe. And they're like, nope, I'm gonna do a gotcha here. Because I don't understand it. I'm like, what? What the hell is going on? Like, I'm saying, like, it's time to unify and defeat the Republicans. And the replies are like, oh, what about unifying to defeat the Republicans, dumbass? Nope, not bots. They immediately post your tweets on their Reddit to boost the context note, or just the reply the moment the context note gets added. They post it on r/getnoted to further dunk on you, but it doesn't work. That doesn't do anything. Do you understand? Like, that's why it's like so strange to me. Like, this operation, this influence peddling operation that's directed in the direction of one guy on the internet. Like, you're not doing anything. You know? I don't know what the purpose of this is. Yes, I saw this already, and I didn't like what Tony Evers said. They also spammed the link in their chat, the comment, and community. I know, but like ultimately, I need you to understand something. Ultimately, this doesn't do anything, okay? That's what the problem is. Now the Republicans are doing it, and they're feeding this shit to the Republicans, but like, it, again, like, most people recognize what the fuck is going on. So I don't understand what purpose this serves if you're just like diluting your own marginal community at this point on the internet to be like, yeah, actually, MAGA is a far better force for American politics than this fucking random Twitch streamer. It's just mental illness. Yeah. When the hell did Hasan Piker become a litmus test? He's a streamer. Most voters have not heard of him until recently. But he'll campaign with a Republican who agrees with MAGA on 95% of the issues. What happened in Big Tent? Or is it only reserved for data center and AIPAC supporters? Like, him saying that, for the record, him saying that doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it would be an inauthentic campaign if I were to go out and be like, I love David Crowley. Like, It's not something that I was planning on doing. I mean, I hope he wins, of course. But like, it's a rather strange question anyway, right? But like, what I don't understand is the very same people that were like, oh, why don't you go out and campaign for David Crowley are now also saying, lol, David Crowley distanced himself from me. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, I didn't ask for it. But yeah. It's a strange predicament. Yusuf Manayar says, pay attention to how much some folks want to focus conversations on Hasan Piker. They do so because they don't want to have a conversation to be about things that actually matter because they have so little to offer. Yes, if Trump and his media outlets like Fox and had anything tangible to offer, Americans would be talking about that. But when all you have are Middle East wars of aggression, high prices, stagnating wages, and data centers, you want to fixate on a Twitch streamer instead. That's what this is. And I clocked it. I clocked it from the start, which is precisely why I don't understand how Democrats or some Democrats are leaning into it. It's very stupid. And it's not just me, it's DSA as well, right? And it's not just me and DSA, it's even Abdullah Sayed, who's not DSA. And these guys are playing into it. They're playing into the Republican animus. And the reality is that animus is not going to motivate independents to stay at home. That animus is simply trying to cause conflict within the base of the Democratic Party. Yeah. David Sirota says, my dispassionate macro analysis of why media elites and corporate Dems so loathe Hasan the Hun is that it's about power and business. He's built an audience without their permission, and he uses his platform to amplify populist Dems who also aren't asking their permission. He threatens corporate Dems and corporate media's political attentional monopoly, and they're extremely mad about it. And it's crazy because like I would much prefer a more collaborative relationship here. So I don't know what the fuck these guys think is going to happen eventually. I guess their goal is to get someone to come and like kill me, right? Like eventually the problem will take care of itself. America's a very violent country. Eventually someone with a gun is going to fucking try to murder him and his family, and then we'll be done with this problem. I think that's like basically the goal for the centrist liberals. Because like, it's truly alarming that Neera Tanden at this liberal think tank at Center for American Progress is highlighting and collaborating with Laura Loomer. And now former workers at Center for American Progress, like Matt does, and numerous others, are demanding answers. Wajahad Ali worked for Center for American Progress. Matt does work for Center for American Progress. Wajahad Ali says, Center for American Progress was published the anti-Islamophobia report, Fear Inc., which I co-authored, has its president, Neera Tanden, now actively promoting the biggest proponent of Islamophobia. The center urgently needs to clarify whether there has been a change in position and policy. Do you all approve of this? If so, why? Matt Duss says, as a co-author of that report, I would also like to know what's going on here at Neera Tanden. To your point, I'm going to say this once, and it's really easy to understand. The main reason why Fox News is covering Hasan so much is, yes, because he has influence and has to frame him in a negative light. But the real reason it's constant slander is because they want some nut to kill him. Yeah. No, that's literally what it is. That's what's going on for sure. And Neera Tanden is playing into it. It is crazy. You're an anti-capitalist. Why would a billionaire-owned mainstream media outlet ever treat you as an ally? I just can't imagine CNN ever not treating you as an enemy, because this is a moment where there is a far more devastating force in American politics. A far more devastating force in American politics that is threatening to everything, our way of existence, and that is fascism. Okay? Trump 2.0 is straight up fascist. It's not like a joke. It's not just exaggerated anymore. It is here. And we live in the post World War II universe. Liberals have to budge a little bit from their pro-capitalism position in an effort to lock in and create the most resilient force, the most resilient anti-fascist force that they possibly can muster. Yeah. She says, not a Loomer fan at all, though I agree with her Ukraine view, but on this, she's right. That's what she said. And then she deleted it and then simply retweeted it. Sadly, I think everyone will unite against you. I don't think so. I'm not trying to be combative, but how do you reconcile the fact that liberalism sides with fascism historically? There's two components here. And it's important to recognize. Number one, a powerful social democrat who is a liberal at the end of the day actually chose the right side of history. His name was FDR. Okay? So, on the one hand, if you look at Nazi Germany, liberals thought collaborating with the fascists would keep them at bay, would allow them to control the flow of capital once again. And that led to Adolf Hitler rising to power, concentration camps, the Holocaust, and everything else. But on the other side, there was a collaborative effort between the Soviets, Stalin, FDR, and Winston Churchill. We live in the aftermath of that successful collaboration between liberals and communists. That's my point. My point is there's a bad example of liberals collaborating with the fascists and fascists taking over, and there's a good example of liberals collaborating with the communists to defeat fascism, at least for the short term. Now, people will then point to the Cold War immediately afterwards, but that's a bridge we will cross when we get there. There is a far larger problem here. Okay? The far larger and far more immediate issue is fascism. I'm not saying liberals aren't opportunists. I'm saying that they should recognize the moment and the necessity for this moment.
All right, y'all. So Fox News is high-key panicking over the upcoming midterms and the fact that, Republicans are down in like literally every single poll, and it's looking like they're going to get their...
You used to understand that liberals would systematically choose fascism over communism. It's not an individualist thing. Electoralist brain fried your Marxist world view, bro. Brother, I need you to understand. I just gave you an example from history where liberals, liberal institutions, liberal governments collaborated with communists to create the most powerful anti-fascist force in the interim period. Okay? That is where we're currently at. There are two examples that America could follow. Either the FDR example is the one that they follow, or it's the German liberal example that they can follow. If they follow the German liberal example, America will become the Fourth Reich with nuclear arms. It's already heading down that direction. If they follow the FDR example, America will be able to create a powerful enough force to oppose fascism, a powerful enough anti-fascist force to oppose fascism. And yes, that requires collaborating with and consolidating support around, at times, socialists, anti-capitalists. So there's an example for both of these realities. So that's why I keep stressing the importance for self-identifying liberals to recognize the dangers that are ahead and figure out which side they will be on. Will they side with the fascists and assume that the problem will go away? Or will they side with the anti-fascists before it's too late? Germans didn't elect fascism. That point is bullshit. Dude. The appointment is what I'm talking about. Liberals and capital owners always thought that they could contain the fascist growth and they could weaponize fascists against communists. This happened in Mussolini's Italy in his rise to power, and it certainly happened with Adolf Hitler. They thought they could contain the fascists. They thought fascism may be even necessary. Okay? What is this? Since chat needs a refresher? I'm not going to go through this right now.
Clocks cleaned. And this is wild, bro. This is wild stuff. But shout out to Hasan because he posted on Twitter.
You failed a moment when you refused to explicitly endorse and encourage voting for Kamala Harris. Okay, dude. Got it. Well, you're failing the current moment. So what does that say about you? You're worse than me, I guess. You understand? Like, what is this constant, like, appetite for punishment, dude? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Let it go. The candidate lost. The candidate and the campaign lost. If you don't recognize that there is fault in the hands of the campaign and the candidacy, as I do for Francesca Hong, as I do for all my candidates that lose, then what the fuck are we doing? It's been 2 years and you're still trying to vote shame in a community that overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris simply because I found it a bridge too far to endorse an ongoing genocide. Goes to show that you are a deeply indecent, dishonest, and childish individual. And it's very funny that you're doing this while simultaneously demanding I stay away from campaigns. If you think my association or endorsement for any candidacy or campaign is a negative, which is the argument that you're presenting now, then why the fuck are you still complaining that I didn't actually ruin Kamala Harris's chances by staying far the fuck away, by not endorsing her? After all, the Republicans would have used the same clips that you're circulating right now to attack Kamala Harris with my endorsement, as they're doing to John Ossoff, for example. You know? Republicans are attacking John Ossoff too, only because I offhandedly mentioned that I like John Ossoff. So is that a significant line of attack? None of what you're saying makes sense. And it's not supposed to, because the only consistent position that you hold is deep disdain for me. That's the problem. That's not real politics. That's just you operating as someone's loyal soldier, fighting someone else's battles because they duped you into believing that I am ontologically evil and a force that must be destroyed. They duped you into believing that his selfish pursuit of trying to make my life miserable every single fucking day is somehow a healthy substitute for real political progress, real political action. If you care about liberalism, if you care about democracy, you have to wisen up. That is the argument that I'm making. You are literally fucking coming in here to operate like a MAGA loyalist. You are channeling MAGA's lines of attacks. You are giving legitimacy and credence to MAGA's ultimate goal of dividing the base, while simultaneously complaining that I didn't sufficiently promote Kamala Harris in 2016. It doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense to you because you're driven by someone else's resentment and envy. Or 2024, fuck. Sorry. Being a nuisance to someone like myself, or even giving credence to the Republican lines of attack, finding clips for the Republicans like Sex Pestany has done when he has time from his, revenge porn court case that he has to deal with. Shouts out if he's watching. When you do stuff like that, okay, you're helping the Republican midterm strategy. You're just making it a little bit more difficult for the Democrats overall. But the question is like, why do you want to do that? Because let's say I go away, or let's say every single candidate going forward disavows me, says, oh my God, we did such a mistake. I cannot believe that we hung out with Hasan Piker. I am so sad, right? And let's say I go away. The Republican attacks aren't going to change. They're still going to use the clips that the Epstein community put together, and they're going to say, look at these fucking hypocritical losers. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand? They're going to say, look at these hypocritical losers. Why did you hang out with him in the first place? It's because you agree with everything he's ever said. So what you're supposed to do in this situation to undermine the Republican strategy is to tackle the form. You're supposed to turn around and say, why the fuck would a random Twitch streamer be relevant in this conversation? You're not supposed to lean into what the Republicans are trying to present as like a dangerous force in American politics just because your sex pest cult leader has personal envy in his heart and a deep desire to destroy anyone that has ever made him feel small, anyone that's ever made him feel insecure, and especially in this very moment, feel very insecure about his lack of political ambitions and his lack of political impact. And the reason why he has diminished his credibility in this field is because of the exact type of things that he's doing right now. It's because he's busy constantly feeding his narcissistic immediate desires, whether that be sexual gratification or whether that be advancing his own personal animus. He could have just locked in, debated Republicans. He could have just like went and found, I don't know, centrist establishment Democrats to align with that wouldn't see him as a burden on the campaigns. I'm sure there would be some. I mean, I know he's tried to do it in the past, but his mouth got in the way. That's the problem. The reason why he is a fucking failure is because of his own personal ego. He cannot see anything beyond his ego, beyond his base desires to destroy people who have humiliated him. And it's funny because I think my life would be better and his life would be better if he just stopped doing this shit. Unironically, if he just stopped doing this and instead tried to, use his resources, use his time, use his mind on something more productive, he could probably be a more impactful political figure. Yeah. For the liberals in this chat, ask yourself why I don't have any issues with Isaiah Martin. I talk to him. I like him. I have no issues with Adam Mockler. I talk to him. I like him. I have no issues with Midas Touch. I've celebrated and defended Midas Touch for years as a Bush era liberalism that I appreciate. The type of liberalism that I grew up in, the environment that I grew up in. Why don't I have this kind of issue with any of those guys, even if I don't agree with them politically? Same with the Podjons. Why? Same with Dean. Same with Parker. Why don't I have an issue with those guys? Because I don't think they're an impediment to progress, and I think they understand the necessity for as broad a movement as possible. Winning in the game of politics is about addition, not subtraction. Okay? The reality of the matter is, I'm not even trying to subtract the sex pest. He's doing that all on his own. He's positioning himself as siding with the fucking fascists in an effort to attack his left flank. Yeah. Adam Mockler loves Zoran. They're not crying about DSA the entire time. And they also understand that the DSA's popularity is the popularity of the anti-Trump force, the popularity of defending American democracy. Do you understand? That's it. The saddest part of this entire ordeal is there are a lot of people who are, I think, otherwise kind people who have been deluded into getting this negative polarization from constant negative clips, people saying over and over again, Hasan hates liberalism, Hasan hates liberalism. When I talk about like how easy Republicans dupe liberals, you know, again, clip after clip. When I talk about, oh my God, I fucking hate these liberals, I'm literally talking about how liberals are not fighting hard enough against the Republicans, or how liberals are getting duped by the Republicans. That is my argument. And then you prove that point by coming in here and attacking me alongside the rest of the fucking Republicans in a very important midterm, perhaps one of the most important. Do you understand? There are so many people who get mad at the scratch a liberal in a fascist bleeds moment and then behave like that. I feel like you hate when people accuse you and or community for not voting for the libs like Harris or whatever hard enough, but you also hate when people say you're sheepdogging voters to vote for the Dems. No. I hate when people say that I'm actually taking the revolutionary potential of the masses and feeding it back into bourgeois democracy for no discernible reason other than my own cynical desires to be a prominent figure in the Democratic Party. Okay? This idea that I'm some cynical grifter, some cynical right-wing grifter from the communist perspective that isn't trying to create an environment of sufficient response to Donald Trump, to fascism, by any means necessary. That's what I fucking hate. Yeah. My question always to those people is, where is the revolutionary potential of the masses? Does D just watch you all day? Is that all his content? Is really weird? Yes. Unfortunately, that's what he thinks is doing politics.
Here, that he tracked Fox News from 12 p.m. Eastern Time to 10 p.m. Eastern Time the other day. And he wanted to see, well, what are they talking about? What are they focusing on? How are they trying to drive the national media narrative? Now, before I show you, let me just say, make no mistake about it, they do drive the national media narrative. And that's part of the thing that pisses me off about mainstream media is like the right-wing state regime media, they set a narrative, they run with it, and then like CNN plays catch-up, right? Like all the other mainstream outlets play catch-up. And they're not hardcore right-wing, but they do the both sides bullshit, and they'll focus on whatever slop is being force-fed to them by the right-wing networks. And so you don't really have left-wing media in this country, never mind liberal media. Sure, you get some of that online, but you don't really get that in any mainstream circles. And that's part of the problem, is that the deck is stacked against the left for this reason. So take a look at what they talked about the other day, all day. This is what they talked about. Ready? Fauci, 89 mentions. Abdul El Sayed, 64 mentions. The WNBA, 64 mentions. AOC, 59 mentions. Hong, who, by the way, lost her primary. This was just before she lost primary. 52 mentions. Sophie Cunningham, that's a WNBA player who's anti-trans. 34 mentions. Zoran Mamdani, 32 mentions. And they don't mention him in a positive way. And Hasan Piker, 29. And Asen says, as we get closer to the midterms, I think it's insightful to track what Fox News is focusing its coverage on. The list is based on a review of all Fox News programming from 12 p.m. Eastern Time to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, outnumbered to Hannity, relying on videos and transcripts from the programs. Some notes on the count. Fauci was mostly mentioned in connection with released text messages. Some of El Sayed's coverage was focused on his comments on healthcare. While some of the WNBA coverage did mention Sophie Cunningham, a lot of it seemed more focused on pushing the WNBA to accept Inez Cantor freedom and Royce White. So that is, for those of you who don't know, that is former NBA players who are now doing this like anti-trans bit where they're pretending like, oh, I'm transitioning to a woman and I'm trans, and so now I'm signing up for the WNBA draft. And they're trying to like do a big gotcha on the WNBA to say, oh, you need better rules to protect women from trans people, and that's why we're doing this. No, you're not. You're doing it because you're right-wing hacks, and you're trying to get like a story in the news, and you're trying to say fuck you to trans people. Weird how this wasn't an issue before y'all fucking idiots made it an issue. And by the way, I should point out, both of these characters who are doing it, both deeply fucking mentally ill. One of them, I think, like, diagnosed so. Okay? They continue and say, the majority of AOC's coverage was focused on her woke one comment. Will Cain devoted most of his opening to her past comments and tweets. Her mention count would be higher, but she was mentioned only 4 times on the show, despite her tweets and videos making up a large portion of Cain's opening. Hong's mentions came either in reference to the upcoming election or AOC's comments. A lot of Mamdani's mentions came from repeated references to a hearing on the pied-à-terre tax.
You know what is another woke one remnant that I always hated during woke one that I talked about all the time? Quote mining. Quote mining and constantly holding people, the idea of holding people accountable by looking at like old shit that they've said, especially if they've changed, especially if they've grown. I used to fucking get so goddamn annoyed with that shit way back in the day, never thinking that it would inevitably come back to me. Okay? Like, ironically enough, I talked about that shit all the time. So, like, that is literally the most egregious version of woke one. Like, what people are talking about is, like, annoying. Especially because we live in an environment where people are, using the internet since birth. It has its use in pointing out hypocrisy? No, it doesn't. In Mamdani would trust. Mods on here are fucking trash human beings. I mean, yeah, in Mamdani I trust too. No, it doesn't. Sometimes people grow. This attitude doesn't give people any room to do that. And it's wholly unproductive. And it's self-defeating because it sparks inevitable backlash against it. It sparks inevitable backlash against it, and it makes people lean into more reactionary tendencies as a consequence of that. Not to say that like that the reactionary opinions are born out of like our woke side going too woke or whatever. It's still a byproduct of the systems. It's still a byproduct of the social conditioning, but it certainly doesn't help. Like we always got to put our best foot forward. So I don't know what purpose it serves not to do that. And it's ironic because I've been so consistent on this too. But look, bro, I brought up a hypothetical. This is what I mean. Wait, what? I agree with quote mining is unproductive, but I appreciate if they acknowledge wrongdoings like Mamdani stayed silent on his wife's clothes. Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck? What is Mamdani supposed to say? I'm divorcing my wife for having awesome opinions? Like, what the fuck? That's insane. That's beyond the pale. This is what I was talking about. Where's the growth? What work have those people done to show growth? What's really funny about it is I brought up a hypothetical situation where I said, like, there are a lot of people who have actually demonstrated growth in this hypothetical. And sometimes people will point to their past quotes constantly over and over again to yell at them. And this guy took the hypothetical and immediately went, no. In this hypothetical where you said they've demonstrated growth, where is the growth? Bro, it's not a real person. It's a hypothetical example. I just gave you a hypothetical example where it says someone who has demonstrated growth, constantly having to address like shit that they've said in the past is fucking stupid. And you literally went, where is the growth? No, I'm going to keep doing it. Bro, you can't even imagine a world where you don't have to be fucking annoying. What work have those people done to show growth? It's like you can't even envision a world where someone could have fucking grown out of their position. That's ironically the problem. That is ironically the problem. You can't envision someone growing out of their past fucking opinions. And it sucks because you probably have grown out of your past opinions, but you happen to be anonymous right now. Not if they haven't shown growth. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we're done. I can't respond to this. Let's continue with Kyle.
Hasan Piker's mentions don't count every time they used images of him in the background while covering candidates. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is why Fox News is cooked. This is why they're fucked. This is why they're completely and utterly unserious. They're talking about Dr. Fauci and the WNBA and Hasan Piker. They're talking about that to hide the Epstein files. They don't want to talk about the Epstein files. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about Trump being in there a million times. They don't want to talk about the Katie Johnson allegations against Donald Trump. They don't want to talk about Trump potentially being an Epstein co-conspirator. You know what else they don't want to talk about? They don't want to talk about the fact that up to 742 hospitals are going to close because of MAGA, because of the big bullshit bill that they passed. They don't want to talk about 18 million people being kicked off of Medicaid because of Donald Trump and his stupid fucking bill. They don't want to talk about over 4 million people losing their food stamps because of Trump, meaning kids are going hungry, but they actually might talk about that one, but they say it like it's a success, right? Like, oh, we got 4 million people off food stamps and now they're starving, but you don't say that part, right? They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the multiple illegal wars of aggression. They don't want to talk about Trump.
Yeah. And that's why I think it's like unbelievably stupid for liberals to waste any time on this, thinking that it's going to work. It's not going to work. And you're also actively aiding the Republicans in their fucking idiotic agenda. I'm not warning you because I'm scared that it's going to work, that the Republicans are going to destroy me and like finally you'll get rid of me or some shit. I'm just saying not only is it unproductive, and it's not going to work, but like, why would you personally decide to become a soldier of MAGA, of their ambition? Why would you, as a liberal, actively side with MAGA in their ultimate goals? I thought y'all motherfuckers were partisan. I thought the only thing that guided your worldview was partisanship, and you can't even do that right. Do you understand? Because the problem here is every moment that you as a liberal offer credence to the Republican attack ads is a moment where you're not actually flipping the script on him and being like, Donald Trump's the president. What the fuck do you mean some random Twitch streamer offended you? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Are you out of your fucking mind? Did you forget what Donald Trump is doing every damn day, including today, including yesterday, and certainly tomorrow? You think my fucking 9/11 comment is more offensive than Donald Trump's 9/11 comment the morning of 9/11 where he called into a fucking radio station and was like, well, silver lining is at least Trump Tower is the highest standing tower on Wall Street now. That's what that motherfucker said. Donald Trump's 9/11 comments go far beyond that. He falsely claimed that Muslims were dancing on the fucking rooftops in New Jersey and that he saw it with his own two eyes. Donald Trump is literally a psychopath. that's just on 9/11 in and of itself. Donald Trump has done, a 9/11 in Iran and has caused complete fucking global chaos. Donald Trump is currently actively funding his own personal army to go and occupy cities. You're over here being like, oh, well, this fucking leftist Twitch streamer, he's bad. No, man. You know what's bad? The fucking Epstein class is bad. Defending the Epstein class is bad, which Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. 2 Americans were murdered by Donald Trump's Gestapo force. Please, you have to be smarter than this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You have to be smarter than this. I'm not expecting you to agree with every damn thing that I say. I don't even expect people in my community, lifelong, diehard fans to accept everything that I say and agree with everything that I say. I'm simply asking you to fucking lock in and understand the moment that we're in and what is necessary, because their goal on the Republican side isn't to actively farm enmity towards me and Mamdani and Abdul, and then potentially get, the independents and the moderates to be like, who's actually much more violent than Donald Trump, this random Twitch streamer. That's not going to happen. That's a fucking idiotic argument anyway. No, what they're trying to do instead is use every waking moment in the readily available God's green earth on the internet and also on Fox News, and knowing full well that Fox News, whatever gets talked about on Fox News, will get talked about on MS Now. They're trying to flood the market and redirect and reroute discourse to what they want to talk about. So what we have to do is say, shut the fuck up. This is Red Scare. This is Islamophobia. And you don't have any positive thing that you can point to for the last 2 years, and you fucked over your own base, and that's why you're trying to flood the zone with this dumb bullshit about a fucking Twitch streamer. Suck my dick. That's what you're supposed to say. Do you understand? Why would you fucking willingly entertain the Republican narratives here? Are you stupid? Some of you are so hateful that you do unironically think I'm worse than MAGA. Okay? You do. I get it. But even if you fucking hate me, you just shouldn't be this stupid. Okay?
Kidnapping a sovereign leader and then stealing the oil and gold from Venezuela and putting it in his own fucking bank account. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the Manab little girl school bombing that Trump did, where he massacred 170 precious little Iranian girls. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about gas prices being sky high. They don't want to talk about grocery prices being sky high. They don't want to talk about the job market sucking ass now, as it does. So they've got all these real world issues, bro. All these real world issues. They don't want to touch them with a 10-foot pole. So understand, this is exactly what the Epstein class billionaires want. What they do is, it's called divide and conquer. This is what the Epstein class billionaires do.
Liberals aren't stupid. They're just anti-communist, which is arguably worse in 2026. No. Not every liberal is anti-communist, man. Stop. Every single one of you motherfuckers, you were all liberal at some point, okay? Every single person was a liberal. And it took time, but you went through an ideological transformation. You read books. You expanded your worldview, your consciousness. Stop assuming that the liberals that come in here are always going to maintain their insane positions. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's my argument. That's what I've been doing. And that's what I've been doing successfully for years. Oh my God.
And the way you achieve that is culture war slop. Oh, no, we're not talking about things that actually matter to people. We're trying to make them care about other shit, right? Like, oh, are you mad about the gas prices? Are you mad about the grocery prices? Are you mad because you lost your health care? No, you're not. You're mad because of trans people. So now we're going to do 3 hours straight coverage going after the WNBA because they don't have clear enough anti-trans rules in their fucking, in their pamphlet or whatever the fuck. I mean, this is a sick joke, but this is what they're doing. They're trying to whip people up into a frenzy. Be pissed at Dr. Fauci. Be pissed at Abdul because he wants to give you health care. Be pissed at the WNBA for not being anti-trans enough. Okay? Be pissed at at Francesca Hong because she said like fuck Thanksgiving back in the day. Be pissed at Hasan Piker over totally out of context old clips of his. They have absolutely nothing. They are dog shit and they have nothing. I hope you understand this. The Republicans are dog shit and they have nothing. Why do you think in their campaign against James Tallarico, what do? They lean into calling him James Talafrico. And they run against, oh, he's way too pro-trans. How dare he? He should say fuck you to trans people like we do. Why are we talking about this? What are you doing here? You're throwing trans people under the bus for what fucking purpose? Again, it's because they can't talk about the minimum wage. They can't talk about free college. They can't talk about universal health care. They can't talk about the Epstein files because they're the pedo protection party, okay? They can't talk...
It's so funny that this cat just shows up and he just starts petting the cat while simultaneously talking about how Republicans are dog shit.
Talk about any of these things. They can't talk about corruption because Trump is the most corrupt president in U.S. history by far, and it's not even close. So they can't talk about that either. So this is what they're focused on. Now, what I need to get across to the rest of the media outlets is grow a fucking spine and grow a brain, please, and set your own agenda.
Yes. Yes. Stop letting Fox News be your news editor, dude. Your news desk editing should come from you. Oh. These guys literally sit around and allow Twitter, which is base boosted by a fucking neo-Nazi freak, and Fox News, which is another neo-Nazi platform, become their news desk editor. They follow the lead of Fox News. They follow the lead of what they're seeing on Twitter. It's crazy. Set your own agenda. Inform the masses.
Hello, you could actually talk about the things that are important. You could actually talk, like, for example, a story just came out the other day about how Donald Trump is apparently allegedly paying mercenaries who are mass murdering Ecuadorian fish.
Yeah, this is what I was going to talk about as well. And they also literally murked the fucking prosecutor who was actively investigating the case of some of these fishermen.
Fishermen for him. Remember all the attacks, the drone strikes against innocent people in the Caribbean and the Pacific? They're apparently paying like gangster mercenaries to murder innocent people.
Yeah. Private jets are being chartered. Private jets are being chartered to go out and just like do aerial flight missions and just like fucking blow up random individuals, random fucking fishermen.
Why don't you fucking talk about that? I feel like that's a little bit more important than some bullshit anti-trans garbage that was mucked up to distract people on purpose. Why don't you talk about that? Like, I just need CNN to get serious. I need them to stop with the both sides false equivalence bullshit. I need them to tell the truth. I need them to have their moral outrage meter recalibrated.
Yeah.
Maybe talk more about the illegal war crimes Trump is committing. Maybe talk more about the self-dealing and less about whatever nonsense Fox News is forcing on us. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do it because they're so used to just being like weak little cucks who just like go with the flow. And the flow is just right-wing garbage day in and day out. But you know what? I shouldn't be complaining because fact of the matter is that's why people watch this show. Because you're not getting this in mainstream media. You're not getting a focus on the shit that actually matters. You know what I'm saying? And that's why people come here. It's like, hey, at least he's talking about real shit. At least he's talking about real shit. And at least he's mad at the right people. But no, here we are. So Fox News is completely and utterly falling apart at the seams. And it's embarrassing. Like the fact that they're talking about this shit, this is embarrassing. I do think that the material reality for so many people in this moment is so bad that these tricks are not going to work. Like sometimes they do work. Let's keep it real. Sometimes these...
Yeah, if the economy was like even marginally better, I think this kind of like militant posture towards the socialists, towards the communists, and towards transgender people, like that would probably work. But I think people are hurting too much. Like people's pockets are hurting too much for them to be like, I don't give a shit, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Transgender athletes? Like, okay, how about fucking, instead of transitioning genders, how about you transition some money into my fucking pocket? You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. And it's so funny because the Republican independent media apparatus is also falling apart, and this is also indicative of their lack of real grassroots mobilization attempts now, right? Every single independent media outlet for the Republicans are falling apart. Not a single one is doing better. Why is that the case? Because people have had enough of their fucking bullshit. It was great when they were winning, right? It was great when they were quote unquote winning. When they could at least say like, well, Trump is at least doing something. But now that the things that Trump did yielded no positive results for the broader American working class, they've realized like, oh, this guy sucks too. So yeah, I urge liberals to wisen up. I don't want to take an antagonistic position to liberal media. Okay? I don't want to do it. I have a more collaborative relationship with some brilliant journalists, investigative reporters, and the like in these newsrooms. I think they're trying to do their very best. In some instances, the editorial team obviously takes over and fucks things up. But god damn, dude, it is fucking unbearable. And my warning to those media bosses is this. This was my warning for the last 3 years. I said, look, you lost a lot of quote unquote credibility for invalid reasons during COVID when you were trying to do your very best to inform the public about what the epidemiologists were saying were best practices in a novel virus that was killing millions around the world. Okay? So you lost a lot of credibility in that timeline because people were frustrated. People were like, oh, I don't want to fucking hear this. I don't want to hear someone tell me no. That was not for good reason. That was for a bad reason that you lost credibility. So what did I say during the post-October 7 universe? I said over and over again, if you don't cover Israel's genocide with the seriousness that it deserves, if you don't talk about the victims, if you constantly try to contextualize the violence that Israel is bringing about in the region, people are seeing the true nature of Israel's military action. They're recognizing that it's heinous. They're going to stop listening to you. And that's precisely what happened. The media, mainstream media, is at its apex in terms of the crisis of credibility. Nobody trusts mainstream outlets no more. And I say this as someone who is an independent media analyst, right? I say this as someone who's in independent media. So when they stop trusting you, they trust me instead. So it's beneficial for me. It's beneficial for me for you to fuck up over and over again as you've done, technically. But I still understand that there is a very important service for mainstream outlets. Like, we need real journalism. We need accurate reporting. We need to bring back consensus reality. Okay? So even if you lose credibility and I gain credibility because of my unvarnished commentary, my truthful commentary, as opposed to your not so truthful commentary that is obviously very biased in the direction of the State Department, very biased in the direction of America's foreign policy goals, very biased in the direction of Israel's goals. Even if that's beneficial for me, I understand that in the long run, it's not good for anybody. So we have to get back to reality. And a big part of that is to no longer lean into the nonsense that the Republicans are trying to present as the main thing to talk about. Stop leaning into the manufactured outrage concocted by Republican charlatans. Go your own way. Talk about the awful shit that this administration is doing. There is plenty to cover. It's a target-rich environment. If you don't do that, more and more people are going to stop tuning in. Anyway.
Divide and conquer tricks, the culture war slop. Sometimes it works, but I don't think in this moment that it will work, because when gas prices are this high, when grocery prices are this high, people are fucking pissed off, and that's why Trump has a 36% approval rating. And then never mind the fact, you feel the pain from that, and then that other stuff resonates even more because of that. Like, I'm pissed off, so then you tell me that there's an Epstein pedophile cabal that Trump's in and he's protecting all the people. Well, fuck him, right? Fuck him. And now you're telling me that we're bombing little girls in Iran and spending $1 billion a day to commit war crimes instead of spending that money here? What the fuck are we doing? I just lost my health care, but you can spend over $100 billion in a stupid war of aggression? Fuck that. So people are feeling it. So I don't think this shit is going to work.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
Look who else hopped on the Alex Jones Carvid trend. Oh, Mike Lindell. Mike.
And we still have some of those all-season slippers up at $25 a pair. To thank all of you out there for the great, for supporting us through all this. My employees, we've lost all our box stores, our shopping channels.
This is fake. But it is very funny. Yeah, he's not driving. That's really funny to think that he's shifting gears without moving his shoulder at all in his someone's average extra Emily stream. Stop. Oh my God. Ay. So many Twitch streamers, man.
We get attacked every single day, and my pillow should not have to be attacked when they're protecting companies out there that we never heard the names of before, which I don't need to name all the voting machine companies, but and we're still doing.
He's got paddle shifters, bro. Sure. Someone in the chat asked, what's the European left's position on Hasan? And it's really funny because I did an interview with BBC Radio 4 last night after I was done with the broadcast. And I got the reporter to laugh at what I was saying, because I literally was like, these guys keep calling us communists and a real ever-present danger because we're advocating for Medicare for all. Now, of course, your listeners already have a nationalized healthcare system, so they probably understand how ridiculous this argument is that we can't even advance in a direction where we have socialized medicine without, numerous powerful forces losing their minds over it. Like, so yeah, for the European perspective, they don't see guys like myself. I mean, I guess there's the Euroid like NATO lovers that don't like my foreign policy. But as far as my domestic policy, of course, they're like, this is ridiculous. This guy is considered an unbelievable fucking communist because he just wants healthcare. So yeah, if you're wondering what like the European left's broad opinion is on me, I'm certain it's another moment where they look at someone like myself and go, this is an insane country. Look at what this dude has to fucking deal with. Look at how psychotic this country is, that these people keep calling these guys who just want, like, in the interim at least, like, Nordic style social democracy, and they think that these initiatives would be very, very terrifying for America. It would destroy America. It doesn't make any sense because they live in that reality already. They live in that fucking reality. They already see what that system looks like. Do you think Jeremy Corbyn knows who you are? You're joking, right? 6-month subscriber. Dog. I was in Cuba with him, and not only that, but also, like, of course, I've been on panels with him numerous times. Yeah, and if you're wondering like about the French left, I mean, I've interviewed the leader of the LFI, Jean-Luc Mélenchon. I love him. I think he's a lion, and he's the only one who I think can restore French sovereignty, and I'm in favor of that. So yeah, that's the other side of the story. A lot of people in America are trapped with horse blinders, where they think that like our side and our advocacy is fucking radical. It's insane. Meanwhile, there's a whole world out there, even in the Western world, there's a whole world out there where they look to us and they go, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, y'all are yelling at the Democratic Socialists of America. You're saying these guys are radical. For Europeans, the rest of the liberals are radical. The rest of the parties that say, no, you got to keep healthcare paywall, they're the radical ones. They look at that and go, what the fuck is that? They can't even understand it. But Americans don't recognize that because Americans don't see any other country as a real country. They just like close their eyes. Same with Canada. Canadians look to us and go, what the fuck is going on? In the same exact way, where they're like, oh, I hope they don't invade, first of all, but also, God forbid. Mamdani on top. UK wants another Mamdani style guy. It's fucking crazy flipped. One interesting detail. Mamdani holds a 6-point favorability edge over Hochul statewide with similar name recognition. Yeah, Mamdani is at 47-44 plus 3 favorability. Hochul is at 49 unfavorability, negative approval, 46 favorability, minus 3. The gender gap is stark. Hochul is 12 points underwater among men. Mamdani is even. Yeah, by the way, remember this guy, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York? Remember how much liberals also complained about him and said he would be a dangerous radical, said that he would fail, said that the Republicans would use his failure to tarnish the rest of the credibility of the National Democratic Party, as though the National Democratic Party is seen as a favorable entity to begin with. Remember when they said that over and over again? You don't hear that anymore. Have you noticed how we don't hear from those people anymore about Zoran Mamdani? Do you know why we don't hear that anymore about Zoran Mamdani? Perhaps it's because he has been unbelievably successful. Perhaps it's because he's probably, at this point, one of the most popular figures in American politics. Perhaps that is the reason why Democrats now do not want to put themselves at odds at odds with Zoran Mamdani. Perhaps that's the reason why they don't fucking shit on him anymore. Here's another funny moment. Yeah, lol, they literally used a Hitler font, says Jesse Brown. New York, Habibi City. New York's diaspora of Palestinians, Iranians, Yemenis, and their neighbors are flexing their cultural clout, and not just because of the mayor. This obviously frustrated a lot of Zionists. They lost their fucking minds over this. And Will Menaker says, if you're a Zionist dealing with the overwhelming popularity of both a mayor you detest and the continued existence of a people and culture you're seeking to eradicate, at what point do you pack up embarrassing shit like this? I mean, seriously, that's the other side of the story, right? Like, these guys tried to unleash a barrage of propaganda against Zoran Mamdani. Wall Street Journal is still doing it. Right? Wall Street Journal recently wrote, Zoran Mamdani's honeymoon with New York is over. And that's insane because New York City polling experts can correct me, but these approval ratings are relatively high. No, the latest Siena poll showed mayor's favorability rating at 47%, up slightly from a June poll. Among likely New York City voters, his favorability rating is 69%. he's one of the most popular politicians in the country. Because it's not like he's reinventing the wheel. He's just clearing the lowest bar necessary to clear, which is seemingly an impossible task for the rest of our politicians, which is doing his fucking job. Okay? Doing his job and showing the work. That's it. He's filling potholes. He's working on municipality level issues. He's following through on his campaign promises. And lo and behold, people go, actually, it's fucking awesome when someone does that. Okay? I don't think people understand. He has the goddamn Fedayeen backing him. Like, people under the age of 45 will die for this man. Okay? Even his initial haters, as a matter of fact. No one wants to say he sucks. It has been very difficult for me to try to gauge public disapproval of Zoran. I try my best, even amongst like rich people that I sometimes am around. I'll ask, like, what do you think about Zoran? They go, I fucking love the guy. He's so awesome. I've met one guy who didn't like the pied-à-terre tax thing that he did, where he was just like, I don't really like that he singled out Ken Griffin. He's a very important business owner. I was like, okay. But that's it. Even motherfucking rich people love the guy. Remind the chat, this is why they're trying to smite you and every insurgent. Once people are accustomed to government doing what they're supposed to, there's no going back. The capitals will need a nuclear war or a zombie apocalypse to reset this country. Exactly. Just as the gains of the New Deal were impossible to roll back, once people have social services, they expect it to continue. Once people have social expenditures, they expect that to continue. That's precisely the reason why the great white whale for the Republican Party for the past 40 years has been Social Security. They can't roll it back because old people love that shit and need that shit to live. Okay? They've tried to cripple it, they've tried to undermine it, but they can't destroy it no matter how hard they try. Because when you give people certain things, they expect it. That's the same reason why the NHS for years and years in the United Kingdom has not gone away in spite of the post-Thatcherite neoliberal universe that they live in. Okay? Decades of austerity, and people still want to maintain it. Same applies to good governance. Once you restore confidence in good governance, once you restore confidence in politicians just simply telling you that they're going to do something and then working tirelessly to commit it, to do it, to achieve those goals, all of a sudden you have confidence. You're like, why can't we have that? That's why I have said over and over again, they do not fear our failure, but our success. That's it. This is a very funny way that the media tries to attack him still. Almost half of New Yorkers aren't supportive of Democratic Socialists of America. Poll. Alan MacLeod says, English is an amazingly creative language. Because the poll shows that it's actually more than half of New Yorkers that are supportive of the Democratic Socialists of America. But they tried to fucking frame it negatively. Instead of saying DSA has majority approval in New York, they said, well, almost half of New Yorkers don't approve of it. So, yeah. This is where we're at. Anyway, let's look at this.
Things that are obviously false. So I decided to do some research on how propaganda actually works on the human brain. Because there is a pattern here. The people who fall for propaganda are not randomly distributed across the population. They share very specific psychological vulnerabilities that propaganda is deliberately designed to exploit. Propaganda has been a science for almost 100 years, and the people using propaganda against you right now know exactly what they're doing. Here are the 4 ways propaganda actually works on your brain. 1. The repetition trap. You've heard the same lies so many times you've stopped noticing that they are lies. That is not by accident. In 1977,
Hasan is bad. Communism is bad. Hasan is bad. Socialism is scary. We can never have Medicare for all. We can never have Medicare for all. The only money that we can spend is on unlimited wars.
Psychologists Lynn Hasher, David Goldstein, and Thomas Tapino at Villanova and Temple Universities ran a study where they showed volunteers a series of statements. Some of those statements were true, and some of those statements were false. They showed these statements across multiple sessions, weeks apart from each other. What they found destroyed the assumption that people can simply recognize false information and reject it. Statements that were repeated over multiple sessions were rated as significantly more truthful than statements people had only seen once. It didn't matter whether that statement was actually true. It didn't matter whether the person knew the statement was false before going into the study. Repetition overrode prior knowledge almost every time. Psychologists call this the illusionary truth effect. When the brain mistakes familiarity with truth, the more times you hear something, the more times your brain processes that thing as credible. Not because the evidence changed, but because repetition makes information easier to process, and your brain interprets that ease as reliability. That is why the stolen election lie did not die after 61 courts rejected it. That is why the claim that immigrants cause more crime persists after every study shows the opposite. That is why vaccines and autism remain linked in many people's minds, despite the original study being retracted and its author losing his medical license for fraud. These people were not persuaded by evidence. They were worn down by volume. Say it enough times, and the brain starts to believe it. That is the default setting for most human brains. The only way to defeat that is education. 2. The engineering of consent. Propaganda does not work by changing your mind. It works by bypassing your mind entirely. In 1928, Edward Bernays, the man widely regarded as the father of modern public relations, published a book called Propaganda. In the book, he described with remarkable truth exactly how public opinion is manufactured and controlled. Bernays believed that manipulating what the public thinks is not just acceptable in a democracy, it's necessary, and he considered himself one of the people doing it. Bernays called this...
I don't understand how anyone can be a Republican if your main goals are to maximize growth and cut domestic spending. You hit a logical fallacy. Every major domestic program is 2 to 5% of the entire U.S. economy. Gutting anyone would cause a recession. So their only way out is always spend that money on military. Yet conservatives are anti-war, ? So you expect the Republican president to just not use all that money Congress just gave him? Yeah, but what you have to understand is they're not voting for any of that shit. They're voting for transgender culture wars. Okay? Dude, there was a very informative study that I used to bring up all the time, where Republicans were asked about what policies they subscribe to. And then they were told the impact of said policies. And when they were told about the impact of the policies that they subscribe to on the Republican platform, they didn't believe it. And it's really interesting because this already happened with abortion. Americans are so divided on abortion. That's what they always used to say, right? Americans are divided on the issue of abortion. But once abortion access was restricted, all of a sudden we found out, as a matter of fact, they aren't divided on abortion at all. They don't want that shit to be restricted at all. Part of the problem is, another one is a survey of Republicans where you tell them the official platform of the Republican Party and they universally refuse to believe it. That's it. Now, of course, propaganda is not an inherently negative word, although liberals use it as an inherently negative word, but it's like, it's supposed to just mean like, you know, Holy Oliver has been putting that work. Oliver Larkin, DSA candidate for Florida 25, confirms his campaign has now raised $1 million from over 19,000 donors. The Florida Democratic primary is on August 18th in 5 days. But is it enough to combat Jared Moskowitz' $3 million plus nearly $1 million from super PACs? Congratulations to Oliver Larkin for crossing over the 1 million boundary. He's been busting ass out there. Holy shit, Bernie. Oh, yeah, I saw the semaphore. Bernie Sanders isn't ruling out transferring the $22 million in his campaign account to boost Abdul al-Sayed in order to counter GOP money. I'm going to do my best in every way to see that Abdul is elected to the U.S. Senate. We're going to do everything we can. That's my goat right there. That's our precious boy. Okay? You don't understand. Fox News poll on the Michigan race. Fox News Beacon Shaw poll. U.S. Senate, Michigan 2026. Mike Rogers, 51%. Abdul al-Sayed, 47%. Yeah, no shot. We should be worried regardless. We should be pushing like he's 10 points down. No, Fox News poll doesn't mean anything. Fox News is a high-rated pollster. That's not a bad poll. Yeah, Fox polls are legit. I'd rather have him be down in the polls than up. How are we feeling about Oliver? I'm worried about a big underperformance, not by his doing, just worried about the disconnect between online and real life and it being Florida, not a ton of polling. Just keep smiling and dialing for Oliver. That's it. Yeah, based on the Hong race, we got to be pushing like he's down 27. Yep. Speaking of Bernie, yeah, I already saw this. Bernie actually responded to the Netanyahu's war thing. I cannot believe he even evolved on that position. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, he's an old man, dude. Oh, dog, are you fucking kidding me? Politico. David Crowley reiterated after winning the Democratic primary he will not embrace the moratorium on data center development that Francesca Hong ran on. No moratorium, Crowley said in the interview. Oh my God, it's literally, oh my God, it's Kamala Harris again. It's Kamala Harris all over again. It's just like, this is for Wisconsin and for many other places around the country, this is literally the same as like the Israel situation. They are just refusing. They are just fucking refusing. They're like, nope, win or lose, we fight with our values. And I guess their values are against the wishes of the masses. Please don't do this, David Crowley. David Crowley. Yeah, Crowley's to the right on Greg Abbott. Now, Greg Abbott is lying because he wants to fucking win. Greg Abbott is lying, but at least he's fucking lying. Because the Republicans have recognized how unbelievably unpopular these fucking data centers are with their base even. What are the Democrats doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, dude. They will never learn this lesson. because it's not a lesson that they want to learn. I don't understand it. Like, look, this is the most like libtarded person on election Twitter. Polling on data centers is really, really brutal. In Wisconsin, 76% of voters said the costs outweigh the benefits, including 67% of Republicans. Gallup found 71% of Americans oppose one being built near them, including 80% of 18 to 34-year-olds. Heat map found 55% would support a national ban. Now, this guy or gal, I don't know, this person is one of those people that's like, oh, you got to pivot to the center. You got to pivot to the center. You got to be moderate. You got to be moderate. You got to be moderate. And even they realize how fucked up this issue is. Tom Tiffany already said he's going to block data centers being built on farmland. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Dude, Tom Tiffany's going to win and then build the data centers. And there won't be a trifecta. Oh. This is the only way that you fuck this, okay? I'm telling you right now. This is the only way you fuck this race up. The only way. 530. Yeah, let's look at the number on data centers real quick.
Thank you, my friend. There is no debate when it comes to where people stand on AI and data centers, and simply put, it's electoral poison at this point. You rarely see this type of agreement. Oppose building AI data centers in your area.
Bro, what did I say? What did I say? Oh my God, what did I fucking say? Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Oh my God. I said there's two things that the base is united on. And it's like bipartisan for the voters. I mean, Israel and data centers. And Democrats are like, how do we still run closer to both Israel and data centers? I am losing my fucking mind. Holy Toledo!
Holy Toledo.
If you want to put a third thing in there, it's fucking mass surveillance by way of flock cameras. Oh my God, they can't help themselves. They literally are just like, we need to lose. Crowley told Politico he plans to use this is a meme, right? This is a meme. Crowley told Politico he plans to use GOP rep Tom Tiffany and President Trump as foils that bring everyone together. Oh my God, he's running the harm reduction route. Oh my God, he's running the harm reduction route. Oh my God, he's running the harm reduction route. David Crowley, please do not do this. David Crowley, please don't do this. Please, 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 I beg of you. David Crowley, please do not run the harm reduction route. If he comes out and completes the trifecta and says he's like always, Wisconsin will always be pro-Israel no matter what, it's over. It's over. The Republican in the race, Tom Tiffany, understands the negative, the disapproval. The disapproval of data centers. David Crowley's political ally, Francesca Hong, is a political liability if she campaigns with Crowley on the campaign trail. They're worried that her brand of democratic socialism and past controversial social media posts about defunding the police and canceling Thanksgiving could affect Crowley's wider appeal. Hasan, stay out of this race. Let it go. You can do nothing. They made a choice. State of flock and tear. State of flock and tear, Wisconsin, baby. Bro, what is happening? Is this a joke? Come on, tell me. Tell me they're joking, right? They're like, haha, just kidding. Of course we're going to lean into the platform, some of the platform that brought out 300,000 people in Wisconsin that we defeated by less than 1%. Please tell me that you're joking, right? This is a joke. This is a joke. There's no way. There's no way that this is actually... They're going to run on just the pure anti-Trump. That's it. That they're going to run on pure anti-Trump. Kamala Harris did this. Kamala Harris did this. That's crazy. Can't say he's not consistent.
I would argue we have to listen to independents and Republicans because we don't have a monopoly on good ideas.
You have no power in this race anymore. You need to focus on something where you can actually make a difference. Michael Pillow has his election stolen from him, and the establishment is refusing to do anything. He needs you. As you said, that less than 1% victory gave centrist Dems a mandate. They don't need any dumbass lefties. The playbook is Abigail Spanberger. Yeah, the problem is Abigail Spanberger was the only option at that point, and she pivoted harder to the right after she won, not before she won.
Governor Tony Evers, welcome. Thanks as always for.
Yeah, I saw this clip. He says like the left is going to have to fall in line or something.
Let's take a break. We'll come back and get you for one more segment. Oh, we're good. I guess we no break.
Okay.
Even better.
Go ahead.
All right. So, what do you say to? I heard from a lot of them this morning because I've been critical of Fran Hong's campaign on the radio. What do you say to supporters of Fran Hong who are now looking at this election? We didn't get her. Now we have David Crowley. What do you say to those folks?
Yeah, they have to play along. I mean, not play along. They have to be part of it. We want them to be part of it. Obviously, a whole bunch of people. Is David going to get?
Yeah, no, he let it slip. And then he caught himself. And he was like, I mean, they have to be a part of it, not play along.
Behind some of the things she talked about, no. But at the end of the day, the big issues are something that I'm sure she feels strongly about. I heard her talking about schools all the time. And so she'll be a good person to have around.
Do you think there are any lessons to be learned from this primary? I wish there was. I've been thinking about that a lot.
Do you think there's any lessons to be learned from this primary?
I wish there was. I've been thinking about that a lot. I think, and I don't want to put it on the pollsters because I personally knew that if I was with David and we went around the state, all we had to do was visit people and talk to them. There's a whole bunch of people that were not, they didn't know who to vote for, and how can a pollster catch that? They can't, and so I just think it's just important that we do a better job when we're running for office to make sure you're getting up north as.
No lessons at all? Like, it wasn't like it was a blowout. You know what I mean? It was like you came in, you did the electability argument, and it worked. And there's no takeaway. 300,000 people. An open Democratic socialist who was running on an anti-Thanksgiving campaign almost won. Okay. With only negative earned media that amounts to millions of dollars, 0 linear TV ads, almost blew your back out, and you got no lessons from that? None. Not even a little bit. Like, no, the good policies, the excitement on the campaign that brought a lot of people out. Nothing. Dude, Thank God Michigan is not like this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Thank fucking Christ Michigan is like, we're all united. There's only one Democratic Party, and that's the anti-Trump party. We're going to go and win every vote that didn't vote for us. Oh my God. Could you imagine if Abdul was like, what lessons are there to learn? Fuck them. As a matter of fact, that wasn't even what I was saying, and they tried to make it seem like that's what I was saying. You know? And thank God, Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow and even fucking Governor Gavin Newsom, like everybody immediately hugged and kissed Abdul, and they were like, we're on a mission. I've never seen a cocky leftist victory. They're always gracious, even in victory. Meanwhile, I've seen many cocky centrist moderate victories. Why are we even trying to work with the establishment Dems, bro? These people are corrupt and evil. They likely cheated in this election. It makes zero sense. What gives? It's just, yeah, okay, dude. Haley Stevens asked about you again, said to condemn you. Oh my God.
Should he condemn Hasan Piker? Should Hasan Piker be on a stage?
I
with
believe
him?
he should be condemned. I do. I said that. That's what I was just saying to you. I was saying on election day, I said that. And if asked again, you're asking me, I do think he should be condemned. I don't know what the guy has to do with Michigan. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
I hit the wrong button.
What gives?
Haley.
What gives?
Just say, who cares about Hasan Piker? We have an opponent to defeat. I don't understand why a Twitch streamer has become a primary fixture in a Senate race, and I have a pretty good idea as to why. It's because Mike Rogers can't run on being close to Donald Trump anymore. Mike Rogers can't run on anything that Trump has done that's positive for Michiganders. And I, as a Michigander, am sick and tired of talking about this guy. He's not from Michigan.
What gives?
You know, you don't have to just be like, yeah, he should be condemned. He should be condemned. It's over. The race is done. You don't have to serve AIPAC anymore. Well, she probably wants this. She probably wants a different office, but like, just it's okay. Let's just not. Just for the next couple of months, and then we can get right back into it. Okay. Stop giving her pointers. You pretend she wants to win. No, she does. I mean, she's a party apparatchik.
Should he condemn Hasan Piker? Should Hasan Piker be on a stage?
I believe he should be condemned. I do. I said that. That's what I was just saying to you. I was saying on election day, I said that. And if asked again, you're asking me, I do think he should be condemned. I don't know what the guy has to do with Michigan.
If I were you, I'd step away from Wisconsin and just let it all pan out. In the end, hopeful Michigan's unity will speak for itself while Wisconsin turns to shit. I mean, I don't want it to turn to shit. Yeah, to be fair, she didn't even say Abdul should condemn him. She just said she condemns me, so that's fine. You know? No, she's cool. She's still our girl.
I'm 12. What is this?
Stop. Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin, you're in my heart, but unfortunately, you will not be top of mind. Yeah, you guys deal with that on your own, okay?
Includes 70% overall. But look at this. On the lower end of the spectrum, you still get 3 in 5 Republicans. You get more than 3 in 5 in urban areas, 63%. And then what's really interesting is you might expect, hey, Democrats in rural areas, rural folks, they don't necessarily see it the same way always when it comes to issues. But on this, they do. 75% in the rural areas and 76% of Democrats. You see across the board clear position.
Yeah, rurals are less interested in data centers than urbans because that's where the data centers are being built. That's why there is a 60 points negative approval on the GOP side. Where do the Republicans live? Rural areas.
Position, which is the vast majority of Americans and voters are against building AI data.
Yeah, I'm sure the numbers for pro data centers will be better in the future. It's not like shit's getting worse. Yes, that and Israel. I'm sure by tomorrow, Israel will be a more popular country. Okay? What the fuck is this?
I promise you hope. I promise you change. Change you can believe in. Together, we will move America forward.
Bro, don't show this to Crowley. He's going to be like, well, some Republicans have good ideas. You know, there's a lot to learn from them. Hasan Piker, he's divisive. Republicans, on the other hand, well, you know, Democrats don't have a monopoly on good ideas. We got to listen to what they have to say. Also, I wonder what data center contributed to that beautiful work of art. I love data centers. We need more of them. Okay. Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers couldn't remember Kamala Harris's name during the 2024 Democratic National Convention roll call announcing the nominee. Watch the whole clip. It's insane as the Biden debate fiasco.
Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I mean, they're fucking blitz. He's blitzed, probably. He's hammered. So you click AI dog shit, but not this? What is this? What are they looking at? Fear and I've wanted to draw all these guys together for forever. My fave podcast for a year and a half now. It's nice. It's beautiful. It's great. You know what we're looking at? A big, beautiful data center being built in our backyard. Israel comes to me in my dreams, and so do data centers, okay?
Centers, and that's why I said at the top, it's simply put electoral poison at this point. When it comes to the politics of it, it is very clear people are against it.
I'm not talking about the facts here, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. Just this is how people feel about it, and it's pretty clear, and you don't see agreement like this on many issues. So on, these data centers, if they are going to be built, how do people want to see it done?
One of the key nuggets that those who want the data centers to be built will say is we have to stay ahead of China when it comes to tech, right? So there's a great poll question that essentially formulated this, right? Americans on building AI data centers, slowly to address local concerns, of which there have been many, or quickly to maintain the tech edge over, folks like places in China. And on this one, it is a 4-to-1 clear blowout. I mean, we're talking about 78% of Americans, voters say slowly to address local concerns. Just 1 in 5, 21% say quickly to maintain the edge over China. And again, what we see is across all of the different political and demographic groups, everyone agrees that they should be built slowly to address local concerns. And so when we start off at the top saying, hey, there is this debate, there really isn't much of a debate when it comes to the politics of it. The vast majority of Americans at basically every single camp are in agreement on this. They want to be slowly to address those local concerns.
And credit where credit is due. I think this question is actually phrased really well here and lets people come down on a side here with advantages potentially for both sides. How do people view the impact of artificial intelligence in general right now?
Yeah, I think this is part of a larger debate, Johnny B. And it's just, look at this. Say AI development is bad for society. Again, what you see is clear majorities across the board. Groups that don't normally agree on anything agree on this one. 63% of Republicans, 74% of Democrats, 75% of independents, and 70%, as I come over to Johnny's side of the board, over there overall say AI development is bad for society. Again, the electoral politics of this are very, very clear. AI and data centers are simply put electoral poison at this point.
It will be notable to watch how candidates deal with this heading into November and beyond that. It really will be.
You know, back in July of 2024, 53% of voters who said they were extremely motivated to vote said they were
Yeah, I just checked, by the way. Tom Tiffany literally launched his campaign with a hard line on data centers. Like, as in, like, Tom Tiffany is going to outflank David Crowley on data centers. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's literally the same as Donald Trump being like, I'm going to bring peace to Palestine. I'm going to bring peace to Gaza. I'm going to end all the wars. And Kamala Harris is like, no, we're staying the course. Oh my God. Everything used to be a relitigation of 2016. And now everything is a relitigation of 2024. I'm fucking losing my mind. Oh my God. The worst part is that moneyed interests on this issue are almost entirely on the 21% side. So if you support the 78% position, you'll probably get nuked into oblivion by the money faucet anyways. Thanks, Citizens United. Awesome democracy we have. Yep. They're hitting him on this. This is sickening. Abdullah said wants Michiganders to trust him with their families. Meanwhile, Detroiters couldn't even trust him with their pets. Democrat Senate nominee Abdullah said he reportedly oversaw euthanasia of over 4,600 cats and dogs during his time as the executive health director. It's not pets. Every state operates animal shelters or euthanize animals. You lie like every breath. Yeah. Yeah, he did it personally. He did that. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, that's just, as a part of Detroit Public Health, like, he oversaw the animal shelters. Yeah, they're leaning into Islamophobia. They're like, oh, Muslims hate dogs. Oh. %76% of Wisconsin thinks cost outweighs the benefits. Even Tom Tiffany is lying about taking a hard stance against them. Oh my God. Don't do it. Just let them do it. I don't want Wisconsin to be controlled by an election denying freak. I want Wisconsin to be able to do redistricting. I don't give a shit. This is the same with like all of my criticisms of Kamala Harris. Okay? Do not post that. Wait, why? What do you mean? They are going to blame you? Wait, why? I said, David Crowley, I know you hate me, but please don't do this. People fucking hate data centers. 76% of Wisconsin thinks the cost outweighs the benefits. Even Tom Tiffany is lying about taking a hard stance against them. That's a perfectly valid quote. They really don't want you, bro. Just leave it. It's not about Tom Tiffany or the centrist Democrats, man. It's literally just about Wisconsin. I mean, I met you motherfuckers living in Wisconsin. What do you mean? Don't say anything. Tom Tiffany is watching.
Can you name one issue where you disagree most with her? One of the biggest issues?
Well, one of the biggest issues that we did have a disagreement on was related to the data centers. She wanted to see a moratorium.
Can you?
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's Tom Tiffany posted this. Tom Tiffany is posting this. Tom Tiffany is going to slam the data center issue into the motherfucking ground here. Oh my God, what is going on? Bro, just say Thanksgiving. Just say you love Thanksgiving. Why would you say data centers? Just say Thanksgiving. Say I don't want to abolish the police. Say I love the police. Don't say data centers. I feel like the Walter White meme in the car going, no! No! They found his old tweets too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dirt McGurk is his. Thanksgiving might be saved now, but Christmas isn't with David Crowley, aka Dirt McGurk. Yeah, this was known before the campaign. That's not new shit. Dirt McGurk is his alt account that he was using to say some fucking. He's a poster too. Okay, he was saying some shit on that account as well. Bro, are we going to find out why David Crowley was trailing at 6% when he dropped out? Is this the find out part? Like we fucked around and now we're about to find out? A fun online story with this primary was Ken Klippenstein convincing the left that Crowley loves data centers and will bulldoze the House on the rock on Mark Zuckerberg's orders. Wait, what? He is literally pro data center. No idea what you're referring to regarding Klippenstein. I'm describing Crowley's stance based on his words, some of which you can read below. I've seen that vid, and if you listen to how it starts, it strikes me as an artful pivot away from his opposition to a moratorium. All data centers are not created equal. Our job is to make sure that those data centers are paying their way, that they're paying for the full energy cost, that they're paying for the infrastructure and grid upgrades. Heck, I think that they should be subsidizing our energy users across the entire state. It's that careful pivot to prairie populism that has some Democrats, especially the moderates and centrists who are still raw after Michigan, hoping Crowley might claw his way to nomination. While everybody's afraid of these data centers extracting our precious resources away, how about we find ways to extract as much possible from these data centers to help our local units of government? All right, let me play that song again. We got to play that song. No, we're pro data center now. Oh my God, I'm pro data center. I love maybe if I say that, they'll be like, actually, this is a bad idea. We hate Hasan. We hate Hasan. We fucking hate Hasan. So he's pro data center. We hate it now. You think that could work? What do we think, guys? You think that could be a successful method here? What are we thinking? Are we feeling that? Are we feeling that? Here, look, I love this is my favorite song. This is my favorite song, bro. Listen. Listen, guys. Listen to this.
I need a data center in my neighborhood. I want a data center in my town. Please put a data center in my neighborhood. That way, my rent might actually go down. I don't care about the noise. I'm out here getting hearing damage with the boys. Maybe I could get lung damage too. Just so you can ask Rock, is this true? I don't need electricity. My bill going up isn't scary to me, not at all. No, my biggest fear is losing ChatGPT. I don't need my water to be clean. Mine goes up when I look at my screen. Rent goes up like year after year, every year. Hey, data center, get over here. I need a data center in my neighborhood. I want a data center in my town. Please put a data center in my neighborhood. That way, my rent might actually go down. I don't care about the noise. I'm out here getting hearing damage with the boys. Maybe I could get lung damage too. Just so you can ask Rock, is this true? I don't need electricity. My bill going up isn't scary to me, not at all. No, my biggest fear is losing ChatGPT. I don't need my water to be clean. Line goes up when I look at my screen. Rent goes up like year after year, every year. Hey, data center, get over here. I need a data center in my neighborhood. I want a data center in my town.
Data centers are kind of growing on me. Me too, man. Me too. Yeah, data centers come to me in my dreams. Hong, moratorium on AI data centers. Crowley, the government needs to partner with venture capital firms to expand AI data centers all over Wisconsin. Stop. Yeah, if he was even vaguely left and in the lead, elite media would have spent 3 weeks obsessing over his old tweets instead of just shrugging them off. But instead, he wants to ram AI data centers into every corner of the state and listen to Republicans on trickle-down economics. And that's why the old tweets are not getting mentioned, which they shouldn't at this point. They shouldn't get mentioned. Okay? We're not going to do this. I'm not going to like fucking... I'm done. I'm done talking about David Crowley. We're done. Wisconsin, you're in my heart, but you are no longer on my mind. After I look at this Oppo dump inside the GOP secret Francesca Hong Oppo file. So here's why I wanted to look at this, because not because like this is adding insult to injury or anything like that, but I want to see what their mentality is, right? Like what they thought was going to be the successful strategy, right? And I guess this will also this will basically allow us to understand what they're going to try to do to Abdul. This is a great insight into what the midterm strategy is, right? Francesca Hong's primary loss of Wisconsin gubernatorial primary wasn't just a blow to the socialist left, it's also a bummer for the Republicans who were salivating over running against her this fall. Many of Hong's most unpopular left-wing ideas, defund the police, condemning Thanksgiving as a weapon of genocidal colonialism. Her constant invocations of white supremacy were already well known to the primary and ultimately helped sink her campaign. Hong rarely backed away from many of them. But Republicans had apparently many more arrows in their general election quiver after Hong narrowly lost on Tuesday. A source sent me the entire 349-page opposition research dossier put together by Republican Tom Tiffany's gubernatorial campaign. Assembled with the expectation that Hong would be his opponent in November, now, next to the useless, the bookmark Privileged and Confidential by the GOP research firm that compiled it, offers a tantalizing glimpse into how Republicans were prepared to bombard Wisconsin voters with a showcase of Hong's Portlandia-style rhetoric and controversial votes in the state legislature. Much of the research file is devoted to Hong's repeated use of social justice language that became chic among the left in the Trump era. At times, it reads more like woke Mad Libs. Some of the hits. In 2020, she wrote, "The neighborhood gentrification is violence against black people." In 2021, she sponsored... Dude, America's the only country where you just get punished for being right, by the way. Or maybe, I guess there's plenty of other countries where this happens too. But it is kind of funny where they're just like, look at this fucking woke ass nerd. It's like, how dare she, correctly point to things? Like, did she go a little bit overboard? Certainly, but like, it sucks. It sucks so bad that like we're a nation of fucking dumb bullies at this point, where we're just literally like, look at you, you fucking stupid nerd. Ah, fucking stupid nerd, kill yourself with your nerdy ass opinions. What the fuck? No, she didn't go overboard. No, there's a chatters. Please. There is a way to frame these things. When I say she goes overboard, I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying there is a way to frame these things. And when you're running for office, especially in a state like Wisconsin or any state really, you can't be as overboard with your language. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I just said she's not wrong and that this country is where people are punished for being wrong. Isn't that lying? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not lying. Okay? Here, I'll give you an example. Medicare for all, socialized medicine. There are two ways to present it. Okay? Should you fucking come out and be like, I want to literally make sure that no one ever has a job in the for-profit healthcare industry. I want thousands of people to lose their jobs. Or should you say, I want Medicare for all because I want millions of people to have healthcare? There's two ways of presenting it. Okay? God, some of you guys literally think the only way to present issues is the most fucking annoying way possible. How are we this autistic? How? How are we this autistic as a community where we think LARPing to the maximum degree and be as repulsive and as toxic as possible about our moral posture is the best way to win people over? This is what I mean when I say it's fucking crazy. This is what people mostly mean when they say woke one was crazy. This is what they're talking about. They're talking about you. We learn from the best. Crying? Fuck no. I never do this. I try to stay away from this all the time. Half the time, I'm yelling at a motherfucker doing exactly that, and then they clip me and they say, Hasan is a reactionary. Oh, the venue for Chomp for the oligarchy rally just canceled on us following intense intimidation from right-wing agitators to conservative Dems. We won't be silenced and continuing full steam ahead. Oh, fuck, man. There are different ways to communicate the same idea. Choosing the one that's more palatable isn't always watering down. Sometimes it's just, how do I get people to support this thing in the most effective way, which everyone should want, as opposed to some aesthetic linguistic preference? No, there are motherfuckers in this community, there are motherfuckers on the left who literally go, no, actually, that means you're watering down your worldview. Okay? That's literally a thing that some people think. It's very annoying. Okay, sometimes it's just lying. Look, not giving up on it. Okay, not giving up on it. Oh my God. Nope, you're right, chatter. Is it, guys, is it possible? And I mean this sincerely, okay? Is it possible that you might be wrong? Like, is it possible that it's okay to be tactful about how we communicate our desires for a better future? Do you think it's possible that you might be wrong on this? I'm just saying, is it possible? No, and fuck you for asking. Because the majority of people don't do in here don't do shit IRL. That's literally only comes from fuckers who never talk to anyone IRL, and they need to shut the fuck up. People would rather LARP online than see the real world change. Exactly. Because if you, there's no shot you carry this energy with other people in the real world. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? Like, I walk up to people immediately and I'm like, do you want to abolish the commodity form? Like, what do you think normal conversations in the real world look like? You know what I'm saying? Like, you think I walk into a business and I say, where is the boss here? I will destroy your petty bourgeois tyrant. Like, who is the boss of this bodega? Where is the Hitlerian small business owner? Point me to him. I am now placing him under citizen's arrest. Like, but here, I'm going to go through the process piece by piece and explain something to you. Neighborhood gentrification is violence against black people. Here's a great way to reframe that. Improving our neighborhoods is awesome, but we should find a way where we don't displace the existing inhabitants. Oftentimes, black and brown people who are on the older side have been living in these neighborhoods for many years. It would be a great disservice to displace them. Look at that. Did I water it down? Did I water it down? Did I lie? Is that lying? Okay, let's see another one. And for the record, I'm not even faulting her for saying this shit. It's 2020. Woke one was crazy, right? Like, I'm not even faulting her, but she's not running for office at this point. And she certainly... They played the clip of you talking about the average voter. What is this? A guy who's like, I really like Francesca Hong's policies, but I'm also a stupid guy who in his diapers. And I will be Soylent Green one day because I'm so dumb. It's like pundit brain. I can't do it. I can't. You're going to catch me on voters. I don't like. Yeah, I'm talking about people who do pundit brain, who is like, I like the policies, but I'm going to vote for someone else because I'm stupid. Gonna need you to say the word proletarian before I unsub. It's nice that they put your Twitch address. That's true. Finally. Anyway, whatever. Will Kane in the membrane. I don't care about this shit. Okay, we're done. Hasan is old news. Let's get back to the Oppo dump. So, in 2021, she sponsored a resolution calling systemic racism a public health crisis and demanding the state legislature create an equity-oriented country and society. No issues there. No problems there. For years, Hong's bio on X described her location as occupied Ho-Chunk land rather than her home in Madison. Again, who cares? There's plenty in the book, too, about Hong's years-long crusade about defunding and abolish the police, although many of the comments were already reported by CNN's tenacious Andrew Kaczynski. Hong made a number of remarks about systems of harm and how police forces are tools of white supremacy. In 2021, she called for the abolition of the carceral system, which Republicans would have surely spun as Hong calling for prison abolition. On immigration, Hong has loudly called for ICE to be abolished, which is not a secret, but the book references ICE agents as terrorists and fascists, terms that repel swing vote. No, that's fucking bullshit. She's right on that. The environment is totally ripe for that kind of commentary. Literally, the much more moderate progressive Peggy Flanagan won on that, and then went and on the night of her victory speech, she said, we are going to rip ICE apart. Okay? So no, that's just wrong. That's just Republicans are stupid. They don't understand how much people fucking demonize ICE and hate it. June 2020, Hong reiterated calls to defund the police multiple times. Again, not a problem there. You can just like reframe it. Zoran method. Just be like, yeah, no. I think that it was far too vague. This slogan was far too vague. I'm not interested in sloganeering. I'm interested in solutions. And I think what we should do is understand that cops have a very tough job. They just want to serve their communities, lie a little bit and say something along the lines of like, we got to make sure that they're, they got a lot on their plate. So we got to make sure that we aid them with like, social workers and take away some of their work off their plates, that type of shit. Op book also features 10 pages of Hong staking out far-left positions on trans rights and gender issues. 2021, she supported taxpayer-funded task force to study the societal barriers of equality for intersecting gender non-conforming individuals. In 2022, Hong referred to pregnant women as pregnant people. That's so funny. Who cares? No, this is actually fucking silly. This is actually silly. This kind of stuff is nothing. This kind of stuff in the hands of a decent communicator is just like, what are you? Okay, who cares? Like, who cares? Who cares? What are you talking about? It's all culture war. That one did one shot Anna. Like, as a guy who didn't do this shit, okay, as a guy who did not do this shit in the same exact time frame, I'm a professional political pundit. I've been doing this. I was around back then. You can go back. I didn't do this shit, right? But I never also like faulted people for doing it because I don't think it matters. I think people were just trying to be as courteous as possible. Who fucking cares? I think like obsessing over this in either direction is so unproductive. And that is my problem with quote unquote woke 1.0. Okay. That's it. That is the problem. That is literally the problem. And it made people so insane, bro. It made people on the right so fucking insane. It blows my goddamn mind. Like, I'm telling you, I didn't do any of this stuff. I thought it was silly because I didn't think that that's how normal people talk, okay? It's just not. Like, people were trying to be as accommodating as possible, and in an effort to be as accommodating as possible, they started talking in a way that normal people don't talk. And it made them look academic. It made them look inaccessible. It made them look strange and out of touch, okay? It's just not how people talk. Now, of course, there are certain instances where it's valid for people to talk like this, in an academic setting, or if it's a doctor or something, you know what I mean? Like it makes sense. It makes sense for people to use these terms in different settings. But if you're doing it in a broader setting as a legislator or whatever, yeah, it's a little strange and it comes across as though you're out of touch. But who cares? Like, the optics weren't great, but who fucking cares? How could you make this your life's mission? Like, as though we don't have any other broader problems, you know what I mean? Like, this always signaled to me that you were just, very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. Only comfortable people are just like, what can I find to get pissed off about? You know what I mean? The voters kind of care. No, I know, but the voters wouldn't care if you were actually presenting them with something. Here, I'll give you an example. Okay, if someone is running on like universal child care, Medicare for all, as your governor, I'm going to fucking do both of these things, right? I'm going to punish the utilities providers. I'm going to make sure they're no longer jacking up your prices. Also, Latinx. People are probably going to focus on the first three things, then the fourth thing, okay? If you offer people things, they hyper-focus on the things you're going to offer them, and they'll probably overlook some of the other shit that they find to be silly. Okay, that'd be really funny, by the way. My 4 policies. You know how like Abdul has Medicare for all, money in your pockets, money out of politics. It's what if his platform was money in your pocket, money out of politics, Medicare for all, Latinx. Just out of nowhere, he was just like, and also Latinx. Hasan, they legit won off of the abolition of Thanksgiving tweets from 2019. No, they did not. That just didn't. That wasn't helpful because it fed into her. She's not electable. She's not ready for primetime argument. That's the only thing. If Caitlin Collins was like, hey, what do you think about Thanksgiving? Like, do you want to cancel it? And she was like, no, I don't want to fucking cancel Thanksgiving. You know who's canceling Thanksgiving? Donald Trump, because it's impossible to afford food. That shit would have done LeBron numbers. And I'm talking young LeBron, not old LeBron. People would have went, brr, brr, brr. She's on it. How can you say this person is not electable? That's it. It's comms. It's comms. It's about using the moment and the opportunity to your advantage. Some people can do it. Some people can't do it, but you can always train someone to be able to do it. And yes, in the general, I think Francesca Hong would have been able to tighten up her comms. Do you understand? And after a certain point, they would have been like, yeah, I am sick and tired of addressing this stuff. Who cares? This is cancel culture in the opposite direction. What are we doing? Okay, I was more woke back then. Who fucking cares? I want to help Wisconsin. I want to help the people of Wisconsin. Okay? This is so ridiculous. This is exactly what's wrong with politics nowadays. Everybody talks about what you said 4 years ago, 5 years ago, instead of what I want to do now. What I want to do now for the people of Wisconsin. I'm a Wisconsin nationalist. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Oh. There's so many different avenues. There are so many different avenues you can go with that. You can be like, I'd rather have 2 woke tweets in 2020 than what Donald Trump was saying and doing in 2020 when he was telling people to drink bleach. You feel me? You get to hear your family members without the hum of a data center. Moms demand action? Wait, what the fuck? I'm not going to say anything about this. Great. It's great. It's awesome. Spanish is a gendered language, and in 2016 and 2020, there was a lot of talk about gender-inclusive language. Academics suggested Latinx is a possible way to be gender-inclusive. Okay, stop. Stop. We're not relitigating this shit. This is literally giving me... Shh, guys, don't say anything about Oliver Larkin. Mom's demand action. That's great. Okay, let's continue. Let's move on. Sometimes you don't have to show me stuff, okay? In 2023, she voted against a bill banning gender reassignment surgery for minors. That same year, she supported a local resolution that would make Dane County a legal sanctuary for trans and non-binary Wisconsinites. Again, beast mode, totally fine. She also opposed legislation requiring, like, you want to know the argument to this? The argument to this that's successful? I'll tell you the argument to this that's successful from a governor in a plus 35 Trump state. His name is Andy Bashar. Those are God's children. And these decisions should be made between their healthcare provider, just like abortion, should be a decision made between a healthcare provider and the patient. These are decisions that should be kept to the doctors. I'm an American. I don't believe in government interference in these affairs. Boom. Those are God's children. Those are your neighbors. That's exactly what Andy Bashar said. And he was a fucking lion for it. And he said it in Kentucky. Okay? And people love him. So you think Andy Bashar, who can say that in Kentucky and still win, you think that can't happen in Wisconsin? Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, let's continue. Most of these comments are probably to be expected from a DSA state legislation. Wait, this is it? That's it? They had nothing. Just all culture war nonsense. I thought there was something secret in here. What the fuck? This was ass. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, this is awesome. If this is what they got for Abdul, oof, great. Great. That was 300 pages of just literally them going woke, 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 woke. That was 320 pages, bro. Or 349 pages. Anyway. As a Kentuckian, Bashir, sorry. Oh, yeah, Corbin Trent. I genuinely rather die than ever defend this entitled, rich, out-of-touch, clout-chasing piece of shit. He can rot in actual hell. Corbin Trent says, don't know your actual politics, but I assume you're aligning yourself with the administration that's trying to lock people up for their political ideologies. Then you're right-winger, yeah? What an incredibly stupid statement. You thought you ate, but you didn't. Do I think Hasan Piker should be thrown in jail? Obviously not. Do I think Dems need to defend a vile anti-Semite who spent the last year attacking every Democrat under the sun he doesn't like? Definitely not. Try again next time. I think Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir have done more to inspire anti-Semitism than anyone else I can imagine. Also seems like trying to wrap Zionism and Judaism into a single entity is probably not good. As a local example, I'm from Tennessee, but I reject the KKK. Notice you didn't actually defend Hasan. You skipped straight past the part where he said he's spent a year attacking every Democrat he doesn't like and now wants them to run to his defense. These guys think they represent something. Bro, you're just a random guy. I don't know why. Like, you don't have to do it. I'm not talking to you. I swear to God, these people, like, Israel has fucking warped their brains so much that he's literally just go live in Tel Aviv, man. What are you doing? Why are you in America then if you love Israel that much? Everybody feels super special lately. Too much social media. Yeah. He had to get truther. Nice. Anyway. This guy literally does not understand the message here. The message here that went viral on Twitter and it pissed off every fucking Republican was this. If you don't actually fucking swat away these attacks and lean into them, you are not going to get anything good out of this, okay? Because every moment that you are leaning into the Republican attacks is a moment where you're giving in to the Republican narrative, okay? It's the same with trans issues. It literally doesn't make sense. You also made it to the front page of Reddit, get noted, sub, always full of D-writers and bots that have little to no context. Yeah, that's their job. Okay, someone literally said this earlier. Or what they do is they brigade the notes and then they brigade the get noted post. And then it makes it to the front page of Reddit and they're like, look at this fucking idiot. Look at this fucking idiot. He just got noted. He hates liberals or something like that. It doesn't really matter. It's another avenue to fucking, get, it's an unbelievably empty victory. It just doesn't mean anything. Okay. I don't know why they also think that it's like, doing anything. I don't know why they think that this is like destroying me or something. Who gives a fuck? I've gotten some of the most insane community notes of all time where people say I'm not white, I'm a yellow person and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, also, we can eradicate this right now and rate it not helpful. You know what I mean? Anyway. Here's direct advocacy to harass you. What is this? I don't want to have. Oh my God, look at these fucking context notes. There's LSF. Hasan has been over 2 years attacking.
We need to start community noting this Adri chick on every bad tweet we can find. Like when she's tweeting stuff that's not correct, because she's his #1 fucking spokesperson, and almost everything he says is a lie. We should start community noting the fuck.
My God, he literally just watches you in the corner of a stream. Is so pathetic. No, literally, that's all he does. No, for like the 2,000 to 3,000 people that are in his community, this is literally what they think is political advocacy. It's so sad. They unironically think this is political advocacy. This is political praxis. This is like the peak of praxis. It's the saddest. It's the most pathetic way to exist. But hey, it's fine. Keep him busy, I guess. So anyway, Corbin Trent says that was supposed to be a never again kind of reminder, yet it seems to have failed. I don't understand people. We fairly recent history to show this goes. First, it came for the communists and the socialists and the trade unionists. Except Trump first came for the liberals, and Hasan laughed and cheered and played EDM rave songs while dancing and hooting and hollering. What the fuck? Oh my God. Brother, Trump didn't first come for the liberals, okay? Trump came for the immigrants, and you guys were celebrating it because you thought they deserved it because some of their family members were Latino and voted for Donald Trump. Okay? I didn't forget. Anyway, this Naymiller quote is about people being rounded up and killed under Nazi Germany. Comparing that to me not wanting to defend a millionaire streamer is not a serious comparison. Nobody's persecuting Hasan. What do you mean nobody's persecuting Hasan? The government is literally actively trying to investigate and prosecute me. I've been on numerous government documents. What are you talking about? Bro just fucking closes his eyes and plugs his goddamn ears. He's like, nope. Where the fuck was it? I lost it. Where the fuck was the thing? God damn it, I have too many tabs open. Did I close the tab? I guess I did. Anyway, whatever. Oh, it's right here. You do not get to spend years trashing Democrats and then demand they close ranks around the second it costs you something. He's a 35-year-old man. At some point, that means owning your own choice and instead of expecting the party to attack the sport, bail you out. Are you aware of the NSPM 7 of Marco Rubio, Bassett, Trump, and many others in this admin saying the socialists, specifically incoming reps, are a greater threat to America than 9/11, Pearl Harbor, or either World War? If you aren't, you should read Ken Klippenstein. He breaks it down. Actually, I think you ought to be able to advocate and promote policies and ideas that attack the establishment Dem Party and then still expect them to support your freedom to do so when a rogue regime attacks people for their political ideology. Bro, Congress has come after me. The State Department has come after me. The Vice President has come after me. What the fuck what is this guy talking about? You just agree with them because you're basically a fucking Republican. Can you address whatever the fuck this is? Oh yeah, this guy's awesome. I'm not going to dunk on him. He's irrelevant. That guy's dope. He says the Dem Tea Party moment is actually a failure. Why? Because he just doesn't like the people. That's literally it. He doesn't think any of the insurgent candidates that won are actually valid victories that show anything, because it was just too easy or something. Yeah. If I were a moderate, I'd probably respond to the DSA's gains with Democratic voters by proposing policies likely to resonate with those voters and solve problems facing the country. The challenge, though, which explains this alternative approach, is that they don't have them. Yep. I think it's worse, though. I just think they don't want to concede to the left on any issue. And they still think they can just go, nah, it's electability. Yeah, stop calling it the Democratic Tea Party. The anti-incumbent wave is bigger than that and also bipartisan. Yes. Primary defeats of House incumbents during 2010 Tea Party cycle were 4. Primary defeats of House incumbents this year so far is 10. And on top of that, what's even crazier is that the Tea Party movement was entirely astroturfed, right? The Tea Party movement is backed by the Koch brothers. The Tea Party movement was funded by the Koch brothers. It was entirely astroturfed. Whereas this movement is entirely grassroots. It is a remarkable achievement. That's why they're so fucking scared. No matter what they say in the media, they are terrified, okay? So we're clear, this is Tom Barrett refusing to return cash from a diminishing and seriousness of accusations against a man who faces such credible allegations of domestic violence that multiple Republican senators have called for his resignation. Yeah.
There are folks in the district who are calling for you to return campaign contributions from Congressman Max Miller's campaign committee. Do you have any response
right off
to
the
that?
rip, right? Nothing to do with transportation.
Sorry,
You're just like,
gotta get it out of the way. Yeah.
No, obviously the challenges that, Max Miller is going through are, really devastating for their family and something that is, really sad to witness. I'm somebody that believes in due process, whether it's due process for Max as he goes through the ethics process or due process for my opponent, who's a convicted felon. I think that, that due process is a fundamental right that we have to respect as Americans. And, we have an ethics committee in Congress for a reason.
He said my opponent is a convicted felon. That's so awesome. So what's hilarious about that is like fucking William Lawrence. Okay, that's true. He did get arrested. Okay. Do you want to know for what reason he got arrested? It was awesome. It was fucking beast mode. First of all, the president is a convicted felon, so it's really funny to say that. But the reason why William Lawrence, swagged out white boy, quirked up white boy, who is kind of on my shit list right now for knifing DSA, is a convicted felon. Do you want to know why? Because he got arrested when he was 22 years old, when he locked himself to some construction equipment and refused to leave the job site. Police ultimately cut his bonds, and he was charged with resisting and obstructing police, which is a felony. He took a stand against Enbridge Energy by locking himself to the equipment. Was it righteous? Absolutely, he said in a video on Instagram. Was it wise? Perhaps not. What is this? I swear there's been a recent influx of leftists attacking other leftists for not being left enough, like all over online. I genuinely think something is going on. YouTube has to be pushing videos on how socialism of the DSA is not good enough or is actually fake. It's crazy. Nah, that's normal. That's always existed. Like ultra records have always been around. It's a little bit of a knife fight for the most part because like it's not a psyop always. It can be, but it's not always a psyop. I will say it like this. I think it's a power. It's an attempt to grab more power. A lot of people on the left understand that we have a very small amount of people who have been primed, right? We have a very small number of people who have been radicalized, who have recognized the contradictions, who have developed class consciousness, who understand their position under capitalism and want to do something about it. So leftists, I think, intrinsically understand that reality. So instead of seeking out, the masses and talking to them, they just go after wherever those people are. And DSA and this community as well happens to be the most primed audience. They can't go out and talk to normal people about how they have to be Maoist third worldists and about how the labor aristocracy is actually, by way of unequal exchange, destroying the nations in the periphery and benefiting from it tremendously. Because if you were to go up to a homeless person or, I don't know, a regular gig economy Uber driver and explain them this concept, the Uber driver would probably kill you and himself by ramming the car directly into a wall at 65 miles an hour. So that's the reason why they can't do that. So they have to do it here. They have to come in here and be like, well, you guys are supposed to be knowledgeable on this reality. And how dare you exist in the world with this knowledge, with this shame of living in a fucking developed nation in the first world at the heart of empire and try to make things a little bit better for everyone, including the American working class. When the American working class is a part of the labor aristocracy, you guys should all purchase weapons and immediately kill yourselves instead. That's what they try to do in places like this. Right? And unfortunately, because our ideas are outside of the confines of liberalism, there are a lot of people who find themselves in what I like to call the crank sphere, right? A lot of socialists, instead of moving in the direction of Marxist orthodoxy or trying to become a little bit more pragmatic and be as understanding and charitable to people's starting points and their shameful liberalism, instead of doing any of that, they actually end up finding themselves in the crank sphere, and they become left-wing Professor Chiangists, right? Like there's a lot of that. There is a deep desire to find and unearth hidden truths about the world amongst all of us. And that's what it is. There's also trots, which is a specific tendency that exists to do just this, although there are trots in DSA as well, and they're fine from what I understand. Chirpers think infighting online over earned influence is better than doing the work IRL with leftists with common principles. This pathetic crab in the bucket mentality that would rather try and peel off those who are radicalized on the path than actually reach the masses. Yeah. My argument always has been the same. I'm like, listen, if your ideas are fucking so awesome, if they're bangers, okay, like I'm with you, then go out to the fucking regular market, Instead of trying to come in here and tell me I ain't doing shit and I'm actually wasting away the revolutionary potential of the masses, like go out there and meet the masses where they are and build this movement, build it larger. Why do you think this is the only place where you can eat off of? I don't even have a problem having a collaborative relationship with people who I will engage with and people who I have comradely disagreements with, right? I don't even have an issue with people like that. What I take issue with is when you go from, yeah, I think this guy is like a decent entry point into socialist thought to this guy is actually cynically working within the confines of the DNC. He's a CIA agent. He's a liberal Zionist. And then you find yourself literally collaborating with Zionists as well and highlighting their propaganda because your mission becomes single-handedly to destroy this community, like where you think like I am the number one op to global communism or something. It's very, very stupid. There are a lot of people who believe this, by the way. I know we joke and stuff, but there are literally people who see the unlimited barrage of reactionary propaganda from Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC. And I, honest to God, have seen some of these communists on Twitter. They go, oh, I think this is a psyop. I think they're actually doing a psyop to make me as a communist think Hasan is actually radical and worthy of defense. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Yeah, Rupert Murdoch wanted you and 13 people in your immediate friend group in your fucking Splinter Discord who are Shining Path supporters to actually finally recognize that I'm a revolutionary enough communist to maintain the support of your 13-person reading group. You know, that's what Rupert Murdoch was trying to do. Rupert Murdoch was thinking, he's dialed in to your hammer and sickle reading group. You know? He's like, oh, this is what we're going to do. That I don't understand. No, that's literally, there are a lot of people. Look, we're human beings, okay? And we have a tendency to believe that the world revolves around us, right? And therefore, everything that's happening, it's happening to like make me confused, right? And instead of looking at the barrage of reactionary propaganda that seeks to undermine what I'm doing here because they actually do see it as a threat to the established forces of power, they look at that and they think, oh no, this is like a 5D chess play from Rupert Murdoch and all these corporations. Rupert Murdoch and all these corporations actually have decided to like present Hasan Piker as a dangerous radical so he can dupe all of us into thinking that he's actually a real one. He actually is a threat to power. No, sometimes the truth is actually far simpler than that. The reason why they're doing it is because they do see me as a threat. That's it. And for many, many years, they didn't see me as a threat and they didn't do shit. Because for many, many years, I quietly would fundraise for initiatives, Amazon Labor Union and the like. But ultimately, I didn't actually try to change American politics. I didn't actually roll up the sleeves and go on the road and work alongside this robust, much larger movement of, DSA cadre candidates and Democratic socialists all around the country, and also aligned individuals to try to go after incumbents within the Democratic Party and unseat them, and also actively push for even a senator who is sympathetic to social democracy. Maybe not democratic socialism, but at least social democracy. That is the problem. And it's extra bad that these weren't even just allies that were democratic socialists, but they were also anti-Zionist. Okay? That's why, for years and years, the reason why I was getting unlimited fucking oppo from YouTubers and not the entire media infrastructure, the entirety of corporate media, from Fox News all the way down to ABC and CBS and numerous other outlets, including liberal outlets, was because I just kept to myself. I just kept to myself. You understand?
It wasn't really a...
I've never met a person that thinks any of those Rupert Murdoch things where you're encountering these ultra wreckers, and why do they always seem to get conflated with people just prioritize organizing over elections as a primary strategy? People who prioritize organizing as over elections as a primary strategy don't come in here and fucking chirp at me, so I'm not talking about those people. I mean, there was one guy that I responded to. What is that? There's a couple different accounts, and when I point to them, they're going to get harassed, so I don't want to do it. Or when I point to them, you're going to say, these are tiny accounts and they're insignificant. And I'm like, yeah, that's my point. I know they're insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but they still exist. That's why I said they're a 12-person reading group in a Splinter Discord and not a 1,200-person reading group in a Splinter Discord, right?
Democrat. If they get the opportunity to lead again, they need to do lasting material benefits for people going forward. And frankly, that's what these democratic socialists are proposing. Really nothing more radical than we saw from Democrats during the New Deal through the following 30 years when Democrats controlled Congress.
Well, and isn't it funny?
Yeah, no, it's a single party state going forward due to the popularity of these policies. But no one wants to do it.
Because if you say I'm an FDR Democrat or a New Deal Democrat,
just because they see it as a threat doesn't mean it is. Social democracy still reforms capitalism and the Democratic Party's image as well, but I still think you are helpful in radicalizing people, so it's a double-edged sword. Yes, dude, I want to do the welfareism. I want to do the welfare state so I can save capitalism. Or perhaps this is a much more successful method in galvanizing the masses, organizing the masses, and creating the necessary networks of pressure, okay? Bringing back labor militancy, for example, so that we have a structure, a disciplined organizational structure to actually make the necessary changes, okay? Because what you're describing is not happening. The alternative is not happening. This is one of the problems that I have with a lot of MLs, for example, where they look at like siege communism, they look at successful implementations of Marxist-Leninist doctrine, whether it be the USSR, whether it be the Communist Party of China, whether it be, the Communist Party of Cuba, right? And what they fail to comprehend is the material realities in all of these different societies. Okay? Many of them largely agrarian, not industrialized. Many of them under a heinous fascist occupation. And it's not because it's 100 years ago. That's fine. If we had like the equivalence of the peasant class here in the United States of America, you could make the argument at least that like maybe there's a Maoist structure that we could abide by, but we don't. This has never been successful. The closest you can get to socialism in the United States of America is Olof Palme. Okay. That is the closest historical equivalence that you can point to. Okay? So we have to envision a different method regardless. We have to envision a different method. Okay? Because that clearly wasn't enough. I'm not saying that is the end all be all. But what I'm trying to say is that is the closest any like developed nation, post-industrialized nation has gotten to maintaining some kind of socialist principle through democratic socialism, developing, the robust social safety nets and things of that nature. Is this what Sam does when he's on vacation?
right, it hits a little different. Depending on where you are in the country, some of these terms scare people more or less. But when you talk about, yes, having an FDR posture towards regulating the banks before they invest in an AI boom that bankrupts everybody, or actually fighting corruption.
People who focus on thought-terminating cliches like social democracy being too moderate don't actually know about Olof Palme. I mean, that's the thing. Like that is the I think of Swedish social democracy as the closest equivalent to what is perceivable, what is permissible in like the in contemporary American society. Okay. It's not the final goal, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like that is the most achievable thing in the interim. That's partially the reason why, Sam Cedar here is talking about FDR, New Deal Democrats. I just joined, but they're not mutually exclusive, are they? Like Twitter communists can be useless schizos, but Americans are still treat rights and us achieving social democracy doesn't do much to unravel global relations in a way necessary to undo the majority's enslavement and now avoid climate collapse. Not that it's futile because of that. I mean, look. In my travels, I've gone to other countries, okay? No Colvin will tell you a similar thing for his trips to all these different Latin American countries. The number one thing that labor organizers and very radical politicians, very radical socialists and communists ask is, who can we work with in the United States of America? The reality of the matter is they understand that the United States of America is this great behemoth that is constantly fucking things up. So from their perspective, if there's anyone that they can hold on to, if there's anyone that they can collaborate with, they will take advantage of that. So they are begging for this country to move in the appropriate direction. They are begging for it. They're holding out hope. So yeah, none of those conversations, including in Cuba, revolved around why haven't you stormed the Capitol with weapons and developed a vanguard party and overtook the American government and implemented a one-party communist state yet. None of those conversations happened. Those conversations are entirely the fancy of the internet. Okay? People are much more pragmatic and just want relief. So the best we can do is fix our problems here at home while also getting out of the way of others. That's my attitude on this issue. And what a lot of people don't realize is, like, you know what's funny? Here's what's funny. I think the Olof Palme comparison is probably the most apt, right? And the reason why I say that is because how do you think these Nordic countries or even the United States of America achieved the implementation of the New Deal, achieved the first iteration of social democracy here at the domestic level? How did these Nordic countries develop the Nordic system? They didn't do it through liberalism. Liberalism in Europe, and especially in social democracies, is a right-wing position. They achieved it because communists were pushing for it. They achieved it because socialists were pushing for it. And the same goes for the New Deal here in the United States of America. Okay? That's the irony of it all. The things that they developed back then, due to succumbing to the pressure of labor uprisings, mass instability, the labor militancy, trade unionists, anarchists throwing fucking Molotov cocktails at their workplaces and shit, gave us New Deal, gave us the New Deal democracy that we still take advantage of to this day. That's what a lot of liberals don't understand, where they're like, oh, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you guys are radicals. It's like, yeah, without radicals, you have nothing. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut the fuck up. There's never been a world where we've moved in the direction of progress, where we've had any sort of material benefit for the existing working class, where we've ever, like, without radicals, we would not have abolition of slavery. The fuck do you mean? You should be on your hands and knees kissing the feet of the radicals. They're the ones who are pushing the fucking boundaries. They're the ones who are progressing society. You just eat off their benefits and then you fucking hand wave them away. That's part of the reason why I get mad at the ultras that come in here and fucking shit on me instead of doing the goddamn work on their own. I mean, there was a time when liberalism was radical, but that's that's neither here nor there.
Or actually getting a square meal and a square deal and, all the rest. I think it's a fair point.
Yeah, but the establishment would call FDR a communist today, 100%. But they called him that back in the day as well. Like they did. Yeah, the Washington Post solved the months-long mystery attacks on 3 fishing boats near the Galapagos. They are part of a covert CIA program with a spy plane with its ownership hidden behind an LLC oriented towards each boat before the strikes. And the prosecutor who was investigating these CIA strikes was murdered. The prosecutor who was investigating the CIA strikes was murdered. One of the boats is still missing. Survivors of the other 2 strikes say they were tortured before being dumped in El Salvador. All 3 craft were licensed commercial vessels cleared by Ecuadorian authorities, and there is no indication that they were engaged in drug trafficking. This is a scandal and horror of epic proportions. And yet, nothing will happen because people are too busy yelling about me. Okay? Anyway, J.D. Vance also understands the crisis that is imminent, the crisis that the Republicans are facing, because he's got his ear to the ground. So let's hear what he had to say.
And why is socialism sticking with young Americans?
Yeah.
Here's more of those questions and my conversation with Vice President.
Yeah. 1935, Franklin D. Roosevelt, communist art print. Look at that. Riding the donkey, waving the fucking hammer and sickle flag. FDR mocking Republicans, some things never change.
We believe in social security. We believe in work for the unemployed. We believe in saving homes. Cross our hearts and hope to die. We believe in all these things. But we do not like the way the present administration is doing them. Just turn them over to us. We will do all of them.
It's so funny because FDR, they called him a communist, they called him a fascist. They also said that he was betraying liberalism, abandoning the principles, and they literally I mean, they tried to kill him. That's another thing. Right? And this motherfucker brought about a de facto one-party social democracy to this country, okay?
We will do more of them.
FDR loved data centers, Hasan. Yeah, he would have loved data centers.
We will do them better. And most important of all, the doing of them will not cost anybody anything.
This is the clearest FDR clip I've ever seen. The quality of this clip is fantastic. The Democrats need to make this into a political ad now. Who 7 years ago? Who even now? Why don't people bring this up more when being called a communist? I mean, I don't know. I don't think people actually care. It's the same as, dude, it's okay. We bring up MLK being a democratic socialist. We bring up Malcolm X being a communist. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They literally don't care. They just do not care. Some people do not care. Fox poll has 10% more black voters going to Rogers this year versus Slotkins. That's crazy. Black voters are not voting 22% Rogers, but the white voter margin looks typical for Michigan. Oh, so that's the reason why. That's the reason why Fox News' poll thought that Rogers would defeat Abdul El-Sayed handily. That's why they're calling you racist? Bro, that's crazy. Here's what's fucking nutty about all of this. Okay? The solution to it is actually a real Obama endorsement. Okay? That's number one. Number two, Abdul literally served Wayne County. What are we talking about? Like, all of the Democratic Party leaders that endorse Haley Stevens are going to endorse Abdul El-Sayed. They all want to defeat Mike Rogers. They all want the Democratic Party to maintain a Senate majority. If the Republicans think they can get away with this by being like Hasan Piker Hasan Piker wants to go back and do lynchings by literally fucking smearing me, okay? Good luck to them. There's no shot. I mean, look, I'm very confident. Hopefully the Democrats don't wreck this shit. Seeing the David Crowley pro data center approach made me, confused. Or not obtain a Senate majority. I apologize. I said maintain. I was wrong.
President J.D. Vance. Let's talk for a minute about Iran. There is frustration, Mr. Vice President, I think, out there on the seesaw nature of what's going on in Iran. We're close to a deal, then we're going to bomb the hell out of them. The strait is open, then the strait is closed. And I'm sure that frustration is shared inside the White House. So I know it's hard to project, but let me ask you, how does this end? What does this look like when and if it's over with Iran?
Well, the thing I can say with confidence is I think this ends with the United States in a stronger position, with Iran not having a nuclear weapon, and with the Strait of Hormuz returned to a place where oil and gas prices are stable for the American people. I think the issue here, Will, is that the Iranians sometimes make commitments that they don't honor. They make a deal, they don't honor the deal. And I understand your point about the seesaw nature of this, but I think what that reflects is that we have a lot of tools at our disposal to compel action. And sometimes we're focused on the energy piece of it because we want Americans to be able to afford the price of oil and gas. Sometimes we're obviously focused on the military nature of it. Sometimes we're focused on the nuclear program. So I think what is really happening is that you're seeing a president of the United States at the height of his authority with a lot of tools, diplomatic, military, and economic. What I think is really going on from the inside is that we're using those tools very selectively, very strategically to get the outcome that the President of the United States needs to get for the benefit of the American people. And it really is twofold. It's ensuring that the Gulf countries continue to send oil and gas to the world economy so that we have energy price stability. That's obviously important for the American people. I know that oil is down today, and it's way down from the highs in the early days of the conflict. That's goal number one. Keep oil and gas cheap for Americans all over our country. And then obviously goal number two is ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. I feel confident we're accomplishing both of those goals, but it's inherently an unpredictable thing because the Iranians themselves are unpredictable and they sometimes don't honor the commitments they've made to us.
All right, really quickly, I want to ask you this. There is obviously, and I think it's beyond comedically, a movement in the United States to embrace socialism. We've seen, for example, a joke of a candidate in Wisconsin still get 300,000 votes, people voting.
La Rosa taking another swipey based on the Fox News polls, courtesy of the lunatic pro-Hamas Hasan Piker wing of the Democratic Party, not Chuck Schumer. Michigan is the only battleground Senate race Fox News' poll where Republicans are ahead. Democrats lead in. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Stop poll watching. By the way, dog, you literally said you're in favor of Mike Rogers winning. So why are you acting like you're sad about this outcome if you believe it?
For democratic socialism. But I think the real question, and I think it's a question for you, it's a question for Republicans at large, is this. When a young person looks at their life and they say, you know, I did what America asked me to do. I went to college, I got a job, and I don't think I can afford the life that my parents could afford. Now, whether or not that's statistically accurate, it is a real feeling and a growing feeling. So what is your answer to that young person?
You know, our answer, Will, and this is the exact right question to ask, because our response to socialism, which is a dangerous and destructive ideology, it's been tried in the past and failed, our response to that can't be just to ignore the economic concerns that I think are feeding this rising interest in socialism.
You got Fox News talking about this. I mean, J.D. Vance, I can't believe I'm saying this, but J.D. Vance at least understands that the Republicans are kind of fucked. Like, J.D. Vance understands that, like, this is a warning to the Republican Party from J.D. Vance to be like, you can't get away by saying it's communism to worry about prices, you fucking idiots. I mean, he literally did dunk on Dan Crenshaw for doing that the other day. Dan Crenshaw straight up came out and said, oh, you're complaining about $20 burritos? Well, fuck you. Eat some ramen and shut the fuck up. You know who cares? You know who complains about inflation? Communists. That's who. That's what Dan Crenshaw said. And J.D. Vance obviously dunked on him and was like, shut the fuck up. This is why you lost your race. Whatever. So at least he understands that if the Republicans come out and do old school conservatism, because that's what old school conservatism is. A lot of people, came around. Many of you are too young to remember this, but that's what conservatives used to say. Conservatives didn't used to do left populism, right? Fake slopulism. They used to straight up say you're poor because you're morally inferior. To be rich is glorious, and you should recognize your station. A lot of this changed, obviously, in the Reagan era, but there was still plenty of country club conservatism up until George W. Bush, and then Donald Trump basically destroyed it. Now, conservatives don't do the personal responsibility shit as much any longer. Hasan, when he wants to talk about his past, a lot of you are too young for this. I'm also Unk. Did you just go back in the day on us, Unk? Yes, I'm a fucking boomer. Yeah, forget iPhones. This is the level of animosity Fox News has had towards poor people. Definition of poor families, not what it used to be. 99.6% have a refrigerator in poor households. Tom Tiffany calls Crowley a socialist. What? No way. What? Wait, what? But Republicans would never do that. Wait, what? Republicans never call random Democrats socialists. That's so strange. What? Did nobody pay attention to the race that just took place where the moderates defeated the socialists? Perhaps David Crowley should run on how he's not a socialist over and over again. One of your haters was put on the spot by one of your other biggest haters. Oh yeah, I saw this.
In the final 2 weeks, and they said, we have got to change this. When Francesca Hong imploded, which started when she said that the police officer committed an execution, that was the beginning of the end for her. And they were like, we've got to get somebody else here in Wisconsin. And they were able to execute that with David Crowley.
Congressman Tiffany, can you tell me, because what I'm reading, their policies aren't all that different, are they? I mean, is David Crowley maybe a polished up version of Francesca Hong, or am I reading that incorrectly?
Yeah, it's a great point. Just 2 weeks ago, when they were having their debates, David Crowley never challenged Francesca Hong for the beliefs that she has. If you're trying to win a race, wouldn't you try to paint some contrast between you and your opponent? And he went on to say, my policies will be very similar, not much different than Francesca Hong, the socialist. The Democrats have capitulated to the socialists here in Wisconsin. Their leadership has capitulated. They are socialists now.
You know, I was digging into the numbers, and Hong, and I want to make this point. it was Madison. It's kind of an urban far-left crowd that voted for her from that beautiful town.
Let me guess. They're going to say the exact same thing that the fucking establishment Democrats are saying, which is that it's all wealthy urban people.
City, and then some of the rural communities got on board. It was more of a coalition for David Crowley. What is your strategy against him?
Sorry, I paused and
Oh, our strategy is the same since we started nearly a year ago, Harris. It's a 72 county strategy. There's been a few times we Republicans haven't been as vigorous in places like Dane County, which is Madison. We are competing in every corner of the state because we just think common sense is going to prevail. And I think it's a bipartisan issue that people want lower property taxes. They want their utility bills kept under control, those things that are all about affordability. That's not a partisan issue, and we think we're going to have people that are going to join us in that effort here.
Bro, just end the broadcast. You're clocked the fuck out, lol. No policies whatsoever from Tom Tiffany. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, obviously, Republicans are fucking cattle. Like, those who are still at this point, bro, Harris Faulkner exclusively talks about you.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Piker is driving Democrats up a wall.
Harris Faulkner, this guy is toxic. He needs to be deported and his followers can go with him. Infiltrated. Accolades of the epitome of stupidity. America's enemies are now out in the open. Take him off. Ban him like they do the right podcast. What right podcasts have been banned?
That's a quote. Despite that, he has emerged as a key surrogate for several radical left candidates, including Michigan Senate hopeful Abdul El Sayed. Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley says Piker's rise signals doom for the Democrat Party. Well, at least the party as we know it. And focus now.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say is the current Abdul poll. You have to remember something. The current Abdul poll that shows him losing to Mike Rogers. This is right after $70 million of attack ads. Okay. I forgot to mention that. Sorry. Mike Rogers has not received any attack ads yet. Okay. Because the race on his end, there was no competitive primary. There were no attack ads. Abdul, on the other hand, got $70 million of attack ads. So, of course, his approval rating is going to be underwater for the time being. So he has a lot of work to do in terms of like building that image back up. And it's going to take some work. And also, obviously, he's going to, go to all of the districts that he underperformed in or districts that went to Haley Stevens. And I'm not very concerned about those numbers currently.
Former White House press secretary and Fox News contributor Ari Fleischer. Ari, good to see you today. Look, we know this guy is toxic. He's racist. He's sexist. He's misogynistic and anti-Semitic. We know those things about him. Why is he now a leading surrogate for the Democrats?
Yeah, he's also not articulate enough to speak without swearing. I tried to listen to one of his streams, and
this is such boomer. This is such boomer nonsense. Doesn't a Fox poll skew right? No, the Fox poll doesn't skew right. No, Fox polls are pretty good. They're an A-rated pollster. They have legitimate polls. It just has nothing to do with it being on Fox News.
Every other word out of his mouth is a swear because he doesn't have the intellect to make a coherent argument. Look, it's so hard to explain this radicalism.
It's really funny. I like thinking about the fact that Ari Fleischer is in here watching.
His views are so abhorrent to anything and everything American, and you left out of those clips that you showed because there's just so many. His clips denouncing the United States of America, talking about he hates the United States of America, that he doesn't have an ounce of patriotism in his body, his own language. This is what he says about himself. Yet somehow he's caught fire among the most radical left, which tells you all you need to know about how radical Democrat candidates are this year, that they look up to Hasan Piker as their inspiration. He is nobody's inspiration. He is the poster child of what nobody in America should look up to be.
You know, we can call all.
Yeah, the technique has always been the same, and progressive Democrats, socialist Democrats, know exactly what's going on. If you're wondering or you're confused, if you're one of these like liberals who are entertaining democratic socialism right now, and you're like, I don't really understand why like someone like AOC would ever even defend you, or someone like Bernie Sanders would ever even defend you. It's not necessarily because they understand the value of having an independent media outlet that also is like, you know, galvanizing the masses and activating them to go out and participate in democracy in more meaningful ways. But it's also because they've been there. Okay? They've been there. They've overcome these attacks in the past. When AOC first won, she ate the exact same barrage of smears. Now, of course, because she was also a Democratic politician, there was a little bit more defense from liberal media that she received, but not a tremendous amount, right? But this is the Fox News playbook, right? They will identify someone and they will boost their disapprovals on the Republican side, and then they will point to that to be like, see, this guy is unbelievably toxic. I'm sure eventually in the midterms, once they're done with this cycle of fuck Hasan commentary, they'll eventually bring out polls to show that, you know, I have like a negative 87 disapproval rating or something. That's going to eventually happen. I'm just getting you guys ready for it. And liberals will then point to that to say Hasan fucking sucks dick. You should stay away from him. He's toxic. And then you'll look at those actual numbers and you'll see that the reason why it's that high, the disapprovals are that high, is because of the unbelievable amounts of anti-Hasan earned media that has taken shape in the last couple of months, virtually every single day, numerous times a day. And it's usually just from the Republican side. The liberal side, on the other hand, will have like a more balanced approach, but there will probably be some disapproval on that end as well, considering that I've been getting a lot of attack ads from a lot of attack earned media from the liberal side as well. So we're out here on an island on our own. Right? We're out here on an island on our own, and they'll point to that to be like, see, this guy's toxic. You should stay away from him. And liberals will use that all the same. Setting aside that there isn't much here, it's kind of gratuitous to drop an oppo file on a candidate who lost, but if you needed more proof that the establishment media hates the left more than the fascists trying to control and shut them down, look no further than this dude. Yeah. Why are you saying earned media? It makes it sound like it's deserved. Earned media is a term. It's a marketing term for like media coverage that you didn't pay for.
All this out about Piker. My one question has to do with Democrats who show up with this guy, even after they know who he really is. Does it help them?
Nothing says this guy's unpopular, like spending every day for the past month freaking out about someone. Yeah, but that's... You guys know how I sometimes talk about the media flex moments? Like they'll bring up poll results and they'll be like, see, only 50% of Americans think Israel is committing a genocide. They're unsure. You know, 50% of Americans are unsure if Israel is committing a genocide or not. That's like, yeah, you did that because Israel is committing a genocide. You've just been lying about it. So you're basically just showing your work at that point. Okay? You're showing the results of how much you have lied. So obviously, given that I have no allies in the independent media side for the most part, because the slop tubers have spent years and years tarnishing my name, given that I have no allies in liberal media for the most part, because they too also are backed by the same corporate interests that obviously put the crosshairs on me, and no allies certainly on the Republican side because I oppose them unconditionally, of course this is going to happen. So what we have to do is continue working, build bridges wherever we can. I wish in this time that the more radical elements would not also spend every fucking waking moment attacking me, and the less radical elements in the liberal Democratic side would at least lock in for the midterm season and realize that this is a distraction, and every moment that we're talking about this dumb nonsense is a moment that we're not actually talking about what the Republicans are failing to accomplish. So that's it. But you have allies on the left? Yes. Kyle Kulinski, Zateo, Dropsite. Most of the independent political media is the, you know, our bread and butter. That's it. And maybe Midas Touch and Pod Save America as well. Yeah. But Majority Report, yes. Those are the forces we have. But it's also important for us in this community to, you know, put our best foot forward and to make sure that we're also bridging relationships, right? Like, for example, if I were to follow along with the attitude of this community, I would be like, oh, Pramila Jayapal, she supported Diana DeGette. But I didn't do that, right? And I told you at the time why Pramila Jayapal had done that, because she's a part of CPC. She was the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus in the past. And I understand the importance of like working with politicians. I understand the importance of working with people like Pramila Jayapal, for example, who has still been like further, much more progressive. She's literally gone to Cuba, for example, right? So, you know, you have to look at the broader. You have to look at the broader goals here. And Pramila Jayapal, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, has gone out to bat and has defended me and is trying to get the University of Washington student groups to re-invite me to speak on campus. She's the only Washington state rep that doesn't take AIPAC money. I'm from Washington. Yes. No, she's great. That's why when you guys were attacking her and you were like, we're going to unseat Pramila Jayapal, I was like, no, we're not. The fuck are you talking about? She's dope. There are not a lot of politicians out there, even on the Democratic Party side, that will do stuff like this. Okay? So once again, it's important to, and no one would have come even remotely close to defeating her. Yeah, exactly. She's also beloved in her district. She has that seat locked for good reason. She has good constituent services. She's very progressive. She's the most progressive Washington politician, and she's one of the most progressive. She's one of the most progressive politicians in Congress anyway. Like, she's up there, right? So as I was saying, so we also should probably work to build bridges with other people. We should also work to build bridges and mend bridges with other folks. Folks on our left flank, folks on our right flank in the Democratic Party, because the time requires it. Okay? That's it. So you guys, don't be toxic. Please. Yeah, Oliver Larkin, Elijah Manley, and Angie Nixon's rally in Florida has been canceled by the venue after pressure from Democrat Rep. Michael Gottlieb and Trump advisor Laura Loomer. The venue has broken contract over Gen Z for changes refusal to uninvite Rashida Tlaib. Unfortunately, they should not have revealed that Rashida Tlaib was coming ahead of time. I know from personal experience. You are not supposed to tell the venue that you're doing a political event. Rookie mistake. She's a congressman. She's a congresswoman. You think these motherfuckers care? Oh yeah, Michigan. Do you favor United States is continuing to provide military aid to the Israeli government? 55% opposed, by the way. Man, what the fuck are those numbers? No, this is good. Scott Hannity says it's fun to watch you melt down. The clip he showed doesn't show any of that. His 3 million plus show has become pure Hasan slop.
Spiritual leader of the Democratic Socialist Movement, kind of having a meltdown now, which is fun to watch. Take a look.
The media will do everything in its power to try to discourage you. They will tell you you're a loser. They'll say, oh, DSA, your candidate was oh, Francesca Hong was bad. She was a bad candidate. Oh, she didn't like Thanksgiving. Them. And Thanksgiving too.
I don't know. Maybe you should have a...
Wait, what is the meltdown? I'm literally joking. I can't tell if I'm too autistic and I'm not conveying emotions well enough, or if like my haters magically get hit with the autism ray and they can't comprehend emotions at all.
drink or something. Calm down. Anyway, at least he didn't say that America deserved 9/11 again, or the streets will run red with blood of landlords. And he must be pretty happy about the Democratic Senate primary in Minnesota. There's a win for him, where an extremist named Peggy Flanagan.
An extremist. They just announced a new venue. It's the Maylon Curo situation. Moscow is having the other conservative Dems attack for him. Dude, stop announcing a new venue. Stop putting the venue on the fucking flyer, guys. Oh my God, I'm going to text Oliver.
Easily secured the nomination. Now, she is the state's lieutenant governor, has been accused by members of her own party of turning a blind eye to the rampant Somali fraud in Minnesota. But while she turns a blind eye to fraud and doesn't like ICE at all, Peggy is very focused on making sure that your tax dollars go to so-called gender-affirming care, even for children. Just like her predecessor, Tampon Tim Walz, wants feminine hygiene products in boys' bathroom in grammar school. Take a look.
Minnesota law does not set a minimum age for gender-affirming care. Do you believe there should be one?
I mean, I believe that what we need to do is make sure that people have access to health care. Frankly, that's one of the reasons, why I've run so hard on Medicare for all. And making
what
sure
about
that
gender-affirming care and an age? Should there be an age limit?
I think gender-affirming care is part of healthcare. People need
Should there
access
be an age limit for it?
To healthcare. I think our law, as it stands, is a good law. I've supported it in the past.
Now, Peggy Flanagan tried hard to dodge the question because she knows that her position.
Again. Only country. I guess it's not the only country, but it is kind of wild that in this country, We literally punish people for having the correct opinion. And it's like across the board. CNN will also do it as well, where CNN will literally yell at you for having the correct position. God, what a world we live in, man. It is wild. It is wild. It is so crazy. They will never let you live it down. If you have the correct position, the correct moral position on something, if you just want like better things to be possible for everyone, every cynical person in corporate media will be like, you should kill yourself. Kill yourself now. Do not kill yourself yesterday. Kill yourself. Do not kill yourself tomorrow. Kill yourself today. Right now. How dare you? How dare you think better things are possible? You're fucking woke. You're woke. And wokeness is unacceptable. You should kill yourself now.
Is radical, extreme, and unethical. And we have experienced that on this program, trying to get answers from DSA supporters. They don't want to answer the question. Oh, how much of every dollar should a taxpayer get to keep if they make $100,000 a year? Well, that's a hard question. No, it's not. It's a simple one. Now, her fellow Democrat in Michigan, the unlicensed medical doctor, apparently Abdul Sayed, is not worried about ethics. He wants you, the U.S. taxpayer, to pick up the bill for every gender reassignment surgery in America, including kids. Take a look.
Healthcare should be a choice made by a patient and their doctor.
Stop! No! No! What? Are y'all hearing this? Are y'all hearing this shit? Are y'all hearing this shit? What a fucking commie this guy is. How dare he say healthcare is a decision that should be left up to the doctor and the patient? No, it should be left up to me, a guy who doesn't believe in healthcare or science or medicine. It should be my decision, not the patient and the doctor. After all, doctors are woke and gay. Why do I know this? Because they are literate. Everybody knows to be able to read and write means you are a homosexual Marxist. Doctors are DEI.
That patient is under the age of 18, the parents as well, right? And I believe that Medicare for All should cover all healthcare.
Yeah.
Which is defined by what a patient needs in accordance with their doctor. So that includes reproductive rights, right? That includes gender-affirming care.
Now, that alone is disqualifying. Top hospitals, including the Cleveland Clinic, are banning so-called gender-affirming care for children and committing millions of dollars to kids who are harmed. Now, of course, in El Sayed's case and his communist fantasies, the government would totally control all health care, and that's not all. He has also called for the federal government to seize the means of production over certain American tech companies. Take a look at this.
Are you in favor of public ownership models like the one Bernie introduced?
So I want to actually take it a step further.
Okay.
I agree that we need public ownership, but I also agree that we need some system of public control.
Yeah.
Like, what is the point of democracy if it's not to protect us from existential risk?
All right, you can see why Mao worshiper Hasan Piker gets along so well with El Sayed. They both seem...
Are you aware of a documentary about Tim Walz called Minnesota Mao?
Tim Walz. Governor Tim Walz.
Minnesota Mao?
Tim Walz. Tim Walz. Tim Walz.
Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota.
I
lived in China. I've been there about 30 times.
Tim was snapping up dozens of copies of Mao's Little Red Book. It's not just a political treatise, it's the daily devotional of the Chinese Communist Party. The inscription on the inside is, Mao's words bring us joy.
She's bringing us a politics of joy.
They're trying to steal the...
Yo! They're right. They're right. As America's most prominent Maoist, okay, I'm here to tell you, you got him. You got this guy, okay? You know who would also execute a nuclear first strike on Iran if Iran ever threatened Israel? Mao Zedong would. That's right.
The joy from this country.
Bro, they literally said joy equals communism. Like, they did the thing. They did the thing unironically. Mao Zedong used the term joy. You know who else used the term joy? Tim Walz.
Bring back the joy.
You said earlier that ICE agents were a modern-day Gestapo. Would you like to recant that statement?
When I said President Trump was using them as his modern-day Gestapo. Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. Many of us grew up reading that story of Anne Frank. Somebody's going to write that children's story about Minnesota.
For communism to work, you have to erase a country's identity and history, and that's what Mao did.
Dude, I wish that Democrats were like maybe 10% as radical as Republicans present them. You know what I mean? Like, they're talking about like Tim Walz saying, you know, this is Donald Trump's Gestapo. It's correct. But like what Tim Walz did when ICE was literally fucking storming the streets of Minneapolis was nowhere near what was necessary, right? Like,
Tim Walz is doing it here.
Governor Tim Walz signed an executive order providing legal protection to those who come to Minnesota for gender-affirming health care.
Our children tell us who they are.
You lived through every parent's worst nightmare.
Some of the loudest voices are advocating for blame and hatred and even violence toward those who don't agree.
You the shit out of him now. Don't ever shy away from our progressive values.
Jerusalem Post, the man behind the curtain, how Hasan Piker became a political kingmaker opinion. It's hard to comprehend how Piker remains such a popular figure given his preference for a barbaric terror group over the democratic country of Israel. How? What is going on in America? They made the guy who said he prefers Hamas over the democratic nation of Israel the kingmaker. Oh. It turns out that the great and this person whose name is Cookie Schwaber Isan. It turns out the great and mighty Oz, better known as the man who pulls the strings behind the curtain, is a 35-year-old American-born son of Turkish parents, no less contentious than his well-known left-wing political activist uncle Cenk Kadir Uygur. I forgot that was my uncle's middle name. Holy shit. Co-host and the host of the controversial, creator of the controversial program, The Young Turks. Hasan Piker has risen to fame as a political power broker, demanding strict allegiance to the main tenets of the Democratic Socialist Party. The all-powerful internet superstar who has gotten up to 1 billion views for his content will not bestow his coveted blessing upon any potential candidate unless they pass his scrutiny. Those include their commitment to open borders, universal health care, no foreign wars. Wait. Why is that bad? Like, these aren't... Dude, you're in Israel. You have universal health care. What the fuck? This is the Jerusalem Post. These motherfuckers have universal health care, bro. I can't believe it. He's like, are y'all hearing this? He wants universal health care, a thing that we have. Oh, this is another article from the same author. Could the Palestinian Authority be planning a Jewish genocide in the West Bank? Oh, so they're just schizophrenic. This is one of the... Come on, man. Come on. Bizarre Screed, they don't really have anything on Abdul El-Sayed, let alone on Friedman, so they fall back on a generic soliloquy about patriotism, national defense, bipartisanship, and whatever. This is what losing looks like. Aligning with most important, possibly most important, aligning with the Free Palestine movement. What is this? It's real? President hidden by tacos and Diet Cola. Trump's hiding place. They did the Saddam hit. Despite his insistence that he's not anti-Semitic, Piker, who happens to be a Muslim, oh, wow. Wow. Okay, Jerusalem Post. Is known as a vocal proponent of Palestinian rights, frequently using a streaming platform and the media appearances to advocate for a free Palestine, criticizes Israeli government policies and support pro-Palestinian political figures. Among his more incendiary comments, 3 stand out the most. The first thing is that America deserved 9/11 because U.S. foreign policy had made the event like 9/11 possible. The second is that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, stating that if rapes happened on October 7th, that wouldn't change his opinion. The third is calling for the killing of American landlords, saying let the streets soak red in their capitalist blood. For his 9/11 comment, Piker was temporarily suspended from Twitch, the popular live stream broadcasting platform owned by Amazon, and had his travel permit revoked, making it impossible for him to enter the UK. It's hard to comprehend how Piker remains such a popular figure. I wonder why. Yeah, I should have said, let the streets of Gaza soak, right? And then you'd be fine with that. Anyway, it is kind of, I cannot stress this enough. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care what Jerusalem Post has to say. Like, this is a pro-genocide outlet. Okay, like it's so ridiculous for a pro-genocide outlet that has had op-eds that talk about Lebensraum, living room, in Lebanon. Okay, like there are numerous outlets that there are numerous op-eds that this outlet has written demanding more living room in Lebanon. You have no credibility. Like, you can't. I am always going to be above the Jerusalem Post morally by the very nature of my anti-genocide stance and their pro-genocide stance. It just doesn't, there's nothing. Yeah, they've written articles about like actual dead Palestinian children, calling them dolls, like fake dolls, and saying it's Pallywood. Like, it's one of the most depraved outlets on the planet currently. This is Der Stürmer, but, you know, Jewish, Israeli. Straight up. They're attacking Abdul El-Sayed's half-sister. What? Fuck the University of Chicago, but it's my best shot at power. What? At the Socialism 2025, U Chicago professor Eman Abdelhadi called her employer evil colonial landlord. Use it, organize it, seize it, structural leverage. We don't have power, but I work at one of the biggest employers in Chicago, a place with 1,000 people I could potentially organize. This is where I need to build power. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Dude, how does this man get cooler? How is that possible? Abdul El-Sayed's half-sister, which, by the way, half-sister, They got baited by a parody Twitter account and they published this. Lamau report: former NBA star Russell Westbrook is in advanced talks to join Israel's Hapoel Tel Aviv basketball team. Oh, good news for Russ fans. They get to see him play in person. Anyway, I told him what to do already. Why did you say it? It's like that. Law, it's still his sister. I mean, don't you? First of all, saying Abdul al-Sayed's full sister is radical is still insane. You know what I mean? You can disagree with your immediate family members regardless. But like when you're reaching half-sister territory, you might as well be like a guy that sat down next to Abdul al-Sayed one time said this about, Israel. Like what? Like, what's next? Like, it's still a blood relative, but it's like crazy. Now you're gonna fucking start talking about cousins. Now you're gonna start talking about, like, do you understand? It's already. I'm saying it's ridiculous to even attack siblings. Oh my God, I forget that there's so many products of divorce in here that are they're not understanding what I'm talking about, guys. I'm not saying a half-sister is not a real sibling. Of course it's a real sibling. I'm saying it's insane to attack siblings. Like they're going to start moving down the fucking pipeline to be like, this is his cousin. This is his second cousin. This is his third cousin. This is Abdul al-Sayed's 8th cousin. Chill, you said it was stank. Until it gets down to Abdul al-Sayed sat next to a guy. Like, what are we doing? That's crazy. Children of divorce shatters chill. Not everything is about you, but your parents' divorce was. Stop. 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 I already know. That's too far. I don't agree. I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. A lot of people always specify this to me, so the term is very negative because it's my sister. I don't care. So I think the chatters might have reacted a bit quick. Yes. The argument wasn't that a half-sister is not a real sister. A half-sister is a real sister. The argument was it's insane to attack his sister, his half-sister, and then I tried to expand on it to be like, what's next? Are they going to start attacking his first cousin, his second cousin, his third cousin, his 8th degree cousin, until it comes down to this guy sat next to Abdul al-Sayed at a diner one time? Dude, explain the half siblings are only worth half a person in the Constitution. Yes. Abdul's 3rd grade project schoolmate when he was 30 said racist shit. What do you think, Abdul? Fucking got him. Anyway, this article is by emphasizing with their inability to purchase homes and access to other benefits their parents and grandparents had, Piker discovered a real dearth in the male market, creating a space for him to address their gripes and make them feel heard. The average Piker fan is said to be young adult males between the ages of 18 and 29, heavily active online and leading politically progressive, leftist or socialist. Core audience consists largely of Gen Z and younger millennial men interested in anti-establishment politics, media commentary, and internet culture. When you combine those particular listeners who lament their station in life and couple it with the politics of democratic socialism, you get a healthy dose of radicals who are easy prey for the notion that anarchy and burning down the status quo is the best solution. I am not an anarchist. It's that ever-growing niche market which has catapulted Piker to the top, turning him into a sort of socialist pope whose ring must be kissed by aspiring political figures. Once they get his approval, they're sitting pretty. Okay, so this is just glaze. This is just glaze, it seems. They're just glazing me. Anyway. All right, that's all I got for today. We're at 7 hours. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm freaking tired, fam. Oof. What? Why'd you say wait? I am... Friend Slop Friday tomorrow? No. We're not going to do Friend Slop Friday tomorrow because we have the podcast tomorrow. We're going to do Friend Slop Sunday. That's right. Friend Slop Sunday. Anyway, everybody. What? Yes. What are you doing?
Hasan, it's Austin Show from the Fear and Podcast.
What the
I'm gay,
fuck?
I'm Lebanese, yada, yada, yada. You know that. But I do need to remind your viewers and our fans of the Fear and Podcast.
What the fuck is that? What did you just press?
Tickets on sale. Last chance to buy right now. Tour.fearand.com. Seattle, San Francisco, Portland, Los Angeles. Buy your tickets. Tour.fearand.com.
What the fuck? David, never do that again. That was insane. That was insane. Don't blame Hannah for it. That's doubly insane that you just blamed Hannah for it. That is wild. I cannot believe it. Austin, I'm going to kill him. But yes, get your tickets. That is insane. He just hit a button. He was like, oh, are you full screen? Here. And then he just hit a button. And now I have like a thing. Like I don't even know. There's like an extra alert or something. Extra source. They always fuck with my shit, dude. They always fuck with my shit. Anyway, all right. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Anyway, all right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, also people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun lock to the stun lock to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kai a place. Sun and Asmin chatter laws, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do jet vice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.